Thank you for making it out early this morning. Bright, crisp Washington morning. We love it up here. We had a wonderful reception last night, and very much appreciate the ambassador hosting us. Of course, we'll be at the Romanian embassy tonight, or residence tonight. We much appreciate him. Others will be coming in as the morning goes on. But I want to say thank you to each of you for making the trip. Especially, I do want to thank those who are joining us as expert presenters, and that many travel with us around the world. This is our 31st Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. And I think we've had this will be our 11th in Washington. We're here every year, or have been. But we have hosted these all over the world. And over 4,000 parliamentarians have attended from about 130 countries, the various forums that we've had. And now this will culminate our 4th forum for this year. We've been in Madrid and Manila and San Salvador, and of course now Washington. And we have many plans for next year as well. So tell your colleagues about what this mission is, and we'd love to have them briefed by really some of the greatest experts in the world. We'd like to also welcome those who are joining us on live stream. Some 3,000 parliamentarians will be joining us live stream for all or a portion of the forum the next 2 days. So we appreciate their participation as well. So we will begin the morning with a video opening comments by Matt Pottinger. Matt is a former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Trump in the first presidency. Remarkable young man. As I was leading the CFIUS reform bill in the House and Senate for its passage, which was to protect the U.S. and subsequently many other countries who have patterned that bill from adversarial interest in acquiring sophisticated technology companies. Matt was also guiding in the right direction U.S. policies relative to China, recognizing that China was beyond a competitor but had become much more of an adversary in seeking to secure American interests, U.S. interests, and that from the West, but particularly in technologies. So we will watch this video, watch closely. You'll see particularly references, statements made by Chairman Xi of his own objectives. And I think that's the power, frankly, of this video. So if we could, please, if we could begin the forum with the video by Matt Pottinger, and then we'll continue from there. Thank you very much. We may want to dim the light if you got that figured out. Thank you.
liberty through its coercive, corrupt, and covert lending activities in the global south, and through its multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence activities. Through its debt diplomacy and loan sharking, Beijing seeks to co-opt our elites. Through its control and manipulation of social media platforms, such as TikTok and WeChat, Beijing influences ordinary people by the hundreds of millions. For too long, too many of us around the world have indulged in the wishful view that if we opened our markets to China, transferred more of our technology, invested greater sums of money, and trained more Chinese technocrats, government officials, and scientists and military officers, we might finally persuade China's leaders to see the world how we do. We told ourselves that a policy of engagement at any cost would result sooner or later in the liberalization of China's economy, society, and perhaps even its politics. These assumptions were reasonable to make a quarter century ago. The Soviet Union had recently collapsed and democracy was spreading around the world. But Chinese leaders, we now know, have shown tremendous determination to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, less by emulating democracies than by exploiting, outmaneuvering, and undermining them. Beijing has been waging a silent Cold War against democracies when we thought such thinking had ended in closed doors. For some people, it's hard even now to let go of the myths that we held about China's rulers and their intentions. Sometimes it helps to listen to Chinese leaders in their own words. Myth number one is that the Chinese Communist Party is communist in name only.
自愿加入中国共产党。保守党的秘密，为共产主义奋斗。
In a once secret speech to the party's central committee, Xi Jinping said, quote, "Facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph." Myth number two is that Beijing isn't seeking to spread its own autocratic model or upend the liberal international order. China's new official ideology, called Xi Jinping thought, advances the notion of Chinese political and cultural supremacy. It even attacks the centuries-old concept of a world composed of sovereign nation-states. Xi Jinping thought states that, quote, "all mankind needs a new order that surpasses and supplants the balance of power. A new world order is under construction now that will surpass and supplant the Western system." For this end, Beijing is promoting the idea that single-party autocracy is superior to democracy, not just in China, but around the world. As Dutch and American news reporters recently discovered, the Chinese Communist Party has set up a leadership system in Tanzania to indoctrinate African officials in the idea that the ruling party should sit above the government and the courts, and that fierce discipline within the party will ensure adherence to party ideology. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its democracy, even as that model is showing serious signs of failure inside China itself. Myth number three is that Beijing isn't pursuing a zero-sum competition with democracy. According to an official textbook, quote, "Xi Jinping has emphasized that our state's ideology and social system are fundamentally incompatible with the West. Xi has said this determines that our struggle and contest Western countries here reconcile, so it will inevitably be long, complicated, and sometimes very sharp. By very sharp, she appears to be referring to war. The official textbook on Xi Jinping thought defines the waging of war as perfectly compatible with China's policy of alleged development. Quote, to use war as a means to protect our core national interests is not in contradiction with capitalism. Moreover, it is a manifestation of the Marxist
中国人民也绝不允许任何外来势力欺负、压迫、奴役我们。谁妄想这样干，必将在14多亿中国人民用血肉铸成的钢铁长城面前碰得头破血流。
So those are examples of the Chinese Communist Party's real intentions in its own words. For years, Chinese leaders have hidden their true intentions behind the facade of a country eager to join the international system and willing to abide by its norms. Dual messaging, that is, deceptive external propaganda for foreigners, twinned with authoritative internal guidance for party members, comes naturally to party. Hence, we have Chinese leaders outwardly urging, quote, peace talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, while those same leaders secretly connive and terminate to provide Moscow with lethal arms to publicly, Beijing feigns neutrality but calls for respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Behind closed doors, it has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, an effort and, quote, the only action that could be taken. Beijing's doublethink is ubiquitous once you learn how to spot it. Concentration camps holding more than 1 million ethnic Uyghurs and other minorities inside China are called, quote, vocational training schools. Beijing's dismantling of the rule of law in Hong Kong and the jailing of local journalists and lawmakers is passed off as, quote, one country's use of covert operations to interfere in the elections in Canada and other democracies is disguised as civic engagement, couched in gauzy slogans advocating, quote, a community of common destiny for mankind. Special units, China's premier spying infiltrate and influence our universities and policy makers, are disguised as sheer think tanks and civil society organizations. In short, China's leaders' most revealing statements are not what they made in Davos or the United States. They're the statements they made in Here are a few principles I believe are worth bearing in mind about this forum and after its conclusion as your governments go about their essential work safeguarding their sovereignty and the rights of their people. First, speak candidly, publicly, and at the highest possible level to Beijing about its actions that undermine your sovereignty or the sovereignty of other nations. It's important to speak openly and loudly if we are to prevent Xi Jinping from making grave miscalculations. Miscalculations and missteps are common for long-serving dictators, as Vladimir Putin reminds us. Second, impose steep costs on Beijing's actions that harm our countries and our friends. Imposing costs isn't provocative, it is stabilizing. One of the paradoxes of Marxist-Leninist dictatorships is that the more comfortable and more self-confident they are, the more aggressive they become. Gratuitous efforts to flatter and reassure Beijing are likely to be taken as signs of weakness. Third, it would be better to constrain and temper Xi Jinping's ambitions now through robust, coordinated military deterrence and through strict limits on China's access to technology, capital, and data controlled by our country. That is better than waiting until Xi Jinping has taken fateful and irrevocable steps, such as attacking Taiwan, that would lead to a war between superpowers. Such a war would have severe effects on the security and prosperity of all nations. Putin's war in Ukraine offers constant reminders that deterrence is far preferable to rollback. Fourth, the quote, main battleground, to borrow Xi Jinping's term, is the internet. Beijing employs many varieties of information warfare, from United Front activities to cognitive warfare, deep fakes. Beijing has invested billions of dollars in these techniques to enhance what Xi Jinping calls discourse power, the power to shape perceptions and narratives worldwide, to whitewash China's record, and to disintegrate free people's faith in their fellow citizens and democracy itself. We must go on the offense and the defense simultaneously. Right now, we are doing neither. Free societies should never traffic in disinformation. What we need to do is prevent Beijing's platforms from manipulating our discourse at home, while making it easier for Chinese citizens to communicate safely with one another and with the outside. Banning TikTok and WeChat, as India's government has done, was a prudent step that other governments should consider. Finally, protect the rights of Chinese people living, studying, and working in your countries so they can enjoy the freedoms that so starkly distinguish free nations from the increasingly oppressive adversary inside the United States. This means standing up against discrimination at home. It also means taking proactive steps inside your borders to expose and counter the Chinese Communist Party's activities, to censor, intimidate, and coerce your citizens, and especially people of Chinese descent. We should always distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand, and China and the Chinese people on the other. I commend all of you who have come to this forum with the mission of understanding global threats and finding solutions to them. I'm hopeful that with more initiatives like the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, we can foster and strengthen our own united front, one of independent and sovereign nations working together to protect our health, our prosperity, our security, and our liberty. Thank you for the honor of speaking.
Well, I trust you all had gone to the ear doctor before you heard that video. Apparently, they couldn't get the house mic to work. So, can we hear through this now? Okay, good. Well, thank you very much for listening to that with your keen ears. We're very pleased now to have our first panel that I'm so honored to introduce them. They've all been great friends, but it will be relative to illicit finance. And Juan Zarate, he's the head of Global Co-Managing Partner and Chief Strategy Officer for K2 Integrity. Let me just say that Juan, after 9/11, was really the very key person inside the Bush administration who began the whole focus on illicit finance. If I could say this respectfully, Juan, you're the godfather of illicit finance. But please come on up to the podium. And we'll have Mr. John Walsh, who's also a member of our board. Remarkable gentleman. I think I could put him on the platform to speak on about any topic. Lilita Fakte, very bright individual, Chief Executive Officer for CAT Labs, former U.S. Department of Justice Special Agent. Good to see you, Lila. And Mr. Dan Swift, Senior Research Analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, the Center on Economic and Financial Power. This is a very distinguished panel that will have tremendous insights relative to what you can do inside your own country to prevent illicit flows that are so impactful in the need to stop adversarial parties. So if we could begin, and I'll call on you, Juan Zarate. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well, staying warm. Congressman Pittenger, I want to say, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel, and thank you for your years of work pulling together parliamentarians from around the world to discuss critical issues. I think it's fair to say this forum has always been a venue where emerging risks, common challenges, and common approaches to dealing with those challenges have been front and center, and I want to commend you and the team that have always put this together. I've been fortunate to be a part of these discussions in the past, and so I'm very pleased to be back with my colleagues Dan, Lilita, and John. Let me set the table a bit on the issues of illicit finance to give both a little bit of historical context, but thematic context for the discussion we're going to have today. Illicit finance has in many ways become a predominant theme and not just a discipline in the international community. And there's been a very stark evolution over the last 20 to 30 years as to how nations around the world and how different sectors have thought about illicit finance. Illicit finance, of course, is the domain of financial crime and sanctions and corruption that we often think about, that deals and lurks in the shadows and relies on opacity, the opacity of financial flows, commercial relations, and business dealings. It often relies on impunity, the inability of authorities and actors and governmental regulators to actually impose costs or risks on those engaged in illicit activity. And of course, bad actors, be they rogue criminal organizations, terrorist groups, or even rogue nations, rely on the fuel of profits to drive their ambitions and to drive their operations. And so what we've seen over time is a recognition that illicit finance is not just the realm of law enforcement trying to make a case or arrest a bad actor, but it's fundamental to how we think about our security and the integrity of our systems. Much of the domain of illicit finance was defined in the 1980s, 1990s, the FATF standards and the expectations around the world, largely driven by concerns around drug money laundering and the financial crime that goes along with tax evasion. And with that, a sense that not just government authorities, but the private sector, banks, had a responsibility to ensure that illicit finance wasn't flowing through their systems, that they weren't facilitating that activity. And that then developed the entire regime of compliance and the requirements of banks to file suspicious activity reports, the development of financial intelligence units to analyze that information, and the attempts at least to build cases and follow the money where illicit activity was happening. Well, that evolved quickly in the post-9/11 period, where the realm of illicit finance was seen very much as a fundamental part of national security, where now terrorist financing and proliferation finance and broader systemic risks to the financial system were considered. And what then evolved with the private sector was a sense that we needed to think not just about following the money or building cases, but about preventing financial crime and illicit activity from happening to begin with. How can you be preventative and predictive and actually stop the bad actors from getting access to capital in the financial system? So much of what you've seen in that post-9/11 period is exactly that. How do we grow a more effective international system to prevent bad actors from getting access to the system? That led to the FATF fourth round and fifth round of mutual evaluations. Many of your jurisdictions have seen or experienced this, where the question of not just do you have laws on the books, do you have an FIU in place, but do you have an effective regime that allows you to prevent these activities from happening to begin with? Does that exist? And so we moved into that period. Now we're in a very different period, a period where we've seen the amplification of the national economic security issues at play with respect to illicit finance. And so now this is no longer just a question of where are the bad actors engaging in and trying to access capital, but a broader question of how countries are demanding and establishing the integrity of their systems systematically. How is corruption and kleptocracy taking hold, and how are we affecting it? And frankly, how are state actors involved in illicit activity? And what this has meant is a convergence of risks, actors, and regimes. And I'll do this very briefly and quickly. In terms of risk, there's now a blending of the illicit activity that leads to illicit proceeds. Human trafficking, arms trafficking, drug trafficking. A sense that these are not just security issues, but challenges to the integrity of governance and the rule of law. Second, a convergence of actors, where you have organized criminal groups, drug cartels, even militia groups and terrorist groups, all beginning to blend and articulate common interests through commercial and financial relationships, control of territories, even economies and sectors that are powerful. And of course, states that are enabling this, depending on lurking in the shadows. The Russians' use of the shadow fleets to evade international sanctions. The North Koreans' use of crypto and cyber capabilities to access billions of dollars that they wouldn't otherwise be able to access. The use of Chinese money launderers to move money in the fentanyl trade and otherwise, that in some ways has gone unchecked by the Chinese government. And so a blending of actors that make it harder and harder to deal with these threats. And then a blending and convergence of regimes. And by this I mean what we've seen over time is not just laws with respect to anti-money laundering or tax evasion or even corruption, but a blending then with the sanctions regime. Sanctions on terrorist actors, drug actors, cartels, and even state actors that are enabling this activity. We've seen this most recently in the United States with a focus on crypto activity, where sanctions are being applied on various crypto actors and exchanges that are trying to obfuscate or hide the origin or the beneficiary of financial activity. And all of this, of course, is enabled by new technology, which is making it a bit harder and more challenging to track these activities. New forms of digital identity that are taking hold, new payment rails that are emerging, some of which my colleague Dan Swift has written about in the Wall Street Journal in terms of Chinese payment systems embedding in places like Myanmar. Crypto technologies and exchanges, and especially here in the United States with the passage of the Genius Act by this very august body here in Congress, with the establishment and the legitimation of stablecoins. With the New York Times writing just yesterday about the increasing risks of the use of stablecoins by illicit actors, because with stablecoins, of course, you have a cryptocurrency that's pegged usually to the dollar that then has stability and value, which then illicit actors can use for exchange and off-ramps and commercial activity. And so the concern that I've always had now for over a decade with crypto, despite its huge advantages, which I readily admit, is the concern that illicit actors gain access to capital and payment rails and commercial activities and networks that they would otherwise not get through traditional financial means, because we've built up the controls and systems and reporting and enforcement in those traditional sectors. Last but not least, the realm of illicit finance is now fundamentally a part of economic security. In the United States now, it's become trite to say economic security is national security. And you've seen that fundamentally in the policies of the Trump administration and how Congress is thinking about the use of economic tools and statecraft. Well, it's illicit finance that forms the core of those issues. It's part of the competition and conflict that's happening between nation states. It's part of the question of corruption and kleptocracy that goes to issues of good governance and democracy. It goes to questions of economic access and financial inclusion. And it goes fundamentally, as my colleague Dan again wrote about, to the question of what the future of the financial system even looks like, and what are the forms of integrity that are built into these new payment systems and rails. So what is then to be done? What we've done together collectively, and Congressman Pittenger, this is why your fora is so important. We need to cooperate and collaborate. We need to have effective prevention of illicit finance. We need to build law enforcement, intelligence, and regulatory capabilities together to share information and insights. We need to use new technology to actually track and trace, which is happening, to claw back illicit resources. I've often talked about leveraging the private sector to do more in terms of pulling illicit activity back. We have a new company that uses federated artificial intelligence to share insights, which means to move models of behaviors, to discover risk without ever having to move or share data or aggregate the data, which becomes very important in a cross-border context or between government agencies or even between the private sector and the public sector. We have to work very hard on systemic issues, in particular kleptocracy, and where illicit finance has gained hold over governance and rule of law. We have to root that out together. And finally, we have to be aggressive in targeting the efforts to exclude the illicit actors from the system, to target where they're congregating, and to isolate that behavior so that we can leverage the benefits of the movement of capital, new technology, crypto, stablecoins, while isolating those activities. So there's a lot to be done together. This is a continuous evolution, but what's fascinating about the field of illicit finance is that it's now core to these issues of integrity, security, and economic statecraft. So with that, thank you. I commend to you a wonderful couple of days of this conference. Congressman Pittenger, thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm going to talk today about the concept of the digital kingpin. Now, the digital kingpin is essentially a criminal that is enabled by a technology. It's a criminal that uses technology to scale their operations globally. I would say we could compare the digital kingpin to the modern day Pablo Escobar. Now, cryptocurrency is one of those technologies, and I've been investigating cryptocurrency-enabled crimes for a very long time, over 13 years now. Now with my company for the past 3 years, and then before that, in my previous life, I was a special agent with the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration. And as a DEA agent, I had a very unique experience in that I actually started the first federal task force at the DEA that focused exclusively on cryptocurrency and dark web-enabled crimes. And in 2022, I was the lead agent on the case that took down the largest dark web market in the world. It was called Hydra Market. It was a $5 billion marketplace and accounted for about 80% of all dark web cryptocurrency transactions. Now, when I first started at the DEA, and I started looking into cryptocurrency-enabled crimes, it was a very niche area of crime. It was mostly confined to dark web, drug dealers, cyber criminals, very, very early. We didn't have a lot of tools to be able to investigate these crimes, and we had to learn as we went. We had to create technologies. We had to work with the private sector to be able to trace and track cryptocurrency assets. Now, currently, it's a very, very different world in the sense that it's not a niche area anymore, and cryptocurrency has invaded every single facet of crime, and not just crime, but transnational criminal organizations, drug cartels, adversarial nation states, terrorist organizations are all leveraging cryptocurrency and other types of technology. Now, why are they leveraging cryptocurrency? So the first thing that is very attractive to all of these bad actors is it helps them scale their reach globally. So no matter where they are in the world, they can reach their victims wherever the victim is without having to travel and without a lot of infrastructure challenges in terms of payment methods and platforms where they can conduct their crimes. So for example, dark web is a platform that allows drug dealers to sell drugs to anyone in the world. So for example, before, if you're a drug dealer, you're kind of confined to your little corner of the street or street corner, and that's kind of the confinement of your reach. Now, you can be the same drug dealer with the same resources and use technology now to sell drugs and poison to our kids all over the globe. So you're not confined to a geographic area anymore because you're able to use these technologies like cryptocurrency to be able to conduct your crimes globally. And one of the main reasons that they can do that is because cryptocurrency can be transferred without an intermediary, and specifically a subpoenable intermediary. So usually you don't want to use a banking system or a credit card or PayPal to sell drugs on the internet, because law enforcement can then subpoena those financial institutions and then receive information about whoever it is that's using the platform. Now, cryptocurrency allows criminals to be able to use, to be able to sell drugs and launder money without having to go through an intermediary financial institution or any kind of money transfer institution. And of course, allows you to transfer value across borders quickly and efficiently. Now, this can present a pretty big challenge, because now if they're using technology, now we have to use technology if we're in law enforcement, for example, to be able to counter that, because we can't show up with, sticks to a gunfight, right? So we have to use technology to counter their use of technology. Now, that's a challenge, however, it's also an opportunity. The only time that it's actually a challenge is if we keep our heads in the sand and we pretend like it's not happening, which a lot of us are doing, unfortunately. There is a lot of police departments, for example, here in the United States, when we talk to them and we ask them, have you seen cryptocurrency in your investigations? They basically say, oh no, it doesn't exist, or we don't have that problem, which is impossible because the problem is global. It's impossible for any good-sized police department to not see cryptocurrency in their investigations unless they're actively avoiding it, which actually happens a lot. Now, besides it being a challenge, it's actually an opportunity. The opportunity is if we actually train our law enforcement agents and officers, and if we equip them with the right tools to be able to do these investigations, we can actually address this new trend, and we can actually seize more money, more illicit money than we've ever seized before. It is such an amazing tool to know how to investigate cryptocurrency crimes, to know how to find, identify, and seize cryptocurrency, because if you do, you're going to seize a lot more money than a traditional agent that doesn't do cryptocurrency-enabled crimes. And now, when I was a DEA agent, I'm going to give you a little case study. One of my first seizures, actually my actual first seizure, was an administrator of a large, actually at the time the largest dark web market in the world, who we ended up identifying. That's the first challenge, is to identify them because they're anonymous on the dark web. So we ended up identifying this administrator. And the administrator is basically like the Pablo Escobar. He administers the market, billion-dollar marketplace where all kinds of drugs are being sold, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, whatever it is. And so this administrator was based in France, in Paris, and his name was Gal Valerius, and he went by the moniker Oxy Monster. Now, when we identified him, we knew that he was in France, but there's no extradition treaty with France, so even if we did an indictment, it would be very difficult for us to actually arrest him and prosecute him. But by divine intervention, we looked up whether he's ever been to the United States, which he never has, but after 2 weeks after we actually identified Oxy Monster as Gal Valerius, we found out that he was about to come to the United States. And I was thinking at the time, this was a very long time, almost a decade ago, I was thinking at the time, why would a dark web administrator want to come to the United States? We had just jailed Russ Albright, who was the administrator of Silk Road, and he was serving life sentence in prison. So there has to be a really good reason for him to come to the US. And it's because we're very strict on prosecuting dark web administrators. And so I was thinking, what is it that is compelling him to come to the United States for the first time in his life? And I knew from his social media profiles that he was very, very much obsessed with his beard and facial hair, That's all he talked about. And so I thought, maybe something facial hair, beard related is happening in the United States. That's the only reason I thought he was going to come to the US and risk his life and risk his freedom. And lo and behold, right across the street from the hotel that we knew he was going to stay in because we had his visa application, there was the World Beard and Mustache Championship in Texas. I said, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, if this is not divine intervention, I don't know what is. 2 weeks after we identified him, it took us 2 years to identify Oxymonster. 2 weeks after we identified him, he is supposed to come to the US. So he lands in Atlanta, and when he lands in Atlanta, I knew that his laptop is going to contain all the evidence I need. And I already had an arrest warrant and a search warrant drafted, but at this point, because it's a foreign target, we had to have all our T's crossed and I's dotted, whatever the term is. And so we needed to get more evidence. And so when he landed in Atlanta, we ended up taking his laptop as part of a cross-border search. And when we looked at his laptop, we saw basically his little digital cartel. All the evidence that we needed was on that laptop. So we had his Bitcoin wallet, we had the Tor browser that he used to open the dark web. We had ledgers where he was actually selling drugs, and then also schedules for all the other administrators. And so we ended up arresting him, but there's a Bitcoin wallet on that computer that I found, but it was password protected. And so at the time, we didn't have a lot of procedures about how to seize cryptocurrency, and I knew there was about $1 million on that computer, but it was password protected. Now, his wife was with him, and she was about to go back to France. We didn't have enough to arrest her. And so I had to go get that money before she goes back to France because she could have a copy of the private key associated with that money. And if she has a copy, then she can move the money even if I have the laptop in my possession. So I made a copy of the laptop, and don't do this is not a good procedure. I made a copy of the laptop, and I took the copy home. This was a holiday weekend, and I spent my whole weekend trying to manually brute force the password to the Bitcoin wallet. And I used various combinations of his name and date of birth and other things, information, personally identifying information, dogs, wives, whatever it is that I knew about him. And I would cross out the things that I already used, the password I already used, and lo and behold, after about 3 hours, the Bitcoin wallet opened, and I had the private key to that Bitcoin wallet. Now, we've never really done this before, and so I didn't know how to handle this. Usually you need a witness when you find high-value assets, and here I am in my pajamas at home on a Sunday looking at $1 million that because I have the private key now, I can actually take it. I can move that money, which is crazy. So I called my boss and I said, "Boss, I just found $1 million. I'm not really sure what to do." I did just take screen recordings of the entire time that I was trying to brute force this wallet. But now I had to move that money to a government-controlled wallet. So this was my first seizure, about $1 million. And then the following about 10 years or 8 years, I seized about $200 million in my career. And 99% of that money was seized in a very similar way to this time, without the brute forcing part. But I always found the money inside digital data that I seized, whether it be phones, laptops, cloud drives, email accounts, communications. I always found the money that I could take and seize right away on the spot inside the digital data that we collect. Now, this is a huge opportunity. Just 2 months ago, we seized $15 billion from a target, from a criminal who is across the world. We didn't even have to put handcuffs on the target. Why? Because we got access to the private keys. The vast majority of the billions of dollars that we have seized in criminal assets and cryptocurrency was because we got access to private key material. And how do we get access? Is by collecting, knowing the kind of data that we need to collect in criminal investigations, and knowing what to do with it when we find it, having the training and the experience and the technology and tools to be able to identify and actually know what you're looking at. There was a $3.6 billion that was seized a few years ago, and it was inside a spreadsheet that was a search warrant return from a Google Drive. And the agent was doing it the same way I was doing it at his house. He was looking through the search warrant return from Google, and he found private keys associated with $3.6 billion. Now, this agent was very, very experienced, and so he knew what he was doing, and he knew what to do with the $3.6 billion. He knew what to do with the alphanumeric characters that were inside the spreadsheet that didn't indicate in any other way that they were associated with $3.6 billion that he could take. That money he had access to. If he didn't tell his boss or somebody else, nobody would ever know that he found that money. Imagine the kind of liability and insider threat that is as well. If he wasn't honest, he could have taken, even 1% of that money would be pretty life-changing, correct? So the point is, we have to treat data nowadays like a high-value asset. And every time we collect data in our agencies, first of all, we need to create policy to make sure that when we collect data, we scan that data for cryptocurrency assets, especially for private key material, to prevent insider threats, insider theft, number one, and to maximize seizures. Right now, across all the countries probably represented here, we have a gold mine of illicit cryptocurrency assets sitting in evidence lockers that hasn't been found and collected and seized. And so there's a huge opportunity that we've never seen before that we need to go after. And we need to also make sure that we're preventing corruption by, rogue agents that may be wanting to get tempted and steal that money. Because I've found dozens of times, I found seed phrases, private keys within data. And if I was bad, I could have taken it. $200 million is a lot of money. And probably nobody would have known. But we always have bad apples out there, so we have to make sure that we have the procedures and protocols in place to prevent them from stealing money. And that money can be used, of course, to fund the government as well. So if I leave you with something, it would be, if you are a policymaker, one of the main ways that you can actually get money for your country is to make sure that you make policy for all your law enforcement agencies to scan all their data for crypto and seize those illicit assets that can then be used to fund the government. And we take the money away from the bad guys and give it back to the people. And if that's not a good way to do it, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. And thank you, Robert, for starting this forum. It's the 31st forum. It's been an honor to work with Robert over the years and build this out, and I look forward to working with JC going forward. The longevity of this forum has shown the importance of it. It's easy to start something, as Reverend told me earlier tonight. It's easy to start something. It's really hard to keep it going. This is the 31st one. Some of you have been here, and I've met people from Afghanistan, Africa, all over the world at these forums. The relationships that we build here continue afterwards. And that's one of the reasons why this forum has been so successful. It's not just what we speak about here, it's the thoughts and friendships that we take. So I hope that continues. So many good things were said, and my colleague at the end is going to talk about a state actor. I'm going to take a different perspective. I'm a free market capitalist, and I grew up on Wall Street, and everybody's always telling me what I can't do. And everybody's saying, you should not do that, you can't do this. We live in a very highly regulated market. I've been in a regulated market for over 40 years now. I received one fine because I filled out a form incorrectly in 1991, and I was fined $500. So I think I have a pretty good record after 40 years of trading and in the regulated market. One of the things that I get concerned about is the limiting of financial tools and the limiting of financial assets and the freedom of the market. One of the things that we need to do, specifically to policymakers, is look at the overall picture of economics and say what's working and what's not working. We can't just say, I don't like this asset, and we're going to just eliminate it. Well, if that's the case, hawalas 3,000 years ago would have never been allowed. Nobody would be trading diamonds. Nobody would be trading gold. Nobody would be trading oil but it's fundamental. We have to trade these assets in order to have an economy. So we kind of need a lot of things to take place. Well, at one point, I was the largest gold option trader in the United States, and everybody said I was a criminal. I didn't particularly like that. Then I was an oil trader in Beirut, and they said I was a criminal. I didn't like that. I'm a capitalist. My job is to take assets, sell them, and make some money on it. That's not a bad thing. So we need to look at this a little bit differently. So I was looking at it from a different perspective. We have law enforcement that does a good job. We have prosecutors that do a good job. We have bankers that actually do a good job. We have all of these people working together individually in silos. And we often talk about silos and databases and various things. We have that problem in society. What I noticed, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York in the 70s. It was not a very nice place. New York was a kind of tough town. Crime was very high. 1990s, I was walking around Times Square having coffee with people outside from around the world at 2 o'clock in the morning. When society wants to change, it can change. We had a forum recently in El Salvador, last month. 4 years ago, it was the most dangerous country in the world. Now it is the safest country in the Western Hemisphere in 4 years. When society wants to change, we can change. When good people want to change, we change the world. We spend so much time on dealing with this person and that person. We have to unite and say prosecutors, law enforcement, bankers, traders, all have to work together because we all want what's good. I didn't like being called, oh, you're doing something illegal. Well, prove it. I was never arrested. I never did anything illegal. If it's legal and moral and ethical, I'm going to do it. That's my job. I work at a bank right now. My job is to make money for the shareholders. Now, fortunately, my colleague Alex is here, who runs the anti-money laundering group. It's his job to make sure no bad money comes in. He's a pretty big guy. I don't think anybody wants to go over and tell him you're not doing your job. The guy works 14 hours a day to make sure that the bank is protected. Now, I ran AML and counterterrorism at Bank of America. We had thousands of people working endlessly, hours and hours, constantly being told that they weren't doing a good job. Now, that's not a good spot to be. You actually want to take people that are doing a good job, whether it's in law enforcement or my friend from the DA or other areas, and Juan, you know about this. It's like there's so many people doing a good job. Once in a while, we have to sit back and say, wow, you're doing a good job, instead of saying everybody just sucks. This product sucks, people suck. No, it doesn't work like that. We have to motivate people. So one of the things I looked at, the estimates around the world, and all of my colleagues know this, they say it's $1 to $2 trillion a year of money being laundered. So if the global society says it's $1 to $2 trillion, that means it's $3 to $4 trillion a year. We all know that. We take good numbers and we make them higher, and we take bad numbers and we make them lower because it sells in more newspapers. There's at least $3 trillion a year being laundered. And it's about 30% is the fee to launder money. Carlos Escobar was up to 90%. He was laundering so much money, it cost him 90 cents on a dollar to launder his last money. So we have to kind of look at this a little differently. In the United States, and I'm going to specifically, since we're in Washington, D.C. and America, I'm going to be a little bit harder on the United States. But I could do this for any country. I just choose not to. But in the United States, we have about 2 million people in prison right now. That's a lot of people. 20% are related to drugs. Okay, so that, in the United States, we arrest about 10,000, in the last 10 years, we arrested 10 million people were arrested for drugs. 10 million. Now, what's interesting, in the same time period, 10,000 people were arrested for money laundering. These are numbers that I looked up last night, so everybody go check these numbers. 10 million people for drugs, and a lot of these people should be in rehabs. They shouldn't be in prison, but they're in prison, right? That's my personal opinion. But 10,000 people were arrested for money laundering. Now, the other thing I want to mention about money laundering, we talk about these various assets and which is good, which is bad, and everything else. And I just looked this up just now. Thomas Jefferson University did a study on U.S. dollar bills. 63% of U.S. dollar bills have drug residue on the bill. That's low compared to other numbers that I got. So Thomas Jefferson says it's 63%. Wikipedia says it's 90, so I don't like Wikipedia, so I'm not going to use that number, but they said it's 90%. Nobody's saying stop using the dollar, but they tell me I'm not allowed to bank on and off stablecoin. I'm not allowed to bank crypto. I'm like, well, we use dollars all the time at the bank. Nobody's telling me, oh, don't do that. You know, it's like we fill out a form at over 10,000, that's okay. And, you know, like, there's rules and regulations. But, like, what we need to do is embrace these assets and teach people. And the good people of the world have to rally against the bad people. It's as simple as that. This goes back to Cain and Abel. So we need to just be more positive, be more creative. And when we look at this, we also have to look at it from a national security perspective. We have to look at it from a health perspective. We have to look at it so many different ways. But money laundering is a heinous crime. They say it's a white-collar crime. It's a heinous crime. Human trafficking, drugs, the worst of the worst. This is the worst of society. But we only arrest 1,000 people a year? That's insane. So again, we have to get these groups to stop. And I'm not saying any particular group is not doing well. But I do find that they say us capitalists are the problem. Well, I don't think so. If we capitalists go away and the banking system go away and the assets go away, there's nobody to move money around the world. Economies crash. So if you look at the world and what nations are light and which nations are dark, the nations that are dark are the ones that don't have good financial systems. They can't move money in and out, domestically or internationally. So we have to be really, really careful with that. One of the things also to be very careful about is, as policymakers, as we're trying to design rules and regulations to protect society, we continually do this. We have to start thinking differently. We can't make rules and regulations that have good intent but hurt the underbanked or hardworking middle-class people. It's harder and harder for working-class poor people to get a bank account because of the rules and regulations. It's really hard. Now, you know, when people say that's not possible, I have regulators come in on a regular basis and say X, Y, and Z, and why are you doing this, and why are you doing that? When somebody walks in with a deposit of $10 million and they have houses and cars and Rolls Royces, they never ask me that question. But it's also like, why did you open an account for this immigrant who's legal and he's working, but his address was wrong? Well, you get in trouble for that. So we have to kind of be looking at these things a little bit differently. So what I'm asking for is to look at the problem, but look at the solution differently. Let's not continually just talk about the problem. We could do whatever we wanted to do. And as a banker, as a trader, as a capitalist, I want you all to do a better job. Because I want to be legal, I want to be moral, and I want to be ethical. But also, like, you need to design rules and regulations that make it a fair game. One of the things, in 1934, again, I'm focused on the United States. Although I work globally and I know this is a global forum, the things I'm saying are a little bit negative. That's why I don't want to say negative things about other countries in this room. However, in 1934 in the United States, there was 14,000 banks on average. It's like 14,300. The population has doubled, and plus a little bit more, and now we have 4,000 banks. So we used to have 14,000, population double, we now have 4,200 banks. So the problem is getting more condensed. So if you look at the 5 or 10 biggest banks in the world, who happen to get the biggest fines for money laundering, that means they laundered the most money. The big banks laundered the most money. I just want to mention that one more time. So when we go after all of the smaller banks that have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 people, and we beat them up, they go out of business. And that's from 14,000 to 4,000 scares me. As an individual, that's scary. Because if it comes down to 10 banks or 5 banks, that means they control all the money laundering. And I don't want that to happen. I want a free and fair society, and I want somebody to come into the United States. I want somebody from Brooklyn, from California, from LA, from Chicago to be able to open up a bank account with ease, because that's how they become part of the system. People said, oh, I don't like prepaid cards. Well, you know what? You can't get a hotel without a credit card. You can't rent a car without it. So we have to be inclusive in our thinking. So in closing, I just want to kind of get into the battle that goes on between business and regulators. It's a really tough battle. because the regulators are looking at capitalists and bankers and traders in a negative way. So it's kind of like, so why did you do this? Why did you do that? What we need to do is design partnerships. If you really want to limit things, and we collectively want to reduce money laundering, who are your best partners? Probably community banks, probably small brokerage firms, probably people that are engaging with society at a smaller level. They're not laundering they're not wiring $20, $30 billion a day. I mean, they know their clients. These are great partners. So what we need to do is design a methodology where the regulatory agents, the law enforcement, bankers, traders are working together to solve this problem and stop these barriers of each group trying to get the other group. So, at the end of the day, we see 90% of people that are arrested for money laundering are convicted. Well, you know what? That's a really high success rate. A 90% close rate is unbelievable. Maybe we're not arresting enough people, because that's 90% conviction rate is astronomical. So either they flipped them or they did a deal or something, but like if we arrest people for crimes and we stop over-regulating society, I think we could actually do something together. So what I'm asking is to look at financial assets differently, look at people differently, look at banks differently, look at brokers differently. Your biggest partners in society, the people that are down in the field, I call it the first line of defense. The first line of defense is the young person opening up the account. The first line of defense is the simple, old-fashioned way of a human being saying, this doesn't make sense to me. Now, we all have advanced technologies, and fortunately, last year I was able to talk about quantum AI. I could have that dialogue. What I'm asking to do is let's have a dialogue with our grandparents' mindset. Say, does this make sense? What we're doing does not make sense. So when you go back to your legislation body, be thinking about what could you do to help the problem that I've just outlined. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you so much for our organizers, and as someone that lives in Washington, I feel like I should apologize for everyone that traveled in today. The weather's not usually this bad. It also rains sometimes too, so apologies, especially those from warm weather climates. As Juan mentioned, I recently wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal, and the crux of that was that China is helping Myanmar's military build digital payment systems that could facilitate illicit finance flows at really a massive scale, including sanctions evasion. So before I talk more, I just want to back up for a second. Myanmar, or Burma, as it's also known, is not a country that's often at the center of our consciousness here in Washington, but it is a Southeast Asian nation. It borders India, China, Thailand, Laos, and Bangladesh. I was a US diplomat there for about 5 years, so my knowledge is a little dated, but I am intimately familiar with the country. And since it gained its independence in 1948 from the British, the center of the country has really been under military domination, and the periphery has been in some state of civil war pretty much nonstop. In 2015, the military gave up partial power for a period of time, but then launched another coup in 2021, imprisoning Aung San Suu Kyi, the country's democratically elected leader, and really plunging the country back into isolation. The country's awash in illicit funds, both from scam centers. So I don't know if you guys get these text messages that say like, how are you doing, or something like that. Many of those are what's called pig butchering scams, and they are in part based in areas near Myanmar's border with China and Thailand. It also has a long history of narcotics production and organized criminal gangs, many of them with connections to the Myanmar government, many with connections to Chinese organized crime, and also to the other armed groups operating in the country. Last count, I think there are 16 that hold substantial amounts of territory in the country. So into all this steps China. And what China is doing is helping the junta build a central bank digital currency. The plan basically is for Myanmar Central Bank to issue digital wallets, and this is based largely on documents obtained from within Myanmar, but to issue digital wallets to consumers and businesses and convert physical chat, which is their currency unit, into digital chat. ICBC, so the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, which is still the world's largest bank by asset value, would then convert the chat and digital yuan for cross-border Chinese trade and route it through SIPS, which is the Chinese alternative to the SWIFT payment system. No conflict of interest here. This is no relation to me to the SWIFT payment network. Just want to clear that up. So what this does, it creates multiple layers of anonymity, creates confusion, and it obscures beneficial ownership. And underpinning all this system is technology from Huawei and ICBC. So for the US, we're really talking what we say is a backdoor risk. ICBC is a large bank. It has correspondent bank relationships with pretty much every major US bank, and my guess is in many of your countries as well. And this would then potentially provide dollar clearing to organized crime, to the military in Myanmar. This is a country that is short on foreign exchange and uses it to buy weapons from sanctioned individuals in Russia, and does a great deal of trade with China. For the Chinese government, why Myanmar? Why are they doing this? Well, Myanmar is ideally placed for what I've argued is really a pilot of alternative digital systems. Myanmar is, like I said, awash in illicit cash. It's starved of foreign currency from its military. It's blacklisted by the Financial Asset Task Force, and it's lower profile than the other countries blacklisted by FATF, in particular Iran and North Korea. So it gives them a little latitude to operate kind of under the radar of public scrutiny. For Myanmar's pro-democracy movement, a central bank digital currency would give the Chinese, especially one built on Chinese systems, this is a programmable currency unit, it would give China effectively control over Myanmar's entire economy, even potentially at the transaction level. So you could see decisions in Beijing to deny liquidity, to deny payments. It's also, of course, an intelligence bonanza for China to be able to look into a neighboring country and literally see every transaction that occurs electronically within those borders. And then, and for the democratic movement, this is something that's going to be potentially very difficult to reverse. So democracy has waxed and waned in Myanmar over the years, and I was there in 2015 when their first democratic elections in really more than 50 years. Let's say the pro-democracy movement does come back into power in some way, shape, or form into Myanmar. This is going to be very difficult to reverse once established. You will have a country, a large neighboring country with so much leverage on you, it will be very tough to divest from a central bank digital currency that's controlled by another country. So in the article, our recommendation was really for the Treasury Department to issue sterner guidance, and sorry, I know nobody likes the regulators. I'm sympathetic to that viewpoint, certainly. To really be careful with large banks and your correspondent relationships with ICBC, and to pay close attention to transactions within China that run through SIPs, again, because of how obscured those transactions could be. And for a lot of you, I think this augurs a broader trend of China moving formal systems into very high-risk jurisdictions, and jurisdictions managed by really brutal and dangerous regimes. So for instance, China buys, depending on the day, 1 to 1.5 million barrels of oil from Iran. That trade is really conducted on a barter system, right? So China takes the oil through this ghost fleet of tankers that mostly run through the straits in the Gulf, and they pay for it essentially with infrastructure projects. Well, that system is limited inherently by how much oil Iran can actually ship to China and how much infrastructure China can then in turn import into Tehran. A digital payment system set up in parallel to the US would essentially free those constraints on illicit trade and allow for as much trade as supply and demand could accommodate between those countries, North Korea. It's not hard to start thinking about where this system and its natural extension would leave us. Also for you and your parliaments, regulating this system as it grows is going to be very tricky. SIPS is not as transparent as SWIFT. It does not have the same level of beneficial ownership reporting that the SWIFT system has. So you could get into a system very quickly that's opaque and complicated. And when your country is exposed to alternative payment systems, let's say a BRICS type model or something like that, it's going to be very hard to be able to track that beneficial ownership structure down to the level where it's meaningful for illicit finance enforcement. So that's my message and my warning, and it will be an interesting space to watch, but I have no doubt that what's happening in Myanmar now will be something that impacts virtually all of us moving forward in the future. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Appreciate it.
Remarkable presentations. I know you learned a lot from that. We do have time maybe for a question or two, if you have a question for anyone on the panel. Yes, sir. Speak now, forever hold your peace. And speak up. We don't. If we have a hand mic somewhere, if somebody, I don't know where Lucas might be, but go ahead. Just please, if you could make it like 2 minutes.
What we did is that we did strengthen the transparency, which is paramount importance. Once you don't have that, you lose everything. And also the financial supervision, of course, and strengthening the laundering compliance. However, as you know, criminal networks today, as clearly pointed out by you, exploit differences between jurisdiction and now even new technologies. And this can become much more complicated. So I conclude that my observation is that we have to do, at least in my opinion, we have to highlight 3 priorities. That we have to make sure about the strengthening of beneficial ownership transparency. As you know, anonymous companies, complex shareholders, all these are arrangements of the lifeblood of illicit finance. The second is international cooperation and collaboration is of paramount importance between, is fundamental in my opinion. And also, of course, to ensure that the networks do operate globally. And of course, at our heart, I mean, from our side, that's how we feel it is, we have to put all our efforts for a broader purpose, preserving the integrity of our democracies. Because after all, if the illicit finance takes over, which is taking over in some countries, then there is a danger also to our democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There was a comment. Any other questions? Need questions? Thank you. He's got a microphone for you.
Good morning. Dean Baxter, Optimum Publishing in Toronto. My question is very, very straightforward. We've identified here, and everybody working in this industry understands the roles of tier 1 banks throughout the world in moving money. This TD Bank situation, $3.1 billion fine, hardly touched on how much money they were laundering on behalf of cartels and for Chinese triads. Do you support legislation that would see CEOs and those involved directly who are aware of the transactions taking place sanctioned, fined, and put in jail?
I can answer it. I support that. Not only do I support it, it is the law. Right now, that is the law. It's not enforced correctly. So we don't need more laws. What we need to do in many cases is follow the laws that we already have.
Very good. Any other questions? Well, he had one right here. This gentleman, I'm sorry. This gentleman had a question right here.
Thank you very much, Congressman Pittenger. It's great to be in this great meeting with lots of my friends. One of the questions I have, everyone knows every week there's cash transporting from United States citizens to Afghanistan to the Taliban. So that's not considering the illegal money is going to the terrorist groups organized in Afghanistan that have given safe haven to the terrorist groups. And there's a bill over at the Senate office, floor that needs to be passed. Do you support that cash transporting should be stopped? Do you have any comment about that? Thank you.
Let's have an answer.
I have not seen the bill, so I can't comment on what the draft is. I think the movement of cash to the Taliban is a serious issue. It's obviously been raised by many actors. I think it has to be looked at very carefully. I think there are questions of systemic access to the U.S. dollar. It's been at play with any regime around the world that has to have access to the dollar. There's also issues of humanitarian access and concern. In the sanctions regimes for the United States, there are exemptions for humanitarian goods, medical goods, etc. That said, I think this has to be looked at very carefully. I don't know the details of how much is going in, who's controlling it, what the checks are. That's very important. And again, the legislation will have to take all of those factors into account.
Thank you. That'll close out this panel. Thank you so much. Each of you are remarkable people, and your presentations were well received.
Thank you.
We'd like to invite our next panel to come up. It would be Ambassador Carlos Sands and Mr. John Stithilides. I would like to introduce now J.C. Boggs. Thank you so much. Great job. As you know, I've chaired this organization for the last 11 years, and we have as well a new president, J.C. Boggs, who will help organize and lead these fora into the next decade. So very much appreciate J.C. He is a partner with King and Spalding and has offices in 28 cities around the globe, and very well understanding the challenges that many of you are facing. I will say to you, if you can stay alert, the next 2 days, you're going to hear a lot of incredible information. There's an old adage, knowledge is power. And go back to your parliaments, the smartest person on the block. That's what we want you to be at the end of the day. So, Mr. Boggs, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Robert. As the Congressman said, we pack a lot in. You'll really be drinking from a fire hose over later today and now and tomorrow. A lot coming at you. I always learn a lot at these forums. We wouldn't have them today but for the Congressman's leadership, starting about 10, 12 years ago when they founded the organization. So thank you. Next panel. We're going to hear about linking the Indo-Pacific to the Euro-Atlantic with the Honorable Carla Sands. Carla is a member of our Board of Advisors at the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. She's the Vice Chair of the Center for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. And as you may know, the former U.S. Ambassador to Denmark. And with her today, and I'll just go ahead and introduce John's, I'm messing up already. Stithilides.
Sounds really good.
Stithilides. It's Greek to me. And he's a geopolitical strategist, Trilogy Advisors, and senior fellow at the National Security Program at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. So thank you. We'll start with Carla. Thank you.
Thank you, JC, and thank you for taking up the torch. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger, and Lucas Rojas and the team that makes this happen, and all of us who are supporting the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. This is such an important gathering of lawmakers, diplomats, and elected officials from across the globe. I'm grateful to be meeting here in this historic Russell Senate office building, and I'm honored to speak with you today. As you probably know, last week, President Trump and his administration released his national security strategy for 2025. This strategy reveals their overarching priorities of the Trump administration, but just because your country may not be mentioned in the national security strategy does not mean it is not important to the United States and our people. Very few countries are actually named. And if you haven't read it yet, I encourage you to do so, because it is a very transparent document and it's clearly a major shift in how the United States government looks at foreign policy. One of the most striking things I've noticed in the Trump administration is the fact that he and his team are bringing countries and leaders together. Another is the successful effort to end conflicts and reach ceasefire agreements between rivals. There are still many challenges, but I suspect you will agree that the world is moving in a better direction now than it was a year or two ago. At America First Policy Institute, where I'm chair of foreign policy, we are focused on an America First policy, but not America alone. Our foreign policy initiative advocates for a nation-first agenda for each of our allies. Nations first means that our allies must prioritize maintaining strong borders with controlled immigration. They must protect their rule of law and their precious culture and national identity. They must fund and maintain a credible defense, secure affordable and abundant energy to support their economy, people, and security. And they must reject the anti-human net zero agenda and reindustrialize their manufacturing base and end the outsourcing of manufacturing to hostile nations. The United States cannot stand alone. We need strong allies and partners in defense, in trade, and as President Trump's national security strategy says, there's a concern that the EU will actually continue to be a part of NATO in the future as its culture and demographics shift. The EU's embrace of globalism and the UN Sustainable Goals have led to a loss of economic growth and the importation of people from the third world, many who have not assimilated. For the EU and UK to remain the United States' greatest trading and defense partnership in the history of the world, they must course correct and quickly and re-embrace their sovereign greatness. Economically, there's concern that 10 years from now, Germany will not continue to be the engine of the European economy because of over-regulation and decades of misguided energy and immigration policies. One of the ways the United States and our allies can work together to support strong economies and strong supply chains is cooperation in developing economic corridors. Some of the corridors you may have read about are the Middle Corridor, the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or TITR, a major trade network linking Asia and Europe, Central Asia and the Caucasus, and bypassing the Suez Canal. President Trump supports peace and prosperity in the Caucasus and helped to bring an end to the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. He supports the Middle Corridor and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to strengthening the enhanced strategic partnership with Kazakhstan, and I'm grateful that Kazakhstan has joined the Abraham Accords. One area of concern regarding the Middle Corridor is the fact that it super fast-tracks goods from China through the Caucasus and straight into the heart of Europe. Poland, the fastest growing economy of Europe, might consider resurrecting the Amber Road. It originated from the Viking through the Middle Age periods and shares the economic interests with Central and Eastern European nations and might improve north-south connectivity between the Baltic and Adriatic seas. But in my opinion, the most exciting proposed corridor is a corridor that's called IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. It spans from Central Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and extends through the global south and the Indo-Pacific. IMEC, as conceived, is inclusive, open, and a global public good that will advance trade, innovation, and shared prosperity across the corridor and beyond, while offering some security from interference from external powers such as China and Russia. As envisioned, IMEC will have the ability to diversify global supply chains and enhanced energy security. And of course, there are challenges and opportunities involved in building, financing, and operating global public-private partnerships with so many stakeholders. IMEC will have the important opportunity to expand its relevance and benefits by engaging the global south and the Indo-Pacific. IMEC offers an amazing opportunity for African nations to grow their trade and integrate their economies into one of the world's largest and most vibrant economic corridors. The IMEC is diplomacy through prosperity. It's about goods and commerce and energy. The corridor has no choke points. It bypasses the Houthi rebels. Transit revenue is a stabilizing feature of diplomacy. The MOU signatories are India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, EU, USA, Germany, France, and Italy. Other regions that benefit from IMEC are Haifa, Central Asia, and our efforts in that region counter the Chinese Communist Party. Potential benefits to the Quad, Australia, Japan, even the Quad Plus, countries such as Indonesia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, and Vietnam. The Nation First agenda looks at building diplomacy through prosperity. What are we selling? What can we do to reshore our economies? What are we building together? What are we protecting together? Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order in support of IMEC, which some people call the New Golden Road. In fact, at the time, President Trump went off script and said, I'm going to build the most beautiful trade road that's ever been built from India to Israel to Italy. While there are many issues that vie for President Trump's attention, I believe that without the Abraham Accords, the idea of IMEC would not be possible. You might say that IMEC is the baby of the Abraham Accords. And this is also unfinished business from the first term. More than 30% of global trade goes through the Suez Canal. It's a choke point that the IMEC bypasses. IMEC certainly supports increased trade among friendly nations. India's #1 trading partner is the United States. Its second is China, third is UAE, and fourth is Saudi Arabia. IMEC will contribute to increased trade and increased energy security for all involved. And there's no timetable commitment by the United States or the Saudis for this land-sea route versus the Red Sea through the Suez Canal route. And there is a choke point via water at the Suez Canal, and it is also close to the Iranians. One important facilitator along this route are small nuclear reactors, and they're already in Romania and Poland. These complement the IMEC. The potential IMEC route could be from Mumbai to Dubai or Jeddah, ultimately reaching Trieste and into the heart of Europe and beyond. As many nations look to see what can be done to reshore our economies, IMEC may be one of the pieces of that effort. From AI to energy, goods, transportation, IMEC is an infrastructure and industrial mechanism to reach our goal of uplifting all peoples to prosperity. As we look at increased connectivity, the convergence of commercial and security interest in the Baltics and Nordic region, the Amber Corridor, Baltic-Adriatic, the New Golden Road, the Middle Corridor of Central Asia and the Caucasus, we can all look forward to greater prosperity and security. Thank you.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger, for inviting me back to the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. J.C. Boggs for the introduction. My colleague here, Ambassador Carla Sands, who has offered you a superb sort of high-altitude perspective on Trump foreign policy, more broadly in the context of the national security strategy that was just released several days ago, and especially the importance of not only IMEC specifically, but how projects like IMEC fit into I think, the larger Trumpian concept of economic statecraft, commercial geography, with an ultimate goal of capitalist peace, where that is viable. It's very ambitious, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to come under significant debate. It already has over the last 4 or 5 days. But I think what the Trump administration is seeking to accomplish here is to lay out a new vision for global relations after 30 years of the world trying to figure out what does a quote-unquote post-Cold War world look like. And the fact that we have referred to the last 30, 35 years as post-Cold War means that we're kind of stuck in a Cold War mentality, and we really haven't adapted to the very different global landscape that we're dealing with today. So we'll try to see to what extent this Trumpian security strategy, A, will actually be implementable in the months and years ahead. What I'd like to do is build on Ambassador Sands' presentation and try to hone in on specifically East Asia and Europe. Those are sort of the two more controversial areas of the security strategy, and then lay out where this fits into a longer-term Trump administration process over the next several years. Now, you all know, those of you who have either had an opportunity to read what's really a very concise document. It's only 33 pages long, much shorter than previous national security strategies. And also keep in mind, because President Trump is not your conventional politician, you have to stop thinking about what his administration is doing in terms of the way things have always been done in the US. This is not one of these 100-page, we're going to look at every single region of the world, every single functional issue, and lay out for our adversaries what exactly we intend to do type document. It is not that at all by design. And you know that the Trump administration really doesn't care what its critics have to say about the way it operates. This is a very blunt, stark document that lays out the priorities of the Trump administration from a security perspective. And obviously the Western Hemisphere is now going to be an area of reconcentration and refocus in a way that it hasn't been maybe since the 1980s under the Reagan administration, right, when we had communist insurgencies in Central America and in the Caribbean, or even going back to the 1960s with President John F. Kennedy's very ambitious speeches about building stronger ties between the US and our Western Hemispheric neighbors. But what I see here really is a sense of building on what President Trump spoke about right after the election last year about the importance of the Panama Canal and making sure those shipping lanes are open for 40% of all American trade with Asia passes through the Panama Canal. So Hong Kong companies that control access to the Atlantic and Pacific ports that come into the ultimate control of the Chinese Communist Party is an unacceptable situation for the United States. And similarly with Greenland, with all due respect to our allies in Denmark, Madam Ambassador, Realistically, with the rise in joint Russian and Chinese air and naval patrols in the Arctic region, Denmark is essentially unable to genuinely protect Greenland from that kind of malign activity in the Arctic region. And that's where the US is looking to build some type of a new condominium with Greenland, especially if that territory becomes independent. So just so we have these types of defense condominiums with a number of countries in Oceania, with Micronesia and other free states there. They're independent, but we have very close defense cooperation with those island nations, so we may see an outcome in Greenland. But we also have a massive naval armada now massed in the Caribbean, just north of Venezuela. And let me offer a couple of insights there, ladies and gentlemen, because Venezuela is not simply, from my perspective, and I'm just speaking very subjectively, and it's my personal opinion here, most of the rhetoric is focused on narco-terrorism. But I think what you have here is also the importance of the US-Mexico border being the last line of defense against narco-trafficking and money laundering and human trafficking and illicit trade, as we heard from our first panelists. And so this is going to be a very forward defense deep into the Western Hemisphere, targeting Venezuela first, but not only because of the narcotics that are coming into the US, because we're still dealing with a major fentanyl crisis emanating from the connection between Chinese chemical agents and drug cartels in Mexico, but also the fact that we have a malign Chinese presence, debt diplomacy with Venezuela, being able to obtain very deeply discounted oil in exchange for building infrastructure in Venezuela. So we have a malign Chinese presence in Venezuela. Russia continues to provide significant military hardware and military training for the Maduro forces to repress the democratic opposition in Venezuela. And Iran and its Hezbollah proxy have very deep claws into the Venezuelan government. Money laundering, narcotics trafficking, much of which is used to build up Hezbollah's terrorist activities in the Middle East and in Europe. So we have China, Russia, and Iran engaged in Venezuela, and this new Trump national security strategy makes very clear we look to expel hostile forces, malign hostile forces from the Western Hemisphere where they may be, and to deter them from engaging in such manner in the future. So I think it was this morning, it was just released, there was another interview that President Trump just gave with Politico, where he was asked if the president might be considering similar types of maneuvers in other countries, and I think they specifically spoke about Mexico and Colombia to deal again with narcotics trafficking, which the administration is now reclassifying essentially as terrorist organizations that affect the health and well-being of American society and American security, so that, as I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, it's a very forward defense the way that we conducted during 20 years of wars in Iraq and in Afghanistan, killed the terrorists there so they don't harm Americans here. It's a very forward defense in the Western Hemisphere, so we're not dealing with the kind of mass migration we had over the last half decade that has caused tremendous social upheaval in so many parts of the United States. With the Indo-Pacific now and the Euro-Atlantic, what's interesting is that you don't really see the kind of great power competition language regarding China that we've had not only under the Biden national security strategy, but even the first Trump administration. And I think President Trump's perspective here is very sort of multidimensional. One is that President Trump is now engaged in very serious sort of strategic trade talks with China. And from President Trump's perspective, there's no reason to sort of pour gasoline on the fire and anger the Chinese and embarrass them publicly when we're trying to secure very important trade outcomes in these talks. Now, one can agree or disagree, but this is simply how President Trump's mindset operates. And he doesn't like to offend very powerful leaders that he needs to come into some type of agreement with him. And we see this playing out with Putin as well, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I think what you also see is you need to read between the lines, ladies and gentlemen. I think President Trump's White House feels you don't have to come out and say that we're obviously involved in a strategic, economic, military, and technological competition with China. That's self-evident. I think what President Trump is looking to explain here is, A, first of all, we want to have as normal an economic relationship and trade relationship based on fair trade with China, on non-sensitive sectors. We are going to have to wean ourselves from dependence on China for rare earth elements, as we saw in recent months, playing out with President Xi retaliating against tariff threats and the like from the Trump administration, but also pharmaceuticals, ladies and gentlemen. As we learned during the COVID pandemic, China has an almost iron grip on the essential active pharmaceutical ingredients that we need to keep all of our societies healthy, not only in the United States, but almost every country in the world depends on access to China's iron grip over pharmaceuticals and chemicals that are required for antibiotics and penicillin and the like. So there's going to be a long-term effort to reshore and rebuild rare earth processing and refining capabilities, to bring pharmaceuticals manufacturing away from China and have ourselves become more sovereign and more independent on sectors that are required for national security and societal well-being. But also read between the lines, we're making very clear we intend to very effectively deter China and to deny it the ability to invade Taiwan, and beyond that, to even be able to push the US and other countries away from the first island chain just off the coast of China. President Trump has made very clear we will operate as freely as we need to be in international waters and international airspace in the East China Sea and the South China Sea, which is also mentioned specifically in the strategy because of the importance of the shipping lanes where 1/3 of the world's annual commerce passes through the South China Sea. So yes, we want to have a non-ideological competition. I'm not sure that's doable with the very Leninist mindset inside the Communist Party leadership in Beijing. But economic relations in non-sensitive sectors, no invasion of Taiwan, keeping the shipping lanes open in the South China Sea, but also importantly, no unilateral declaration of independence by Taiwan that would then give China the pretext to invade or to blockade the island and force a decision in the White House whether to come to Taiwan's defense. We don't want a war with China over Taiwan, ladies and gentlemen, and I think the administration is making that very clear. Euro-Atlantic. This is the one that's got all of our European allies' hair standing over the last 4 or 5 days, but I would ask our European friends to look at this document a little bit differently, because I think it's a message of tough love from the administration to our European friends that, first of all, many countries in probably, if you ask the Trump White House officials, mostly in quote-unquote Western Europe, not so much in Eastern and Central Europe, where the White House seems to have a higher regard for those countries taking on a more active self-defense, a more robust perspective on sovereignty and national primacy, especially countries like Poland, which will likely be the first country to achieve a genuine 5% of GDP expenditure on national defense. But we're seeing a number of internal afflictions in Europe. And when I say Europe, ladies and gentlemen, I have to talk about two different definitions. There's NATO, which I think the Trump administration wants to see as robust as possible, to be able to better defend Europe against a supposed Russian threat. And I say supposed because many European countries talk about a Russian threat, but don't seem to realign their budgetary priorities as if they take that Russian threat seriously. If you're Spain and you're spending 1.1% of your GDP on defense, maybe you're not really that afraid of Russia, okay? But there's NATO and there's the European Union. And I think much of the invective in the national security strategy is targeted at the bloated, bureaucratic, administrative state that the European Union has become. And remember, the United States was instrumental in helping to launch the European Union. It was the European Steel and Coal Community back in the 1950s. But that was meant to be a free trade association so that countries that were interdependent on trade hopefully would not have another cataclysmic world war, as we saw with the First and Second World Wars in the prior century. And instead we have, from the Trump administration's perspective, an unaccountable bloc that has not been elected by any of the people of various European countries that is using this administrative state to bypass sovereignty and to bypass national primacy of European countries and to impose more coercive controls over the lives of everyday Europeans. And whether it's mass immigration or mass migration, which no European citizen has ever voted for. This is all coming out of Brussels bureaucracy. Or this climate fanaticism that we see that has led to the deindustrialization of massive, powerful countries like Germany and the United Kingdom, and the degree to which we see multiculturalism that has led to a sort of weakening of pride in various European countries about their own history and civilization. I think President Trump is trying to send a message: we need you, Europe, to be robust, to be strong, to be sovereign, to take your own futures into your hands, and to deal with threats, whether they're from Russia, Iran, or down the road, ladies and gentlemen, if you look south of Europe, we're very concerned about what's happening in Africa, both in terms of demographic explosion, the spread of radical Islamist terrorism in the Sahel region, in the Sahara, that is destabilizing so many countries in northern Africa, and the degree to which demographic growth exceeds economic development, you're going to have an impact, further migration into Europe in the decades ahead. And the question becomes, what is Europe doing today and tomorrow to deal with this future threat from northern Africa? So I think most of the invective is targeted towards the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, but I would add also as an American citizen that I think part of that is also a message to our fellow Americans of the dangers of mass uncontrolled migration, of multicultural tendencies in many parts of the United States, of climate policies that led to a weakening of the United States until the shale revolution unleashed horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing so that the United States now is the leading producer of crude oil and the leading producer of natural gas that has given us the resilience and the wherewithal to withstand all of these geopolitical and geoeconomic shocks of the last 10 to 15 years. And I'll just close on this, ladies and gentlemen, with the Middle East and with Africa. The Middle East, Ambassador Sands touched on very importantly, especially the IMEC corridor, which really is kind of a linchpin, if you think about it, towards a new future for the Middle East, away from being notoriously the world's most war-torn region of the world for the last several decades, into one where the US and our allies work with the Gulf Cooperation Council countries and Israel together to build a new future for the region that is based on stabilized politics, on diversification of economies away from petrostates, bringing technology, energy corridors, transportation corridors, and a more hopeful regional strategy based on flourishing and economic prosperity. And then in Africa, to move away from lecturing and hectoring countries on human rights policies and to promote economic development and joint exploration and exploitation of natural resources in ways that offset the kind of malign influence we've seen from China and from Russia throughout the African continent, to help those countries become more liberalized, more consensual, move away from corruption, move away from the incentives that breed terrorism, and bring about a tremendous future for the growing population of Africa, which continent-wise is going to double in population over the next 20 years. And this is going to have an impact on global relations throughout the continent and beyond. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, let me just note that this security strategy is going to be followed shortly by the National Defense Strategy coming out of the Department of War, as we now have redubbed it here in Washington. And this will lay out how the Defense Department, or pardon me, the War Department, will not only lay out how to better defend the Western Hemisphere, right, putting flesh on the bones of the security strategy, how we will look to deter China effectively regarding Taiwan and the South China Sea, to increase burden sharing with our allies in Asia, Japan, Korea, the Philippines, Australia, India in the Quad network, but also in NATO to get not just Poland, but many of the countries close to 5%, if not at 5%, but also to supercharge the American defense industrial base, which our political leadership in both the Republican and Democratic parties allowed to hollow out over the last 25 years. And now we're entering a period of very significant scaling to catch up to where we need to be able to actually and effectively implement the security strategy and the defense strategy that will follow. So I think I'll close on that. And Congressman Pittenger, I guess maybe if we have time for questions, we'll take them. Thank Thank you very much.
Jan and Carla, thank you so much for those very thoughtful and comprehensive remarks. And we have probably a minute or two for a question. Yes. You have a. You got it.
It was me, sorry.
Right here. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Diana Jovanovic-Shaka. I'm deputy in European Parliament. So we were talking about Europe. Europe has no army. Our army is NATO. I'm from Romania, so we were talking about Romania. And you were talking about, let's say, dictatorship in European Union. I'm part of the opposition in European Union. I defend in European Parliament Mr. Trump and USA because you know the position of European Commission regarding USA and President Trump. And now we have sanctions against us because we supported President Trump and USA. So regarding the conflict in Ukraine and this fear you were talking about of countries not to be invaded by Russia, and of course about money for development, the defense of European Union. We are here, I'm talking about Romania and the little states in Eastern Europe. We do not have money. We borrowed everything we could. We have no production and we cannot handle this kind of defense. And I don't know if you know, but from the middle of November, we are not able to pay salaries and pensions in Romania. Regarding this problem, we have that problems with energy, nuclear energy. In 2022, Mrs. Kamala Harris came in Romania and signed an agreement with former President Iohannis about this little mini nuclear centrals. We have one from 11 we established. But
Do you have a question? Yep.
But the population is so afraid because we have the event with Chernobyl in 1986 and nobody's talking about the security of nuclear centers. Just a moment, just a few seconds. And regarding EU, I think you should do something and help European to re-establish democracy because there is a tyranny and dictatorship, and for freedom of speech, I have a lot of colleagues who are in prison, including in Romania. Thank you so much.
Just a quick.
Yeah, Carla, go ahead.
Just a quick response to that. Thank you very much. It's true, the EU Commission is unelected. It's an unelected bureaucracy that the European citizens of each nation did not vote for. And there are draconian policies that are being passed down, and they are erasing the beautiful differences between each country. They're attempting to sort of make a giant block. Some things that we are very upset with in the US and to the nuclear, they're much safer than they were back in the day. So we should have confidence in nuclear power. It is green, it's sustainable, they're gonna run for 50 years. And we can reuse the fuel. So it's a good plan. But the DSA, this digital services, I'm telling you, the fact that the EU is fining Elon Musk and Twitter X is an act of war. It's a gray zone war. The EU has no right to try to censor American free speech. We stand on our free speech as our First Amendment right. And it's a very big deal that we will fight against, and the CCC as well. I know it's been reduced a little bit, but this war on energy and production coming into the European bloc and how it affects worldwide companies that are sending energy to the EU, which the EU needs, that has to be struck down. These are crazy nonsense. It's untrue, the idea of trying to show what the person, the human rights, or the carbon footprint to the third degree of every country. Nonsense. So thank you for your question. The United States stands strong in our economic rights and our constitutional rights, and the EU will not have any standing to attack those. It is a very serious thing. Thanks.
Carla, thank you. You know, we try to build in more time for questions and engagement. We'll have open session later today, at the end of the day, and tomorrow as well for further discussions. I'll just fit in one more quick question, and then we have another speaker. Thank you.
We are very near because Romania can be considered our neighbor. I come from Albania, from the Western Balkans. So I want to know about the foreign policy nowadays concerning this region. The region is in the neighborhood of a war. I think the Russian danger is so much present. Albania was attacked, had a cyber attack from Iran. China is so much present in the countries. And we have 3 countries from the Western Balkans, member of NATO. And the whole region is trying to get integrated into the European Union. And I'm not going to make comments about the European Union because we want to integrate ourselves there. As it is, and we hope it will be reformed later. So, I want to know what is the place in the foreign policy agenda of the United States nowadays concerning this region? Because if there is an empty space, of course, other actors are coming to fill it. And I'm sure that there are some satellites of Russia in the region. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take this one. And in the context of our remarks, Ambassador Sands, in my remarks on the national security strategy, there was no specific mention of the Balkan region. And I think part of this is, again, the President's thinking, or his State Department and Defense Department teams, that we're not going to be laying out in this strategy every single agenda item for every single mini region in the world. That, first of all, Albania is a member of the NATO alliance, so it is safe from external attack. So there'll be no physical armor assault on Albania or anything along those lines. Now, all of our countries, including the U.S., are dealing with cyber attacks, but that's a very different issue than, say, the kind of assault that Ukraine has suffered over the last several years. So there's no issue there with Albania. In terms of the larger sort of space that still needs to be addressed, from a NATO perspective, the strategy does say that there's not necessarily going to be endless NATO expansion. So I don't know what the future holds for, say, Serbia or Bosnia-Herzegovina. I don't know. And maybe there won't be any major push in this administration. We'll have to see what happens under a future administration. In terms of the European Union, that's not a U.S. matter. That's for Brussels to decide. And my sense is, as an observer from a few thousand miles away, that the European Union officials are talking about expanding the European Union, but the citizens aren't ready to take on any new members without addressing many of the issues that are bedeviling the bloc right now. So I think, unfortunately, those countries that are neither in NATO or the European Union will likely be in some position of animated suspension for some time to come. And we'll look to work with our European partners to help those countries resolve their problems. I mean, one of the issues that President Trump has spoken about as a quote-unquote peacemaker is helping to resolve the conflict between Serbia and Kosovo. So we don't want to see war anywhere in Europe, but it's not going to be the primary responsibility of the United States to be putting out these fires. It's up to Europe, with the assistance of the United States, to help put out these mini regional fires.
John and Carla, thank you very much. I got one job, is to keep the trains running on time. I'm not doing a very good job at it yet, but thank you both. And our next speaker is waiting in the wings back here, the Honorable David Malpass. And David, thank you for joining us again this year. You were kind enough to come last year. For those who don't know, David Malpass was the president of the World Bank, and before that, the Undersecretary of International Affairs at Treasury. And he's going to speak about the global economy, and we'll have hopefully time for a few questions. I saw some hands up, and we'll try to allot more time next time. David? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, JC. And thanks to Bob Pettinger and this group. Isn't it wonderful that people can be here today and talk honestly and rather roughly about some of the challenges facing the world. So I'm going to only make a couple of remarks or add-ons to what you just heard. You just heard, I think, a very thorough exchange or an explanation of views on some of the problems facing the world. So I wanted to build on that and also thank Carla Sands. I know I'm going to, I saw my friend Dante Disparte, who's going to talk about digital assets, I hope, and tomorrow's program looks really strong for this group as well. So congratulations to everyone. So first, let me talk about economics. The world's facing this giant challenge that capital is being allocated to countries that already have a lot of capital. So if you think of it in income inequality terms, it's getting progressively worse from that standpoint. We need a lot more investment to go into countries that are underinvested. But what we see very clearly in the world is the buildup of capital and of electricity production in advanced economies, not in developing economies. I've written a lot about this both at the World Bank and in the Wall Street Journal, that this problem is, I think, progressively getting worse. If you think of it from the standpoint just of fiscal spending, the U.S. government's projected course of spending as a percentage of total governments around the world is going rapidly higher, meaning the world is heavily dependent on decisions made in Washington on how to spend the world's savings. The U.S. draws on global savings almost effortlessly through the Treasury bond issuance market, and the amount of capital is growing rapidly that's allocated by the U.S. government and through the policies of the U.S. government. That's a challenge to Europe to say get going and get growing, and I think you heard Carla Sands make very clear remarks about where Europe's drawbacks are preventing it from growing, and those problems, I think, are getting worse. So that's point number one, that we have this tremendous economic challenge. Point number two is the challenge of China. It's not highlighted in the national security strategy. You just heard people explaining that. But as I look at what's going on in the world, China is building stronger and stronger in terms of its soft power as the U.S. Soft power weakens around the world. And so I'll just mention some of the things that I worked on from the World Bank. One is the debt, the Belt and Road debt. The world has developed a system that's strongly supportive of China's debt repayment cycle. So that I tried during COVID to have a moratorium on debt payments. That became the common framework of the G20, which in my mind has been a complete failure. That evolved, and I initiated the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, GSDR, which continues now through the G20 process, also a complete failure. And so we're left with a world financial system that can't really deal with the Chinese sovereign debt challenges that are out there. We need to find a way that over-indebted countries have a bankruptcy or a default process that actually allows them to have light at the end of the tunnel and move forward. And so that requires, I think, substantial changes through the financial system process. China, of course, is putting pressure through the currency systems and through their own concept of stable digital currencies. They're running a pilot program in Myanmar. We see the tensions within Southeast Asia, Cambodia and Thailand having tensions today. The Chinese buildup of huge capacity to move equipment around within Southeast Asia. That's the domestic ferry system that can transport equipment and goods, and that's also the Chinese barge system, the coastal barge system, that is a huge growing power within Southeast Asia. So these pressure Taiwan There was talk in the last session about the physical attacks not being so problematic, but in my mind, the cyber attacks, but also the economic pressure that's being exerted by Russia on Eastern Europe and by China on Southeast Asia are giant security issues for the United States that that will require a direct address from the U.S. And is not evident in the national security strategy that's just come out. I want to mention the hemispheric initiative that is in the national security strategy. My first work in Washington was on Latin America, and I then became at the State Department the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Latin America. And one of the mentions in the previous was the importance of the Panama Canal, which is evident, but I think also a follow-on from that is the dire importance of the U.S. and Canada having pipelines to the West Coast so that we can take some of the pressure off the transit, the shipping capacities through the Panama Canal. This is a huge directional shift, and that gets me straight into the permitting problem. You heard in the previous section the importance of critical materials and China's strong lock on the processing of critical materials, but the reality of where we're going right now is there's lots of talk around the world of ways to diversify from dependence on China, but the requirements are massive. That means permitting, which is going very slowly. That means mining, but more importantly, that means the skills of manufacturing and processing of goods. And the U.S. and Europe are going rapidly downhill on that, not the uphill path, or not the progress that's needed to actually be competitive within global materials. And so the Western Hemisphere offers some promise, but there has to be execution in each phase. Even take Venezuela, huge oil resources, but if there were freedom within Venezuela, would there actually be the capability to take advantage of the resources that are there for the benefit of free people across the Western Hemisphere? I think that will take substantial amount of building. And then I wanted to mention and maybe close with the importance of digital and digital payment systems. That was mentioned by Carla. The European Union is way behind on that. China is moving very quickly. The U.S., I'm happy to see with the Genius Act making legislative progress, but I think there needs to be much more in regard to the regulatory structure in the U.S. that guards the interoperability of digital systems. But I'll focus on the upside for people in development. If we think about my first point was that investment is not going where it's most needed. That actually can be repaired and advanced through a digital payment system that progresses rapidly. If you think about the advances in East Africa that were made with Kenya's digital payment system, that was a big step. But we should recognize that all of the underpinnings of those systems operate on Chinese hardware and equipment. And so having a vertically integrated supply chain for the digital system is going to be one of the biggest challenges for the United States in particular. I think Europe will take a long time to begin catching up in that. But it offers this huge upside in terms of per capita income for those countries that adopt stable currency systems. This is something that I've worked on for a long time, both in the U.S. government and at the World Bank, and I think there is some progress being made, but digital currencies offer stable digital currencies, so stable dollar or stable euro digital currencies offer tremendous upside that could liberate people in poorer countries that are right now subject to financial systems that simply don't operate. So with that, I wanted to be brief and see if there's discussion, and I'm piggybacking on two brilliant speakers in the previous session, so I can't compete with them on the comprehensiveness of their remarks, but I think it's wonderful that you're here and discussing where can the world go in order to be a better place and a safer place for everyone. Thanks. Any questions? Bob and JC, thank you again.
This isn't working, but would you have a minute for, I know we're going to talk about digital currency soon, but if maybe you have time for a question or two. And you had a question earlier, you still have the question. And here it comes.
Hello, my name is Monica Beres. I'm a member of the Romanian Parliament. Actually, it wasn't related to digital currency, but we can speak about Europe. My only remark was that actually Romania is a strong partner for the ES, and we had even in 2020 a nuclear agreement and a funding from the ES of $8 billion for the nuclear central that we have in Romania. And foremost, we are able to pay also our pension and our salaries, and we had a visit in this board from the Monetary Fund that was stating, and in their report was stating that we are making progress because indeed we had an issue with our deficit. And most important, because we are in Europe, we are facing misinformation and disinformation from the Russian part. And it's important to address when we have fake news in this Congress. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. So I was had the privilege of traveling to Bucharest, and Romania is a very important linchpin within Eastern Europe, and so the economic pressure is very real, and the energy pressure is so real within Eastern Europe. So one thing that Europe can do is allow more freedom in exploration for energy that even exists in Europe. You know, Europe is not devoid of energy resources, and then redoubling the effort on nuclear power. I'm afraid Russia continues to move faster than the United States in terms of operable nuclear power, both in terms of icebreakers, a huge fleet of icebreakers, and that's a strategic interest of the world that Russia right now dominates, and in other areas. So we've got to get our act together and move much faster on nuclear power, but also on economic growth initiatives in Eastern Europe as well. I agree. Thank you. Other points, questions?
Thank you. George Gima, I'm a member of the Romanian Parliament. Some things have been said earlier. Yes, we do support freedom of speech, but no, it's fake. We do not have people in jail for this kind of issues. We're a strong partner to working on that, on freedom of speech and related things with the United States, and we will always be. But no, it is not true. There are not and have never been in the last years people in jail for freedom of speech. Thank you.
And your colleague there made the point about Russia disinformation. So remember, so I grew up in the Cold War, and one of the strengths of the Soviet Union was disinformation. It was an explicit policy, and so that does shade or change the debate going on in Eastern Europe, and I think we have to be aware of that. That's one of the tools of modern. I want to come back to the point I made earlier. There was talk about that there's not a physical risk to Eastern Europe because of NATO and the way the NATO treaty is structured. So then, but there's a lot that is in modern warfare now that goes beyond what's covered in the NATO treaty, and we have to be very aware of that. That's economic warfare, that's pressure tactics. If you think about with China and how it was able to drastically accelerate the takeover of Hong Kong. It was not exactly military. It was pressure that mounted and mounted, and so we have to be careful of that. And I keep coming back to the answer of us being strong, peace through strength. And when we think about strength in the United States, that means across the board. That means to some extent hard power, but that means much stronger use of our moral power, our soft power around the world, and above all, it means our own economy, strengthening it. I mentioned the problem of permitting, so we can talk about critical materials and rebuilding our supply chains in a way that's diversified from China. But the reality is it's not happening. There aren't pipelines being built. There aren't critical materials that are actually being mined and that will come to market. So one of the questions you can ask people as they talk about the U.S. building its strength, say, okay, does that mean in 15 years there will be more of a supply chain? And often the answer is no, it's going to take longer than that. So it's a very slow rebuilding process that's going on in the U.S. from years of neglect. And that itself, I think, creates a national security concern. We need it from the education standpoint. We need it from the materials processing standpoint. The chemical engineers and the engineering schools are simply not turning out enough people to compete with China right now. And so we have to be cognizant of the reality of that beyond the talking points. Anything else? JC, do you see more?
Question.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Will gold play a more important role in international money? And is gold the new dollar?
Is gold a new dollar? And so my answer to that is no. The gold standard lasted through 1971 in various formations, but people recognize the limits of it because there's not enough money that comes off it. I think gold can be an anchor of value, but as far as gold itself being a meaningful asset for the world, it simply doesn't have enough market cap to be a substitute for the dollar. So better is if we think of a system where there will be huge amounts of real money for people around the world. If you think across Africa, how much money do the people in Africa need? Well, right now they may have access to $1,000 a year. That would be if they're doing okay, or maybe $3,000 a year. They need to have $30,000 a year, and very quickly $100,000 per year. To create that much money, we have to have digital assets that hold their value. So I'm a strong proponent of the dollar itself being strong and stable. So 50 years from now, the US dollar will be a strong and stable currency with value very close to today's value. We don't have that system now. I've advocated major reforms for the Federal Reserve that will put more emphasis on defending the dollar, because then through technology such as dollar-based stable coins, the world can have enough money for all the people in the world. But gold can't provide that as a substitute. It can provide an anchor of value, but not actual money. Thank you very much. Thanks, JC.
Thank you, David, for sharing your worldview. We could probably sit here for hours listening to you and asking questions. And I think we'll try to build in more time for questions next time in future forums. I love the engagement. It's great to see such a large Romanian delegation here. The first time I was in Romania, it's very different today, was in law school in 1986, and it was very gray and hopeless, I would say, under Ceausescu. And today, if you go back, I think it's colorful, it's dynamic, there's a lot of discussion, so it's come a long way. And but just like here or anywhere, there's always room for improvement, and I know that's what policymakers are trying to do, make the country better. Well, I'm excited about our next topic, which is blockchain and digital currency, digital assets. Let me invite the panel up here.
first, the Honorable Brian Quintens, who's been a friend for a long time, former commissioner at the CFTC, one of the regulators. Brian, thank you. And Dante Disparte from Circle, the head of policy there. Dante, thanks for coming. We've got some real experts here today. Thank you. Good to see you. And Greg Johnson, who wears multiple hats, businessman, professor at NYU on digital assets, and Chris Clash, who's at the head of policy for the Digital Chamber of Commerce. So 4 great experts, and looking forward to our discussion. I think, Brian, are you going to kick us off? Or Chris? Okay. Great.
Thank you, JC. It's always an honor to be here. Very briefly, I'm the Director of Policy for National Security at the Digital Chamber. We're going to begin by having a short talk from each of the 4 of us, and then we are going to do a short panel discussion where we kick around some of the ideas that we discuss, and then we'd like to hear from you from questions as well. So with that, Brian, please.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to Congressman Pittenger and to JC for having me and arranging this conference every year here in DC, and also so frequently during the year. It's great to be with you and see a number of you again. Great to be with my fellow panelists here. I think it was interesting that we heard a number of panels this morning talk about digital assets already, right off the bat with the Illicit Finance, and then culminating with David Malpass's great talk just now. Although I think as we think about that, they focused on how, at least initially in the first panel, how digital assets can be used within illicit finance. But also, if you think about it, and if you listen as closely as I did, how that use advantages law enforcement in tracing, tracking, and seizing the proceeds or value of criminals and criminal networks. And I think as opposed to focusing on kind of criminals using different things, including digital assets, what I'd like to focus on right now for the first 5-7 minutes of this panel and my presentation is the opportunity that digital assets present. Because if we think about national security, economic prosperity is economic security, and economic security is national security. And I think the more that everyone realizes the true benefits of digital assets, the more they can understand the economic impact that they create for their own countries and their own citizens. So I'd like to give kind of a primer, which I gave here 2 years ago, but I think it sets a good stage to how to think about where we've been, where we can go to, and where we are right now. So kind of a past, then a future, and then bring it back to the present, and then let my distinguished panelists put a lot more meat on the bones there. I think if we think back to when Bitcoin was created, why was that an important thing? What did it do that was powerful? That creation allowed for a unique digital item to exist. Up until that time, you couldn't have anything that was both unique and digital, because anything that was digital could be copied infinitely and traded infinitely. So the process of creating what became known as Bitcoin created something that was both digital and unique, which meant that it could have value if it was ascribed value by a marketplace. But then there were other advantages to how it was created. It could be accessed globally. It could be settled immediately, instantaneously, and it could be transferred from stranger to stranger without an intermediary being present. You think about that, that's the first time in the history of the world, of civilization, and of value transfer that those 3 things could happen at the same time. And then as blockchains advanced, as more innovation came to exist, we saw things like the Ethereum blockchain and other blockchains, which added smart contracts on top of that. So instead of a blockchain only being used to validate the transaction of one token, Now a blockchain could be used for composability, right? The analogy I like to use is Bitcoin was having a piece of gold in your pocket, and the Ethereum blockchain or other blockchains are now like having an iPhone in your pocket. They're a developer tool, which means you can make markets on them. You can create and value digital intellectual property. You can now transfer dollars in a stable way, in the same way that you could transfer Bitcoin, globally, instantaneously, peer-to-peer. That is a very, very powerful thing, and it has allowed for us to now think about how the internet can evolve from a Web 1 vision of when it was created to a Web 3 version of what it could be in the future. And where Web 1 was a read-only internet, we took things from the physical world and we put them online and we engaged with them on a one-on-one basis, right? That was a open internet. It was a permissionless internet, much like a lot of blockchain interactions are today. Then when we moved to Web 2, it was a read and write internet. It became an internet of social networks, right, of connections, of digital intellectual content being posted by individuals, but it became a closed system. It became a network owned by corporations, where they took the value of that network's intellectual property and community. And now we can get to the idea of an internet that is a read, write, and own internet, an idea popularized by Chris Dixon at A16Z, a firm I've had the pleasure of working with the last 4 years, where you have the network of Web 2, but you have the ownership through tokenization of your digital intellectual property and a return to the permissionless nature of Web 1. Right? That's a pretty powerful force. And as economies and jurisdictions around the world embrace individual entrepreneurship and individualized innovation, that is a platform that I think can unleash an immense amount of economic good. So that's the future. And where are we now in the present? Well, I think in the United States, at least, we have moved from a period in the last administration of aggressive lawfare against the crypto industry and abuse of power by the regulators to an environment where there is I think, a sense of unbridled innovation and entrepreneurship, of seeking and using and exploring the contours of digital assets and blockchains in almost any way imaginable, whether that is through a Web 3 version or exploration, or whether that's through more of a financialization, turbocharged financialized marketplaces. And we have the intersection of both of those things happening now. We have a lot of growth in different areas. We have a lot of speculative use cases. We have a lot of real-world use cases. We have a lot of financial use cases. And I think a lot of my colleagues will explore some of those today. But that's kind of a quick primer, I think, of where we've been, where we can go, and where we are right now. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Michael.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. And it's a great honor to be here with all of you today. So I'm Dante Disparte. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy at a company called Circle. And Circle, in many respects, has put to life exactly what Brian described as the art of the possible, which is that we're the largest issuer of regulated digital money in the entire world. We have a regulated digital dollar known as USDC, more than $78 billion in total circulation. And what's critical about this innovation is it is reaching people where they are and not necessarily confining financial access to traditional brick and mortar. And so as a result, we've processed something like $36 trillion in total payments in more than 190 countries. Effectively, the very devices that many of you have in your hands today that we all take for granted, when you get the recipe right and you leverage the technology infrastructure that Brian so powerfully described in his opening comments, now becomes an opportunity for a compliant payment endpoint. Your and my financial needs don't take bank holidays, but much of the traditional financial system does. And frankly, if you think of this in the context of a global economy, the one that David Malpass so ably described in his opening comments, And the current managing director and head of the World Bank describes this global poverty challenge that we have, which is that people are everywhere, but opportunity is not. And so for the very first time in human history, catered by this technology of open source blockchain infrastructure, we can ensure that anyone armed with a very basic internet connected device can have the full array of financial services delivered to them. Obviously, with that comes a very unique set of challenges that I know this forum has been debating for many years now, which is how do we ensure that financial access, responsible financial innovation, and financial integrity are not seen as trade-offs. One of the very reasons law enforcement all over the world likes the advent of these technologies is because it leaves behind digital breadcrumbs that has made it possible to ensure that good technologies do not become co-opted by bad actors. Companies like ours and many others have tried to espouse that as an operating model from the very beginning, but we think that we could prove this at world scale, that financial access and financial integrity are not trade-offs. We obviously need a whole host of other critical innovations to come to the fore, and many of them are actually not technological. What the technological breakthroughs that Brian described have done is merely show us where status quo has fallen short, but the real breakthroughs are actually policy, regulatory, and legal. And here now, finally, after many years of debate in the United States, we now have a new law known as the Genius Act. And the Genius Act will enshrine, frankly, Circle's way of doing business as the legal basis for being a competitor in the digital money domain. Even if you're a bank or a non-bank, you have a level playing field today, which is an uncompromising approach that if you have access to these digital dollars, your right to redeem them is protected even in the issuer's bankruptcy, while at the same time ensuring that financial crime compliance norms follow suit and follow in lockstep. A very important message, obviously, for the parliamentarians not only in the room but those listening online, is that while this is very much an America First law, it is not an America Alone law. In fact, the Genius Act endows the Treasury Secretary with the opportunity to seek out regulatory reciprocity and harmonization with countries around the world. And perhaps the very first example of this is the announcement of a transatlantic partnership on modernizing markets between the United States and the United Kingdom, which was announced during the state visit recently between Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves. I would argue that that type of very opportunity exists for many countries around the world, and it represents not only for the nation in question an opportunity to up-level their financial infrastructure, to see this technology wave as a wave of economic competitiveness and regional, if not national security, but at the same time as a critical opportunity to connect the dots economically, not just with the United States, but with a lot of this infrastructure that candidly has made the dollar the winning currency of this digital currency space race, but the dollar is no longer alone. Many other countries are responding favorably towards a free market approach to digital currency innovation, and many countries are now seeing the advent of blockchain infrastructure as going a place where their economies could not go if their economies remained analog, or if their banking systems and their payment systems remained walled gardens. So with that, I'll turn it over to my next colleague, and then we're looking forward to a vigorous debate and conversation with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, my name is Christopher Klaich. I am a Director of National Security Policy at the Digital Chamber. Before I came into this industry, the blockchain industry, I spent a lot of time in national security, defense-related consulting here in the U.S., working with the U.S. government and abroad as well. So that gives you a little background about where this discussion is going to go. I'm going to give you a few more ideas to hang your hats on and maybe broaden the way that we are thinking about blockchain, as well as the interaction and nexus with artificial intelligence. And so with that, I want to share with you these ideas. We're living through a transformation of espionage and national security, unlike anything since the dawn of the nuclear age. Artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain, and soon artificial general intelligence are not merely enhancing old methods, they are restructuring the foundations of statecraft, intelligence collection, and geopolitical power. Artificial intelligence is already the engine of modern intelligence competition. AI systems process satellite imagery, biometrics, communications metadata, social media activity, and global commercial data in real time. They build detailed pattern-of-life models that reveal where people go, who they meet, and what they believe. Tasks that once took teams of analysts weeks can now be performed by machine learning models in seconds. And AI doesn't just observe, it manipulates. Consider this: 3/4 of the world's population is reachable via text or email, via any language in the world. That means that AI can be working 24 hours a day to manipulate and drive an agenda to different groups of people around the world. Deep fake identities, synthetic personas, and generative influence operations now infiltrate political movements, companies, and private digital communities. AI-driven spear phishing and psychological profiling give adversaries precision where we have never seen before. At the same time, AI strengthens our defenses by flagging insider anomalies, mapping covert networks, and predicting breaches before they occur. Robotics is simultaneously redefining the physical dimension of spycraft. Autonomous micro-drones can enter secure facilities undetected. Underwater robot vehicles can sever subsea cables or shadow naval assets. Ground robots can bypass security systems, collect materials, and conduct reconnaissance in environments too dangerous for human operators. These platforms are persistent, deniable, and increasingly guided by onboard intelligence rather than human control. As autonomy improves, the intelligence battlefield will see more operations executed by machines rather than humans. Swarms may guard or infiltrate strategic infrastructure. Robotic systems may carry out missions traditionally assigned to elite teams. The question is no longer whether robotics will shape espionage, but how profoundly it will reduce human exposure. Even more transformative is what comes next: artificial general intelligence. AGI systems capable of reasoning, planning, and adapting across all domains will change espionage at its core. AGI could become a strategic intelligence partner, fusing global data sets, generating geopolitical forecasts, designing covert operations, and identifying vulnerabilities faster than any human organization. But adversarial AGI poses unprecedented risks. In the hands of authoritarian states, AGI could integrate surveillance at population scale, predict or create dissent, coordinate autonomous platforms, and run round-the-clock influence operations. It may grant an intelligence monopoly to whichever nation aligns it with their coercive government first. As AI systems proliferate, the risk of data poisoning, misinformation, and algorithmic manipulation grows. Intelligence services increasingly rely on data sets that adversaries will attempt to corrupt. This is where blockchain becomes indispensable. Blockchain offers immutable verification of data sources and AI training inputs. Sensor feeds, imagery, supply chain records, identity credentials, and mission logs can be anchored to tamper-resistant ledgers. And this harkens back to what Brian shared earlier about verifiable data and artifacts that are unique on blockchain. This provides a cryptographic chain of custody that ensures data has not been altered and that adversaries cannot covertly influence intelligence workflows. In an era of deepfakes and model manipulation, blockchain becomes a stabilizer of truth. Blockchain also transforms identity itself. When nations link digital identity systems to biometric signatures, think your face, the way you walk, your eyes, your voice, stored on immutable ledgers, the classic world of spycraft changes dramatically. Multiple identities, forged documents, and traditional legends may become impossible in jurisdictions adopting blockchain-based digital identity. Border crossings, financial transactions, and digital access points will authenticate against the same underlying biometric-anchored identity record. Inconsistencies will be exposed instantly. In this new environment, disguise gives way to identity cryptography, and anonymity becomes a scarce and geopolitically valuable asset. We are entering, and in many places have already entered, an era of ubiquitous, persistent surveillance, both physical and digital. Beyond our phones and smart devices, we will be surrounded by robots embedded into daily life. Household assistants, self-driving cars, urban sensors, and micro-drones capable of collecting data in the most obscure or intimate environments. For motivated intelligence services, collection will not be a question of access, but of limits. At the same time, reality itself is being manipulated. The tools of deception, distortion, and influence are the worst they will ever be today. They're only improving day by day. Counter technologies that authenticate truth will constantly chase adversaries in a rapidly accelerating cat-and-mouse cycle. And the struggle between engineered falsehood and provable authenticity will define the next decade of intelligence competition. These same technologies that destabilize traditional power structures can also reinforce them when deployed responsibly. Blockchain-backed digital identity can secure communications and prevent impersonation. Blockchain provenance systems can ensure AI models train only on verified, unaltered data. AI systems can detect deepfakes, infiltration attempts, and counterfeit sensor outputs. Robotics anchored to blockchain identities can operate securely without risk of adversarial takeover. And in this future, blockchain and AI become complementary security architectures, working together to counterbalance the threats introduced by AI, AGI, and robotics. The fusion of AI, AGI, and robotics and blockchain is creating a whole new era of intelligence competition defined by automation, data dominance, and unprecedented attribution pressure. Human intelligence activities will evolve, but remain essential. Counterintelligence will become more challenging, yet paradoxically more traceable. The emerging intelligence ecosystem will be hybrid, part human, part algorithm, and part autonomous machine. We must also recognize the broader geopolitical consequences. As these technologies advance, the cost of labor and knowledge trends towards zero. And I don't think that point can be understated and what the implications are for that. Tens of millions of people and ultimately likely hundreds of millions of jobs will disappear. Migratory laborers will return home as opportunities contract, placing pressure on national economies. Governments will experiment with forms of universal basic income, initially presented as temporary measures, but ultimately becoming structural components of the global economy. The stakes couldn't be bigger. During World War II, the U.S. spent $20 billion to develop nuclear weapons. Next year alone is forecast to spend $1 trillion to build out AI capabilities in the U.S. So 50 times more money, and those are in today's dollars, $20 billion, 80 years ago was spent. So it's just incredible. The divide between nations that master these technologies and those that do not will widen dramatically. Inside nations, disparities in wealth and opportunity will exceed today's record levels. These forces will shape global stability as profoundly as any military or intelligence development. The next great intelligence competition is already underway. Our task is not only to master these technologies, but to govern them with wisdom, restraint, and purpose. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's see if I can get this to work here. Speaking of divides, Chris, I almost fell in the divide in the partition right there, and that was mildly entertaining for anybody who saw that. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, it is a privilege to speak to this forum today on so many different levels. My name is Greg Johnson, and my comments today will come from a couple of different lenses into the conversation about digital assets in this forum. And currently I serve on the faculty at NYU. I have the honor of being an advisor on the advisory council at the Bretton Woods Committee, lead our tokenization working group efforts, and I could go on and on about the consulting efforts that I provide in the digital asset space. And what I'd like to do just as for a moment is maybe to pull the aperture back a little bit and maybe ask everybody to look at the agenda of this incredible two-day forum. And if you do, I don't know how you come away with anything else other than the moment that we're in is everything, everywhere, all at once. And one of the things that I will say, speaking around the world on digital asset topics in higher education, is there were very, very few meetings in crypto that ever, until recently, brought AI into the conversation. Now it's standard operating procedure. Fewer still is a gathering in crypto that would bring conversation about distributed ledger technologies, AI, and our new friend, quantum technologies, into the conversation. And this forum, for years, has been bringing those topics together in these convenings, whether they were through webinars or the in-person gatherings. And so I commend the leadership, I commend the representation, because to me, those topics are inseparable, inseparable. I also want to double click on something that one of the speakers mentioned earlier, John Walsh. And he said that this moment that is in equal parts very scary, very challenging, also is exciting and filled with opportunity in front of us. But what John said earlier is he said we need to bring more creativity to the conversation, more imagination to the conversation about what could be possible. And what I'd like to do is maybe to reinforce this moment of unprecedented change and what is theoretically possible, is to take you back maybe 100 years. If we have any parliamentarians or guests here today from England, where my daughters live and work, I would bring you to an imaginary time 100 years ago. Imagine we're at one of the grand old clubs in England on the Pall Mall. Imagine we're in the Reform Club, for those of you that would have been there. If you haven't, picture this room, but with a lot more wood instead of marble, okay? And 100 years ago, if I was there being considered for membership, being sponsored by one of the British members, and we were having a nice discussion over a cigar and a scotch, and eventually I would say to this gentleman, you know, I see a world, Mr. Britain, where the British pound sterling is no longer the coin of the land. And 100 years ago, I would have been laughed at and called a heretic. 100 years ago, my membership consideration would be immediately revoked. My cigar would have been extinguished. My scotch or brandy would have been taken away from me. And yet just 15 years later, we saw in the advent of World War II and the end of World War II, the formation of the Bretton Woods institutions, we saw a new world order of finance. My argument is there are individuals and there are institutions and there are nation states right now using imagination to think about a different financial world order. You know, it's convenient that we don't talk about this much, but some of you may have heard about something called Project Enbridge, one of the early star pilots coming out of the BIS innovation hubs. Well, the rumors of its demise, I think, have been greatly exaggerated, quite frankly. And for those of you that are less familiar with it, I bring this up because it was a way to imagine what if we could, between agreeing nation states, figure out a way to use blockchain rails and new modern technologies and exchange wholesale CBDC transactions between nation states. And wouldn't that be a really good thing? Well, we've talked about China a lot, and of course China was at the epicenter of that particular pilot. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the Central Bank of Thailand, the Central Bank of the UAE. And guess what? It actually worked. And nobody really paid attention to it until the Saudis got involved. And then everybody paid attention to it, and then 6 months later, the project no longer had patronage from the BIS. Well, we're seeing in the headlines just last month that the infrastructure, the premise behind it, still exists. And the point was that this imagination and this creativity can be applied in constructive means with gathering nations here today that are aligned with the mission of this organization and those that may not be. And the reality is it doesn't matter if it was a sanctioned pilot by the BIS, because it could have been two industrial entrepreneurs in Baku coming up with the idea behind this. And this is the everything, everywhere, all at once moment that I think we need to be prepared to pay attention to. I want to speak a little bit, if I can, about a few things. One, the state of crypto today, from my perspective. I want to talk about this emerging triad just a little bit more to frame it up, and we can have conversation later about these topics. And then I want to talk about a new age of regulation that I think we're about to enter, and then maybe emphasize a little bit just how much stability is underrated, how we've gotten very spoiled with stability and the establishment that's out there. Well, to begin, the year in 2025 of crypto begins and ends with the Trump administration from my perspective. It is both a year of normalcy, where we've seen institutions, both private and public sector, come into the fold and embrace the new technologies in digital assets and crypto and tokenization. But everything, all roads in 2025 have led to Washington, D.C. in the second Trump administration. I don't know that I can possibly emphasize that more. And the results have been incredible on so many different dimensions. My concern, however, is that there's never been an industry, such as digital assets and crypto, that has invested more significantly in the outcome of a presidential election, that has been rewarded more quickly, more handsomely, more broadly, more widely than crypto. For those of you that are tennis fans out there, it has been a break of serve opportunity. So if you play the game, you like to break serve. But the break of serve is meaningless unless we consolidate this break of serve by making sure that these generations of technologies are in fact doing what they're supposed to do, that they deliver on the promise that they have yet to deliver upon, and that the regulatory reforms are not just a season in politics, but they become permanent codified law, both in the United States and abroad. I actually would argue a couple of other things. That as we think about this emerging trio of technologies, again, digital assets, of course, everybody's favorite AI or computational intelligence and quantum, that there's an increased responsibility of the people in this room to lean into these topics more. And I'll give you a great example. We talk about the Genius Act quite a bit. One of the unintended consequences in the United States, at least, is with the Genius Act becoming law, it forced every major company who was ignoring the meaningful work going on in crypto and digital assets, the responsible innovation that was taking place in payments in all of this industry. And they were able to ignore it until the Genius Act. And then all of a sudden they had to come to the realization we are really far behind. And so it's unfair for the people in this room, in our generation, if you're a leader today, for parliamentarians, for corporate executives, it's not fair, but this is the life that we have to deal with. To have to deal with a world of exponential technologies. Now, I've said that word a few times. To put that into context for everybody, just really to think about it, 30 exponential steps bumps me into that camera over there. 30 linear steps. 30 exponential steps, I'm orbiting the moon. If you let that sink in and you buy into the notion that we are truly in an exponential moment, it's incumbent upon all of us to double-click more onto some of these topics that we're facing. Right now, we have this AI bubble that many people are talking about. Whether it is or isn't, I don't know. But I do know this. How many of you have heard of ChatGPT? Have we? Show of hands. Audience participation before lunch, please. Okay? All right? So you've all heard of ChatGPT. Now, if I asked all of you who put your hand up, if you could tell me what the GPT stands for in ChatGPT without consulting the oracle in your pocket, you might have trouble. The good news is for you, don't feel bad. The bad news for all of us is that many of the top chief technology officers can't answer that question. How do I know? I've done this in private sessions in boardrooms. Okay? We're living in a moment where we're spending and allocating billions and we don't even have the basic lexicon in play for many of these areas. I'll be brief in wrapping up my remarks on a couple of different places. I mentioned before, I think we're in a new age of regulation. For those of you that may be surfing fans, as I am, the famous classic surfing movie from the United States is The Endless Summer. And I believe we're entering an age fueled by technology and digital assets of incredible innovation, where novel products that we've never even heard of will continue to be invented and find their way into the public and into the retail setting. In other words, we're not going to have a once-a-decade chance to reset our regulatory lens. I believe that there will be an endless summer of regulation that I can speak about a little bit more perhaps in the Q&A. And I might point out that this also means that smaller jurisdictions that may not have mattered in setting the tone for global regulatory reform, with digital assets and crypto, it matters what happens in Malta. It matters what happens in Romania. It matters what happens all over the world in terms of what the future of regulation looks like because of the novel nature of these products themselves. So keep that in mind. That's the kind of moment that we're in. I think that the last thing that I would bring up before closing is that stability, again, is underrated. Underrated. We have gotten spoiled with stability. When we take a look at what the possible implications are of a BRICS, kind of Enbridge, new kind of methodology, be careful what you wish for if you're not a fan of US dollar dominance. Be careful what you wish for if you're not a fan of the IMF or the World Bank or many of the other established multilateral institutions. Because that stability, this unprecedented era of human prosperity, is something that, quite frankly, I would like to see continue moving forward. We've heard a lot of things that sound dour. I am incredibly excited and optimistic about this future, but make no mistake about it. I have 5 years of Latin in me, and I've got a couple of things from that. And one of those is a quote from Caesar from Shakespeare. And the quote is simply this: I believe that the people in this room need to realize that there is this tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood can lead onto riches. Omitted, all the voyage of our lives is bound for shallows and misery. I think we are on that tide right now if we choose to take it, and I look forward to continuing the discussion with you this morning. Thank you very much.
So we'll discuss a few questions among ourselves, and then we'll open it up to you all to receive some questions. So first off, Brian, you have a very broad range of experience across financial institutions, financial markets, crypto companies and products. Where do you see things going over the next several years, given what we've all talked about this morning and here for crypto markets and adoption? And what do you think that financial firms here in the U.S. should be aware of that are operating inside the U.S., but also globally and for the countries that are represented here?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I mean, I think Greg summed it up very well, and as did Dante, in talking about, you know, the Genius Act and what that has brought to the fore in terms of corporations' awareness of their current position vis-a-vis digital assets, stablecoins, payments, digital innovation, as well as financial institutions, asset managers, banks. The infrastructure of Wall Street is likely changing. BlackRock has tokenized a treasury fund directly on the blockchain. Individuals are now, or individual companies are now buying securities and issuing tokenized notes against those securities through different kinds of regulatory structures. Right? So we're seeing the intersection in real time, I think, unleashed through the new administration, unleashed through the clarity of the Genius Act, of bringing Wall Street and traditional finance head to head with digital assets, with innovation, and exploring those relationships and partnerships. And I think it's important to understand where that efficiency comes from a corporate, for instance. If you are a large national, a multinational corporation, you probably have hundreds of banking relationships and thousands of banking accounts. Each of those accounts requires opening documentation, KYC, ongoing reporting obligations, compliance obligations, reconciliation, and management. Right? And now if you think of what a multinational corporate could do, they could have a streamlined process with digital wallets that hold multiple currencies in different stable coins. They could hold multiple bank tokenized deposits. They could be used for all kinds of different purposes across borders. Right? The efficiencies that will create for a multinational corporation are immense. The simplicities are immense, right? And how that will drive further innovation by leading banks to tokenize deposits, by encouraging more stablecoin adoption, I think are very underappreciated. You know, an analogy in my mind is thinking about high-frequency trading as it exists today in the marketplace. You know, efficiencies have long been sought in financial marketplaces and trading, and the analogy that kind of comes to mind is, you know, during the Revolutionary War and the forgiveness of colonial debt during that time, traders chartered the fastest ships that they could to sail to ports of the different colonies to buy up the debt. A number of years later, once Wall Street started to operationalize and organize, there was a trader that put signposts on the top of different hills stretching for hundreds of miles so that he could be the first to trade on Wall Street information in his locality. Then with the advent of the telegram, right, the telegram was funded by Wall Street speculators. 70 to 80% of Western Union's revenues in the late 1800s came from speculative traders on Wall Street. Think about how much innovation that money funded in terms of real-time communications. Right? But if any regulator at any point would have said to the guy that created the signposts, you know what you're doing is too much of an advantage. What you're doing should be illegal. We have to go back to horse and buggy communications and chartered ships. We would never have the telegram, and think about the lack of instantaneous information we would have today. So as we think about where we are right now in digital asset space, I think the equivalent isn't, real-time information. It's kind of that telegram era where things are just starting to take off. Investments are just starting to be made. Traditional financial institutions, Wall Street corporations are just starting to get involved. And regardless of whether or not the activity is speculative, if it's financial, or whether or not it's some of those Web3 use cases and ideas I was talking about before, the amount of that interest, the amount of that funding, the amount of that revenue, the amount of energy and attention that is going to go into innovation in that space is going to be profound over the next 3, 5, and 10 years.
Thanks, Brian. And this may sound dystopian, but I see a world in the next few years potentially where traditional trading is almost non-existent, and where the average retailer essentially can't do their own trading or can't compete with the speed and the artificial intelligence that sort of fuels.
One of the very fascinating innovations in crypto is a company called the World Project, which through a weird technique of using an orb to scan individuals' retinas and eyeballs to verify that a human has undertaken that process and issuing a world token to that person in their wallet. Now anybody that has undertaken that process and owns that world token in their wallet can use that to identify that that wallet is connected to an actual human on the blockchain. You can use that for messaging systems. There are now secure, private, cryptographically proofed messaging systems that you can toggle on and off whether or not you want to interact with only humans on the other side of your communications to shut off AI. You could do the same thing for financial marketplaces with trading bots and trading algorithms. I think the idea is creating multiple different options and solutions with technology as opposed to one or the other. So the results can be fascinating.
Those are great points. And Dante, from your perspective, beyond the pure policy considerations and the mechanics of adoptions of stablecoins, how do you view the actual implementation from a strategic point of view? And is it really a binary decision between stablecoins, CBDCs, a US-led system, a China-led system? And what do you think nations, countries should be considering in their own bespoke strategies?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So watch what they do, not what they say would be my quick comment, which is that, for the better part of the last 7 years, we have had a pretty one-sided global policy debate, which would be what risks would the rise of crypto introduce to the real economy and to the banking system if it got big, while at the same time, many of the very biggest banks in the world, and I think Brian alluded to this, had really deep capabilities, and we're processing Earth-to-satellite payments using public blockchain infrastructure. The difference, of course, is experimentation. The difference between experimentation and production, of course, is that production is where real value is created. And unfortunately, I have a paper out recently titled "The Hidden Cost of Technology Gradualism," is that imagine telling the Wright brothers, don't take flight because flight is dangerous, or early telephony and the internet, before it was the internet we now take for granted, was the dark web. That in many respects we have halted the pace of innovation with a lot of these novel technologies because the only narrative that dominated the public debate was one of fear. But at the same time, David Malpass said it earlier, there's also a big risk in doing nothing. And that if you get the operating model right of how blockchain infrastructure can work in most systems, I view blockchain as an augmenting technology, whereas the internet was a disruptive technology. And the companies and the entities that have successfully deployed blockchain-based projects have done so in a manner that goes beyond, for example, banking hours, right? Your and my financial needs don't take bank holidays, but the money and banking system does. And so if you get the operating model right, you have a technology that can extend reach and extend access. The other thing I would just say very briefly is a lot of the countries around the world that have gotten the regulatory recipe right have erred on the side of principles versus prescriptions, and have identified, at least with the case of stablecoins, that these are really 21st century upgrades on an innovation in banking and payments we know really well, electronic money. And if you were designing something like the mobile money networks of East Africa, such as M-Pesa for world scale, you would use exactly this type of architecture. You would ensure that you could render and deliver a payment to any basic internet-connected device, and the way to do that is open-source mobile wallets. You would ensure that the ledgers on which these transactions were recorded were universally accessible and constantly upgradable, which is true of today's blockchain infrastructure. And then lastly, you would have a neck to choke in the case of an issuer. And that issuer, in our case, it's Circle, but you could do this at a local level and around the world. The other thing I would just say very briefly is banking regulators and central banks would borrow a lesson and could learn something, frankly, from the Financial Action Task Force. The very first of the global rules in this sector that were harmonized was Recommendation 16, I think back in 2016, which was that travel rule and corresponding information around financial integrity of two transactions in any crypto asset ought to be conveyed to the digital wallet infrastructure and provider. That is assured that at least at some level we have a global basis of harmonization. That same operating model can hold true. If you regulate what is known as the virtual asset service provider, that's the last mile of most of these activities, in your jurisdiction, then your jurisdiction can be a part of this always-on global internet scale economy. There's some really confounding issues in this market, of course, which is that one country's regulated digital dollar might be another country's encroachment on monetary sovereignty and monetary policy. And if we get the operating model right there too, then you would have this domain in which there would be fungibility and there would be compatibility between privately issued forms of digital money and publicly issued forms of digital money. But I would just make one last argument. The real breakthrough innovation in all of this is not the cryptographic token that rides on these rails. The real breakthrough is the rails themselves. And from a national and geostrategic vantage point, you don't weaponize a currency, you weaponize the rails on which they ride. This is powerfully proven with sanctions, for example, against Russia. They only work to the degree that SWIFT takes your phone call. Otherwise, they don't work. And so many countries that have opted out of enabling this innovation in their economy have, in many respects, made themselves potentially irrelevant in the face of a future in which money doesn't take bank holidays and money doesn't respect borders any more than you and I don't send cross-border emails. We send emails instantly to trusted counterparties. And with the advent of these innovations, you send payments instantly to trusted counterparties wherever in the world they may be. Incredibly powerful breakthrough, but to get it right fundamentally means you have to move from this prescriptive model that is fear-based to an opportunity-based model that is principled from a regulatory point of view.
Dante, you used a phrase there that I think will resonate with Greg and what he spoke about, and that was principles versus prescriptions. And Greg, in your experience across academia, think tanks, the private sector, international organizations, and standard setting, can you tell us a little bit about what you think nations should be aware of with coming changes from some of the micro to even the broader kind of geostrategic considerations?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that, and thank you for the question. And before I do that, though, I just have to come back, because every so often a company and leaders say something that just makes such perfect sense. And Dante, when you describe the notion of we don't talk about anymore sending a cross-border email, it just really sinks in. And we're still having a conversation about cross-border payments. It's just about time that we catch up. But in order to do that, it does bring back up the question about standards. The funny thing about standards is that most people can agree they're kind of like toothbrushes. Everybody agrees that you want to use a toothbrush, but you know what? You don't want to use somebody else's. And so we're in this moment right now, geopolitically, globally, where everyone's trying to figure out whose standard do we get to use. And, you know, we're going to sort that out. That will be sorted out. The technology will typically prevail in that regard. But let's not be naive. If we're operating in a construct where we think about the future of computational intelligence and AI and do not think that we are going to have personalities of different nation states overarching AI in different countries, I think that's a fool's errand. If we think about standards also from the perspective of a topic that I mentioned before, any conversation about standards now that does not involve senior experts around the quantum sciences is also a fool's errand. Talk about A16 in a recent posting that they just had, talked about anything that we're doing right now that does not involve having conversations about quantum. I know it's been on the hype cycle for 25 years. I know we've been hearing about this for a while, but the proof is everywhere. We have significant developments, everything from, on the happy side, you have Nobel laureates being named that are focused on the science of quantum. You see the Trump administration has not doubled down but tripled down in terms of one of its strategic priorities. So I think it's incumbent as we think about the plumbing and the standards for the future that all of these technologies find their way there. You know, something I didn't have a chance to mention before, talking about this theme of disruption, and it speaks to standards as well. I mean, we're really looking at a moment right now where it is not fair that everyone has to deal with these problems at the same time. But the reality is that I see is that many sovereigns, many institutions that I've advised over the last year or so are still haggling about the wrong things. The reality is what digital assets have done and what the ability to transfer value on the internet has done. It's also it's avoided the regulatory regimes. It's avoided the distribution networks of old. In other words, my background largely was 25 years at Amex, sitting across American kitchen tables with investors, leading those businesses that supported those efforts. And I can tell you that digital assets are also creating disruption for the first time because you're seeing these technologies, whether we want to stop them, regulate them, curtail them, invest in them, the citizenry, the social contract that makes up so many of the things that we take for granted, they are adopting these technologies whether we want them to or not. So I think that the notion around setting standards right now is so critical. And just to back that up, the United States has the honor of hosting the G20 dialogues for 2026. I have the good fortune of being a part of one of the task forces that's done through the Atlantic Council and through the Treasury Department. What do you think that the edict has been for all of the think tank examination for the U.S. hosting is around digital assets, guess what? Standards and interoperability. So the question is pointed. I have more questions than answers, Chris, on this, but I think I know how to shape the conversation a little bit with some of the people in this room.
Thanks, Greg. And to take your analogy one step further, I think maybe the worst of all worlds is for countries not to brush their teeth at all. And so you need to do something. The countries, I think, need to be engaged. You need, like Greg has iterated a couple of times, they need to double click. We need to be spending time and mental energy determining what the best route is for each individual country's strategy.
The horse might be out the door a little bit. We need to pull it back in.
Thanks. And with that, I'd love to hear questions that you may have for these gentlemen. Yes, please.
I hope this is working. I've been extremely interested, of course, in all that has been said so far, but I do have a couple of questions, especially with the issue of, yes, standards, which everyone would recognize, but the other issue is enforcement. And I want to talk a little bit about Tether, which everyone knows is by far and away the most in the lead as one of the stable coins, supposedly linked to the US dollar, but there's no way of knowing whether or not it is, as it's never published any audited reports. It moved from, what I regret to say, of course, the British Virgin Islands, where the government had to be suspended because of the corruption of that island. And it has now moved to El Salvador, which is an interesting experience. Also, the stable coins, of course, because they can be moved across the blockchain, can be moved privately, so no one knows how much illicit money goes through Tether or not, and who's sending what illicit money to whom. Finally, as Sam Altman recently admitted, we are in a fraud crisis. Deepfakes have improved so much that it's not possible for most people to be able to tell the difference. When my niece's daughter was traveling on the European continent, and my niece was worried about, and I said, when you make phone calls, just have your own secret word. So you share that with your daughter so that you know who actually is speaking to you about what may or may not have happened to your daughter. So, issue of fraud, issues of anonymity, particularly with the use of Tether, which, as I say, is by far and away ahead of all the other stable coins on the market. Thank you.
Thank you for that sentiment and those questions. I'll take at least the first step. If you guys have anything to add, please do. But one on stable coins, like you said, that's been a known issue for a long time. The industry has increasingly been taking proactive steps to police itself in the absence of more coordinated efforts among government and private sector, although those efforts are building as well. There is, for instance, a new network called the Beacon Network that is meant to work in real time to share data among a host of crypto and DeFi applications, including decentralized financial applications, with government entities to try to, in real time, share data to lock down transactions, seize funds, and prevent and mitigate illicit activity from taking place. So it's always going to be a cat and mouse game, just like in our current financial system, although in the current financial system it's something around 2 to 3 orders of magnitude more volume in illicit activity is occurring. So I think we need to keep the scope of the issue in mind as well. And from a deepfake perspective, I think that will continue to be a cat and mouse game as well, but there are some really interesting technologies that many small startups are working on that mitigate those as well. And actually, I didn't mention this in my talk, but this is an interesting application of blockchain where content can be hashed to blockchains in real time so that we can know what we're seeing is real or not. So that's, very basic terms, one way that blockchain can mitigate some of the downsides of and the risks of AI. Do you guys want to
It's well said, Chris. I just would say the answer is in the science. We're going to have to science the out of this, to borrow from the Martian, okay? We're not going backwards to analog. Fiat still is king for criminal activity globally, and we're getting better. I do think the spirit of the question is on point. You are talking about the one particular stablecoin issuer that is now in the top 10 of currencies issued around the world. So it is the fodder for debate.
And just a brief comment there. Great question. One of the things, of course, that the Genius Act, as I had mentioned before, does that is really, really, really important is it not only has extraterritorial provisions, I think it also addresses a common standard irrespective of the size and location of the issuer, particularly with the question of regulatory reciprocity, that all of the issuers who upload the US dollar onto the internet have to comply to the same standards with BSA, AML, CFT, sanctions, and other norms. As a company, we try to put into practice this concept of collective defense, borrowed perhaps from cyber risk management, which is that the value chain of all digital assets only reaches a market participant and an end user to the extent there's an internet-connected endpoint. That endpoint is a part of that collective defense. The blockchain ledgers themselves are a part of that collective defense. And then lastly, the obligations that you put on the issuer that make these products available. None of you is a customer of Visa. You're the customer of the bank that makes the Visa available to you, and the same kind of expectation should hold true the more regulated forms of digital money and stablecoins enter circulation. We get the recipe right with collective defense and financial integrity, the more those rules are harmonized so that there is no race to the bottom regulatory arbitrage, which has been true of the last 7 years of the sector.
Do we have another question teed up? A microphone's coming around.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic presentation. So I'm Honorary Consul of Lithuania here in the United States, and it's not lost on me that everyone here is an American. And a couple comments and then a question. First of all, there was a brief discussion of artificial intelligence, and I sit on the board of one of the largest healthcare artificial intelligence companies now in the world, and we do no business at all in the European Union. We have contracts with the healthcare system of Japan, healthcare system of the United States, healthcare system of Great Britain, healthcare system of the United Arab Emirates, healthcare system of Israel, etc. And this is more of a comment to our members in the room who are members of, who are elected officials in Europe. If you choose to not change the healthcare artificial intelligence rules in Europe, you are inhibiting the healthcare and adversely affecting the healthcare of the EU citizen. Second comment I have, similarly to, again, I'm Honorary Consul of Lithuania, so I have obviously interest in Europe. With regards to hedge funds in Europe, with regards to crypto hedge funds, no hedge fund, no crypto hedge fund is going to enter the European market for similar reasons. And I urge my European elected officials to really take a close look at that. And then the question I have is to the panel: what barriers do you see on an institutional level for companies to start adopting cryptocurrency on a more regular day-to-day or more frequent basis? Thank you very much.
I'll take a first stab, John. I think I can see you around the corner. Thank you very much for the comments and the question. You know, I'll put my NYU hat on for a second, and it's simply we lack the baseline level of education at the. I'm glad it's just not me, JC. I went through the abyss earlier and entertained the front row just a little bit, right? I'm going all the way down. But I do think at the core level, whether or not it's AI, whether or not it's digital assets, there is such a demand on time, and the dashboards are so crowded. But the answer to that question, and from my perspective, is we have got to raise the general level of education for digital financial literacy. And this is where I give credit to some of the GCC nation states that under Vision 2030 in Qatar and Vision 2030 in Saudi, you look at their fintech plans, they're actually very, very deeply focused on educating their younger people around the notions of digital assets and some of the concepts we've discussed on the stage. So I think that baseline of education on all of these topics is lacking.
I'm going to do the unthinkable and come to Europe's defense. And I mean it. So our company, Circle, is also the largest regulated issuer of digital euros in the world. We're on the cusp of reaching a small number, but from a late start, 300 million euros in circulation. And the European Union was the very first global market that regulated digital assets comprehensively. We may not have liked it, but we got what we wanted, which is this industry for a very long time has clamored for legal certainty, legal clarity, and beyond. And so we're regulated as an e-money issuer out of France. I would also make the case that Europe's rules for digital assets, known as the Markets and Crypto Assets Framework, MiCA, would pass Mario Draghi's economic competitiveness test for the region. We're not alone. We're an American firm, but we're not alone in investing and competing in this market. Today, there's more than 15 companies that are issuers of digital euros, large banks, small banks, household institutions across the EU. And so we have one rare example in the EU where the regulatory model has promoted competition and economic competitiveness. What we need to have happen, of course, is that the model needs to be exportable, which is why this Genius Act EU comparison is actually a really important point, because this is internet-scale money and internet-scale financial activity. And if it becomes firewalled, no pun intended, either because of the regulation or the technology, then it defeats the purpose. The design of this is meant to be scaled. So there's one example, perhaps, where the Europeans have a bright spot. But that bright spot, of course, needs to be compatible with other regimes that emerge around the world. The last quick comment on the barriers to entry. This is where the technology conversation we've had this morning is genuinely unique. If you can code, most of the technology stacks that underpins this multi-trillion-dollar asset class is open source. The difference between me and Stripe and me and PayPal is that all of Stripe and PayPal's technology standards are closed proprietary systems that benefit Stripe or PayPal. If you look to Circle, not just the digital money layer, but the advent of our blockchain, our payment network, all of the rest of the infrastructure is designed for the world to build on. And we've created unicorn companies with very little proprietary technology that goes into them. And so that's the point about responsible financial services innovation that digital assets have made possible. That's a universal reality. Very few countries, however, have encouraged that in their jurisdiction.
So Dante, you get the last word here. This has been, I mean, wonderful presentations, but I really like the discussion that you've fostered, and great job moderating in some of the questions. And we could go on for another hour or two. I know lunch is waiting. We can talk to folks afterwards. It's a great topic, and we've got 70 plus countries in the room, or virtually, and all these countries are figuring out what do I do here? Should I regulate? How should I regulate or legislate or provide rules or guidelines? And they're good questions to ask. And I'm kind of old-fashioned because I saw 5 years ago, 10 years ago, some countries say, we're just going to ban this. We don't get it. We're going to ban crypto. But it's a little more nuanced and sophisticated than that. So now people are coming back and they adjust the rules. We do have 4 Americans up on the panel today. It's a good point. We ought to, in future forums, and we'll talk about them later today in Canada in the May and back in Europe in the fall, to include some other speakers from other jurisdictions. But there's not one right way to do this, but the value of this forum, I think, is we learn from experts like we have up here, from government, from academia, from companies, and from other countries. What are they doing that works? What are they doing that maybe doesn't work? What's right for us? That's a huge value to this forum, not just on crypto, but AI and all the topics we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow. So I want to thank the forum today. Dante not only gave us information, but it also gave us lunch today. I understand Circle is sponsoring lunch, so there's sandwiches over here. We've got a 45-minute break and come back at 1:15 for more presentations. So thank you. And thank you all.
have to be prepared for the more rights for women.
Well, I've been around long enough, so I know a lot. Okay.
So you know nothing.
Okay, let's get seated. We'll start in just a minute. Are you first or second? Oh, there you go. I was looking for you. All right, are we all set? Very good. Well, thanks to Circle again for lunch. Our next panel is on cybersecurity. And we initially had 4 panelists. We're down to 2. We're going to move 1 later today, so split it up a little bit. But Don Olsch and Paul Maurer are both speaking. I think we're going to start with Don. Don Olsch is a founder of McDonnell Olsch Cyber Advisory. He's spoken at this event a number of times before, as has Dr. Paul Maurer, in fact, most recently in San Salvador just a month ago. And he is the author of Code of Honor. And I think there's still some books outside. 1 left, so hurry. And, but cybersecurity is always one of our top issues of these forums, and it's an evolving landscape, so things have changed so much. So what we learned 6 months ago or 9 months ago, some of that may be the same, but a lot has changed. So we hear about that today. I think we're going to start with Don. Very good.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Don Olsch, and I am a registered foreign agent, and as such, I have been dealing with a client of mine in South Sudan, and it is the Kush Democratic Majority Party, and which is headed by Bolgai Dang, who is running for president in South Sudan. Bolgai, are you in the room? There he is, the next president of South Sudan, we assume. And I bring that up because we developed an interesting social media campaign. We've been working on it for a while. We launched it maybe 4 or 5 or 6 months ago, and I think that I can safely say that it has been very successful because we got targeted by China's new ambassador to South Sudan, who has now dedicated a lot of money, technology resources, any tools needed to mount a social media campaign to ensure that Bolgai Dang does not get elected and that President Salva Kiir remains in office. What I'm here to talk about is the social media and why does the United States and why should our allies care about this, and what is it that we are planning on doing about it, if anything. So I would just say that the Chinese Communist Party has recently and blatantly moved to keep the South Sudanese leader Salva Kiir in office. They desperately want him to remain in office. So elections have been put off probably at least for the last 3 years. And the current president, President Kiir, has controlled South Sudan for probably close to 20 years, and for probably 15 years as the president. China has made a significant investment there since probably since 2005. An investment in the billions of dollars, and they are offering more now. So why China wants to see Kiir remain in place is pretty interesting. So let me explain why this small, very poor nation in Africa is of interest to China as part of China's Belt and Road Program. And it has to do with oil. South Sudan, 98% of South Sudan's national revenue comes from its oil reserves. It has a tremendous amount of oil. And this is why, as we are struggling with tensions between the United States and China, the Belt and Road Program becomes more significant as China tries to gain popularity and gain acceptance by these nations that it's loaning a large amount of money to develop roads, hospitals, and educational systems, but also create technology infrastructures to prop up these regimes, and that is how China is gaining its political support. But South Sudan has not been able to meet its debt service to China, so China now takes approximately 40% of the annual oil revenues. Now, this is important for the following reason. Right now, South Sudan generates about 150,000 barrels a day of oil. That's going to be up to about 450,000 barrels a day. So the amount of money that we're talking about, just look at the cost of a barrel of oil, and multiply it. It's a significant investment for China. So they've launched a massive social media campaign. Now, here's what the problem is around the social media campaign. It's eerily reminiscent of China's campaign to surveil and monitor its own domestic population, the Uyghurs, for example. So if you're all familiar with the Uyghurs, it's a religious minority in Western China, and they have been targeted through massive surveillance by the Ministry of Public Security. So here is the issue. China is taking social media and turning it into something very different than just informing the public, sharing information, and so forth. They are known to actually use social media as a tool to repress different population segments. Now, here is one concern. I was not too long ago at a meeting at the Vatican, and meeting with some of the lawyers there. We were talking about surveillance and monitoring and China's cybersecurity capability. And one of the things that they said was, as you talk about the distribution of technology throughout developing nations around the world, how is it that you can ensure there is equitable distribution and access to these technologies? And I said to the lawyers at the Vatican that China has a plan to not enable equal access, that it's based on their relationship with developing nations and their surveillance and monitoring technologies. And the lawyer said, he said, look, what happens in China sort of like stays in China. And I said, but it's not staying in China. That part of the surveillance and monitoring capability that's being used these days is actually being exported into smart cities, China has approximately 800 or 900 smart city pilots under development. So they test surveillance and monitoring technologies, and they carve out a very narrow slice of that called predictive policing, which is based on the massive individual profiles, and then using a sort of a perverted encryption algorithm that's designed to render a specific result that's desired by the state. And so they have used that encryption algorithm to predict what crimes population segments will commit. And as a result of that, they have imprisoned, or as they're calling it, sent to re-education camps, over 1.3 million Uyghurs over the last few years, maybe over the last 5 years. So these people are now detained in re-education camps. Now, this is what my fear is, that what China has done to the Uyghur population in China is going to translate and serve as a predictor of what is going to happen in Africa, and particularly in South Sudan. So one of the things that will happen is that as this social media platform and capability is matured in South Sudan, it translates into this. There will be cameras in every street, every street corner. There will be cameras all over the place, and they're smart cameras. They will be listening to phone calls. They'll be reviewing text messages, emails. They will be reviewing responses over social media and add that to the profiles of the people they want to target. So Gary King out of Harvard University has done a study, and he says that China has hired roughly 2 million people to write and engage in social media and write messages to sway popular opinion about China in social media. And there's another estimate that says roughly 448 million social media messages have been invented, written by people who are on the Chinese Communist Party's payroll. So it's a huge number, and numbers large enough to sway opinion. So again, the concern is if China does in fact make this investment, which was just announced, by the way, just a few weeks ago, if they do in fact make this investment, then it will use this to target people. It will use their own data and their own data profiles against them. They will then apply this rogue artificial intelligence algorithm to create a predictive policing result. And that predictive policing result will be treason. And that will give them the probable cause that under Chinese law is what is necessary to detain these people. And when you do that, that can shift the balance in the electorate. It would suggest that Mr. Bolgai Dang's party, if they were arrested and detained and sent to re-education camps, might not A, have access to vote, or B, not want to vote for him if it resulted in persecution. And that's what China is doing. So China is actually taking these predictive policing algorithms and selling them and exporting them into the global market, but particularly in nations where it enjoys a geopolitical and economic relationship. And if you want to know what the U.S. interest is in this, is that, you know, China is predicting, and others are predicting as well, that by 2050, China's GDP will exceed ours, and potentially India's as well, and particularly if China and India end up partnering to overtake our GDP. Now, there's another concern at work here, and that other concern has to do with China's military-civil fusion initiative. Anybody familiar with that? Military-civil fusion? So military-civil fusion is the concept, well, first of all, it was an initiative invented by the Chinese Communist Party, and it was considered so important that Xi Jinping has been given the direct order by the party to implement this military-civil fusion and make sure that it's successful. And basically what it is it grants access to the People's Liberation Army to all technology research and development and execution. So the military sits in virtually every key technology discussion and has access to that technology. So what is the implication here? Well, maybe the implication is that a military-civil fusion framework in which social media platforms and tools are developed may translate into a military presence in foreign nations. Now, does that mean necessarily that there's been an invasion or that China has, declared war on some country because of the entry of the military and through their cyber systems? There's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of argumentation and debate about that. But it is indisputable that the military-civil fusion program is influencing social media platforms and cybersecurity throughout the world as China continues to develop and proliferate technology through its Belt and Road projects around the world, which is measures in the many hundreds of billions of dollars. So again, our concern is in the United States and our allies is that there's this specter of China's military, the People's Liberation Army, the Ministry of State Security, the Ministry of Public Security, influencing social media programs and potentially in the U.S. Here's a disturbing fact. A well-known Chinese smart camera company called HiK Vision historically has sold product in the United States all over the world, but specifically in the United States. And in 2021, the Federal Communications Commission outlawed the future sale of these products in the United States. Why? Because they were reporting back, infiltrating data from inside corporate and government networks back to Beijing. What the Federal Communications Commission did not do, however, is they did not ban the current 600,000 cameras that were already here. So, as you go out into the streets, you go into government buildings, you walk into private corporations, you don't know, but maybe one of those 600,000 cameras is out there monitoring what you're doing. Now, the FCC has said that it holds open the potential to ban those further, but not everybody wants to see them banned because it costs money to ban products and to have to replace them with other products. But nevertheless, China is influencing social media platforms, cybersecurity around the planet, and it's what they're doing in South Sudan. If that is successful, we can easily envision that this is going to be much more prominent in the future. So if you want to watch what China is doing in South Sudan, it will be a predictor of what it is going to do elsewhere. So they've started with a very poor and a very small nation. It is going to be a test bed, and the ultimate test bed will be, can China, through its social media platform, keep the 2026 elections from occurring, keeping President Salva Kiir in office so that the oil revenues, which are going to increase by a factor of 3 over the next few years, will continue to generate revenue which goes directly to China to cover their investment in South Sudan. So I think that will conclude my initial remarks. Did you want to speak, or we could have questions, or? Anybody have any questions before I sit down and shut up? No? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, you can do better than that. Good afternoon. It's post-lunch. It's not nap time. It's time to listen to cybersecurity. My name is Paul Maurer. I'm president of Montreat College in Western North Carolina. If you don't know much about Montreat College or not heard of Montreat College, we're located in the mountains in the western part of the state. There's a photo of some of our students and a photo of our beautiful, beautiful 110-year-old campus. We're a small, faith-based liberal arts college, and we have made a footprint nationally in our cybersecurity education. We're in our 14th year of teaching cybersecurity. We've become a national leader. We have been doing cybersecurity contract work for the National Security Agency for a number of years. And my purpose today is very, very simple. It is to provide you a tool in the war against cybercrime. So let's talk about that tool. Well, it starts with a value proposition that we developed a number of years ago about cybersecurity that informs everything that we do and how we teach cybersecurity, how we think about it, how we write about it, how we expand the footprint in cybersecurity. And that is that the problem of cybersecurity is not principally a technical problem. The problem of cybersecurity is principally a human problem. And therefore, the solution to cybersecurity is not principally a technical solution. It is principally a human solution. If you don't have the right people of ethics and character making good decisions on the front line and in the leadership of cybersecurity in your nation, your technology does not matter very much. You must have well-trained people. In other words, we do not believe that artificial intelligence is here to save the day on cybersecurity. We believe that artificial intelligence will complicate cybersecurity at least as much as it will help cybersecurity. And so the workforce gap here in the United States, we believe will continue for some time, and you may be experiencing that in your nation as well. This value proposition of the human factor in cybersecurity resonated with the National Security Agency. And so I got a call from them several years ago asking if we would put together a curriculum specifically on the ethics of cybersecurity for the National Security Agency. You see, here in the United States, the NSA has taken the lead role in developing, training, educating the future workforce in cybersecurity. It's literally the only academic discipline in American higher education where the federal government has taken the lead role in making sure that workforce is educated the way the federal government wants them educated. There's no other program at my college or any other academic program at any other university in the United States where the federal government is the lead accreditor of that program, but they are in cybersecurity. And so I got a call from Lynn Clark a few years ago saying, we need a curriculum on ethics and character for the schools that we oversee. There are what are called Centers of Academic Excellence schools, CAEs. There are about 500 CAEs in the country, in the United States today. And she said, we need a curriculum for those CAE schools in ethics and character because we believe as the federal government and the NSA that you must have an ethical workforce in order to be effective defenders in the problems against cybersecurity. So I engaged Lynn in a conversation. I'd known Lynn for years, and we built a relationship, and I said, we'll be happy to do a curriculum, but we also believe there needs to be a trade book, a book for already existing working professionals who've already gotten their cyber education, and they may have gotten it without an ethical framework of how to do their jobs. So we agreed. We delivered both the curriculum and the book, and the book is the one that some of you picked it up. It was out on the front desk, front table, called The Code of Honor. My co-author is a fellow named Ed Scotus. Ed is a dear friend. He's actually serves on my board of trustees at the college now, but Ed is known nationally as one of the leading cyber experts in the country and probably, frankly, in the world. He owns his own penetration testing company, but he's better known for his work with SANS, S-A-N-S. SANS is the leading professional development organization in the country for people in the cybersecurity field, and they do absolutely first-rate, world-class professional development. So I called Ed and I said, Ed, I need a co-author because I'm not technically a cybersecurity professional. And so I need someone who actually understands cybersecurity for this book. And so Ed agreed to be my co-author. And the product is the Code of Honor, Embracing Ethics in Cybersecurity. Someone at the reception last night, when I was mentioning my talk today, said when I used the words cybersecurity ethics in the same sentence, they said, well, isn't that an oxymoron? And I said, well, actually it's not, but you might think that it is. And so we have a rationale as to why it's not an oxymoron. So why did we develop the Code of Honor? Well, if you look back historically in civilized countries, you realize that the largest engagements of civilization have codes of ethics. They have codes of honor as part of them. Think of medicine with the Hippocratic Oath. Think of law and legal ethics. Think of warfare. The Geneva Conventions were developed in 1949, post-World War II, but just war theory, which is the basis of all the Geneva Conventions, goes back, like the Hippocratic Oath, 2,000 years. So we literally have in civilization, not just Western civilization, but certainly throughout all of Western civilization, codes of ethics that go back to a time when, during the Roman Empire. And no one looks back at the Roman Empire and says, well, that was the model of moral and ethical thinking. And so cybersecurity is still a very new engagement of our era of humanity. So if civilization is 2,500, 3,000 years old, cybersecurity has just been born in the last few decades. Even government leaders have oaths of office. Elected officials, many of you who are parliamentarians from your countries, I don't know what you do in your country, but here in the United States, elected officials, judges take oaths of office as they enter office. So why would we think that cybersecurity reaches the level of some of these other large engagements? Well, we consider cybersecurity to be the economic and security threat of our time. I've been coming to Washington, D.C. for about almost a decade on a very, very regular basis, and it became clear very early on with lawmakers here, senators, congressmen, members of their staffs, Senate Intelligence Committee, Senate Armed Services Committee, that the days of the Cold War nuclear threat being the security threat of our time were long over. It's not about nuclear war. It's about cybersecurity. And having been coming here for a decade and engaging in these conversations, I can tell you that the alert level is very, very high on cybersecurity. So let me give you some numbers here. Cybercrime is estimated to cost $10 trillion this year, 2025. That's an estimate. Just 2 years ago, that estimate was $6 trillion. It's exploding. The growth in cybercrime globally is absolutely exponential. When you look at some of the other topics on our agenda for today and tomorrow, and I was calculating this at the San Salvador Forum, you look at money laundering, transnational organized crime, illicit trade, drug trafficking, terrorism. You add all those together, and I got the assistance from, I got an assist from ChatGPT on this. I asked, what are the estimated levels of annual cost of crime of all these things? And ChatGPT's response to me was a little under $5 trillion for all of them combined. Now, they're all very, very serious problems. And part of what's so fascinating about coming to these forums is to really understand the scope and the breadth and the depth of the challenges that we're facing in our era. But when you look at cybersecurity at 10 trillion and the combination of the others at under 5 trillion, it's hard not to see the scope and magnitude of cybersecurity as worthy of the workforce having a code by which they need to make their decisions. You must be able to trust your cybersecurity professionals. So not to pick on my new friend Don here, but I'm going to pick on my new friend Don here. If Don is the cybersecurity professional at your bank where you keep your money, you have to trust him. He has the keys to your kingdom. He has the keys to your financial kingdom, but cyber professionals in the healthcare space have your healthcare data, and cyber professionals in the retail space have your consumer data. Your data is out there. We all know that. If we don't have cybersecurity professionals who know how to ethically handle that data, that know how to handle when that data has been breached, then we have real problems. So we developed the code, and here it is, and I'm just going to read it out loud. I solemnly swear to uphold to the best of my ability and judgments in all my professional duties, personal practices, and future endeavors, the tenets of this pledge. Number 1, I will treat all people with dignity and respect. Number 2, I will seek the best interests of others. Number 3, I will strive to recognize, take ownership, and appropriately communicate my mistakes and exercise patience toward others who make errors. 4, I will be honest and trustworthy and above reproach in all my actions and communications. 5, I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead work collaboratively with my peers and superiors. 6, I will endeavor to exercise patience, wisdom, and self-control in all situations. 7, I will not steal and will do everything within my power to prevent theft in all of its forms. And finally, I will protect and respect the privacy of others. So let's apply the code. Every chapter of this book is one of those 8 planks of the oath. And at the end of every chapter is a case study, a situation that really happened that Ed Scotus, my co-author, helped do forensic post-breach analysis on. So what most people don't know is that my co-author is the only person the Federal Trade Commission uses to do forensic analysis on the largest cyber breaches in America over the last 20 years. And so at the end of every chapter is a case study that Ed has actually walked through and lived through in doing the post-breach analysis. So the scenario in chapter 1 is ransomware. Do you know what ransomware is? It's when they lock down your system, they take control of your network, and they say, for X amount of dollars, we'll give it back to you. How generous. This is one of the most popular ways that the extortionists, the cyber criminals, make money. And make no mistake about the entirety of cybercrime is built on making your money. They're stealing your money from you. They're extorting it from you in some form or fashion. And so ransomware is a way to get a small business, a mid-sized business, a company, a large company, a municipality, a government to give them money. So ransomware is exploding at a global level. The average cyber attack costs a business or a municipality $10 million US. That's the average cost. And I was speaking just a few minutes ago, right before lunch and over lunch, with an official who worked for the Small Business Administration in the last administration, and I asked her how many small businesses there were in the United States. And I think the number was 39 million. Do I have that number right? 39 million small businesses here in the United States. A $10 million cost to a large transnational, international conglomerate, that's a rounding error. But to a small or mid-sized business, it's absolutely devastating. And for many of them, it's the kiss of death. They cannot recover because of the cost of that. And so most economies are built on small businesses, not on large businesses. And so we must be able to protect and provide protection for these small businesses because of how vulnerable they are. Targets include hospitals. Hospitals are being shut down, and surgeries are being prevented, and care is being prevented. IoT, the Internet of Things, often goes through the medical devices. There is no greater vulnerable sector of any economy than its healthcare sector in cybersecurity, because with medical devices, you have more points of entry, more vulnerable open spots than any other industry. Schools, governments, manufacturing, and then of course there's critical infrastructure. You've got the grid, you've got water systems. In the US, water systems are completely decentralized. There are thousands of water systems across the country, and many of them are out of date. They are, and many are in very, very rural areas. And one of my friends here in DC, who I had dinner with a few years ago, I said, what keeps you up at night? And he said, what keeps me up at night is water systems. A sophisticated cyber hacker could go in and change the pH balance in a water system, and people would begin to get sick and they wouldn't know why. And then they could go in and change the pH balance a little bit more, and people would begin to die and they wouldn't know why. And 6 months later, they would discover what had happened, and Americans would lose confidence in turning on their faucet. He said, that's what keeps me up at night. And so there are literally thousands of vulnerable points whereby a cyber criminal can attack. But we're focused here on ransomware. So Chapter 1, the scenario from Chapter 1 is a mid-sized medical device engineering company. Ransomware shuts down its production capacity. The system were exploited through a third-party internet provider, and a lot of us have access through a third-party internet provider or IT service provider. Many different medical device companies, including the competition, use this particular IT provider. So what are the ethically related questions that go with this particular scenario? One, is it reasonable to try to hack back to neutralize the attacker? This is not an unimportant question. And it goes through the minds of cyber professionals very, very quickly is, do we strike back? That's a big question. Number two, does the organization have a responsibility to alert the IT provider? Big question. Number three, should the organization warn its competitors of the attack? You can begin to see where the self-interest of a company is going to come to the forefront. Do we let them know? Do we not let them know? These are questions that need to be answered by your cyber teams in a situation like this. Fourth, should the organization notify law enforcement? What if the attacker demands they not involve law enforcement? What will law enforcement do? Can they help? What advice will they give? These are all questions. And then finally, should the organization pay the ransom? Okay, you can quickly see that these are not simple questions. They're actually very complex questions, and they need to be answered by wise individuals who are trained on how to think these matters through as they answer the questions. So let me wrap up. In conclusion, the United States National Security Agency has deemed the teaching of ethics a requirement for all of its CAE institutions across the country. They realize that the technical expertise is not enough. They must be ethically trained, and being trained ethically takes work. To begin to think ethically takes work. It takes practice. It's like any other muscle that must be exercised. You must think through scenarios. You must work through scenarios. You must begin to think about how to respond. And over time, people have those muscles developed, but it takes time. This book is the teaching tool that the NSA has asked for, and this book is what the NSA provides to the nearly 500 schools across the United States. My argument to this particular body is the free governments of the world, the civilized nations of the world, this is a tool that you are free to use. We brought 100 copies that are all gone, so many of you picked these up. This is a book that we encourage you to test drive. Read it. Give it to your CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. Give it to someone who really knows this space, who's trained in this space, a leader in this space. If you are taking the lead as a country in training and educating your cyber professionals for the future, you might consider having the teaching of ethics at the heart of that, not only as a sidebar in addition to the technical. We believe that the teaching of ethics must be taught overtly to create an ethical workforce. And so finally, you got a QR code. On the left side, there's a one with two QR codes. There we go. On the left QR code is a QR code to get to the book. It's on Amazon. It's also on Audible. If you'd like to order more copies or have your institutions or whoever. And on the right is the QR code for the oath itself. We encourage students to print it out, sign it, frame it, put it on the wall. If you're going to agree to practice this way, we think that reminder on the wall is important. And then finally, if you need help, if your nation needs help in growing your cyber workforce, the QR code there is to our online program. We offer a fully 100% online program that's both technically excellent but also rooted in the ethics. So thank you for your time, and we encourage you, with the final slide, we encourage you to build trust. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Paul and Don. I think maybe 1 minute for one quick question, if we have any. Well, that was great. You answered all the questions ahead of time, so thank you. Don, what's your question? All right.
So one of the things I do is I run a poll on China on LinkedIn. One of the things I do is run a poll on LinkedIn about China. It's called the China Analyst. And I asked this question that Paul brought up about hacking back. Is it okay to hack back against your adversary? And just a quick show of hands, how many would think that it's okay to hack back? It's actually illegal, all right? And so you can actually go to jail for doing it. So the recommendation is never to do it, but I understand the motivation. And by the way, about 80% of the people in my poll said, yeah, it should be okay. You know? But it's not.
Yeah, okay. So it's a super interesting question. Maybe we can have a sidebar on that, because
Okay.
I gotta have Jock Madison come
Sure.
up here, our next speaker, and again, keep the trains running on time. But great question, a good discussion. It's my pleasure to introduce, and we're going out of order a little bit here, but the Honorable Jock Madison, who's a member of Parliament from the EU, from representing Estonia, and we have our own Madison here. James Madison came a little before you. I don't know if there's any relation. Fourth President of the United States, and is known as our father of the Constitution. So maybe he has got Estonian roots too, and there's some relation there. But are you going to come up here? Yep, great. Thank you. And Mr. Madison is going to speak about the global security in Africa, I believe. Is that right? Yep, great.
Well, whenever Mr. Peters is asking, I'm trying to be helpful and open-minded. Anyway, when we talk about James Madison, I don't know exactly, but I really, really hope that maybe he is my grandfather. So who knows? But the name is same. I know that we have some colleagues from the European Parliament also here, like Ferdinand is there, and our Romanian colleagues, and we have very good colleagues from Europe, also from the national parliaments, from Latvia. But I know that there are some great friends always been here every year from Africa, different African countries. And this conference has always been for 2 days, for years, discussed especially about the cybersecurity, human trafficking, but also the security problems, the risks, how to deal with that. But when we also look for the latest plan for the American foreign policy, the national security strategy, then we can see clearly that, of course, the American priorities will be for the future, especially Southern America. At the same time, Africa has been the top priority for China. And when we look on the resources, I just had some beautiful facts and the numbers. I like numbers. When we look on the facts and numbers, you can imagine just a question like maybe the fact check. You know that how much cobalt exists in Africa, totally of the world. It's about 80%. About 80% of the cobalt exists in Africa, especially in Congo. And cobalt we need it if you want to try with Tesla or other electric cars, we need it for the batteries, and most of those resources are controlled by China. Other thing, for example, lithium. About the total of the world, 9% of the lithium exists in Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe has been also the great partner for China. And we need lithium for the batteries again. And especially when we talk about the Europe and the Green Deal and how to save the planet and how to save all the ice spheres, then for the Green Deal and for the new resources, we need batteries, and for the batteries, we need resources. And China has been very clever about that. If you know, I don't know, do you know that how much is controlled by China for the minerals? 90% of the global minerals are controlled by China. The most important ones, cobalt, lithium, others. For example, the other resources, gas. The biggest resource of gas exists in Mozambique. And Mozambique has always been influenced by China. Other things, for gold. About 10% of the total gold resources exist in Africa. For example, South Africa, also in Zambia, some also in Congo. And now the question is that what will be the strategic plan for the future, that how to have normal partnership with African countries and how to reduce the Chinese influence and also the Russian influence. For example, Sudan. Sudan is in the internal conflict in the war. I just had a very good meeting a few weeks ago with the ambassador of Sudan to the European Union. And there was a question, of course, of how we can help Sudan, how to finalize the problem there with RFS, Rapid Force Resources, what is the Islamistic radical group who's trying to destabilize the country. But at the same time, there is a huge Chinese and the Russian influence, and also from the United Arab Emirates. And also, many of you who are from the parliaments, you know it very well that also in Sudan, there is a very small, tiny minority of Christians, about 5% of the population are Christians. And especially those terroristic groups are attacking the churches, Christian minorities. And of course, the ambassador totally agrees that it is unacceptable. And but the question is that how the other countries, especially the European countries or the Western countries or the United States, can really help to reduce Chinese influence, because there is interest from the both sides. And I know that the history is very complex, especially with the European countries together with African countries. But I think the time has passed pretty much. It has been like 50, 60 years. When they have an independence, they have their own countries. But always the question is that which countries will be the best partners for the cooperation, for the economy, for the security, for the technological cooperation. And I think like maybe 10, 20 years ago, there was maybe huge hope in African countries that China will be the best partner, because China is technically asking nothing. It doesn't ask about the election systems or the democracy or the women's right or whatever else. They're just asking for the deal. We're gonna build you some bridges, some infrastructure objects, some roads, and you just give the opportunity to the Chinese companies to mine the resources. Is it gold, is it cobalt, whatever else. But now, like when I've been like in African countries, in several, pretty often, now you can see that the African countries aren't so happy anymore, because they see that it's the new expansionism of China. and they doesn't care about local countries or how they are developing for the future. And here is the best cooperation part for the European countries if they are getting over the historical past, and for the African countries when they see that you can be also pretty free of the Chinese influence. And there is interest for the both sides, definitely. Because the United States are focusing for Southern America, it's understandable, also for the China and Taiwan. But for the European countries, the main focus should be on Africa, because Africa is huge, huge. It's much bigger continent than Europe altogether. And it's full of resources, full of possibilities, full of cooperation. So that will be that. And currently today, when we look on the foreign policy of the EU, I really don't see that some kind of strategic mindset that how we can get closer to this South Africa, to Congo, to Sudan, or Zimbabwe, that we can win for the both sides. So yeah, but we are working for that, especially conservatives, that to have a normal common sense coming back to the EU, and to have a normal cooperation with the United States, so that globally the both sides can win, especially the US and the EU. Thanks so much.
So the next panel, I think are we ready? On human trafficking. And we have three fantastic speakers on a very difficult subject, and Anne and Tanya and Mary. On our way. Okay. Are you going to do it together or separately? Okay. So Ann Basham is on the board of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. A great supporter. Hello. And Tanya Gould here as well. Tanya is the anti-human trafficking director for the Commonwealth of Virginia, just across the Potomac River. And we have Mary Vigil, who's with Congressman Smith's office, is on her way. She'll be here soon, and she is the senior national security and foreign affairs advisor to Congressman Smith. We'll hear from him a little bit later today. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ann Basham. Did I say Ann's the chair also of the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking? I got that right. Okay, great. Ann?
Thank you so much, and thank you, JC and Congressman Pittenger for hosting this today. Thank you so much, and for prioritizing this. The Interparliamentary Task Force, as I wanted to mention, actually was birthed right here in PISF. It was actually Congressman Pittenger who really had the vision for wanting to bring in this topic of human trafficking, because it is so crucial to everything we're talking about today. I'm actually going to reference some of the cybersecurity stuff, so I was really grateful that those statistics were brought up. I'm going to tie in some of that, so I will go pretty quickly. As I mentioned, I'm here today, but also Tanya Gould will be speaking after me. It is her birthday today. Happy birthday. And then Mary will be wrapping up, but all of what we're saying actually ties together. So at the end, we want to open it up for questions. We'll open it up after all three of us speak. So just let me know at that time. Okay, today is actually Anti-Corruption Day, International Anti-Corruption Day. And so I'm going to actually spend the next few minutes tying in this issue of how corruption facilitates, fuels, and fosters human trafficking. There have been many, many headlines in the past year, mostly focused actually on Southeast Asia, specifically describing thousands of people trapped inside massive compounds, forced to run online scams day and night. Many had responded to what looked like legitimate job offers. Actually, many are Uyghurs. So as most of you know, the Uyghurs who have been persecuted so greatly in China, put into forced labor camps. Those who have fled have often fled to Cambodia and parts of Southeast Asia, where unfortunately then they are caught up unintentionally in these forced scamming. So it's becoming a huge issue. Instead, their passports have been taken, they've been beaten, refused to work, if they refuse to work, and some were tortured in front of others as a warning. So I just want to paint the picture. This is very heavy, But this is a real crux of where a humanitarian issue meets a global security issue. They were not what most consider traditional human trafficking. There were no brothels. There were no border crossings in the way most people would normally imagine. This was forced labor inside cyber crime operations. People exploited to defraud victims here in the West, generating billions in profit. And this is why human trafficking is not just a humanitarian issue. It is a sophisticated transnational security threat. We often talk about human trafficking as a moral failure, and so I know people have different understandings of human trafficking and exploitation, so I'm actually going to unpack what it is for those of you who don't understand or have heard a lot of things. We're not referring to people crossing the border. That is not what we're referring to, so we're actually referring to something else. We often talk about it as a moral failure, as I mentioned, but exploitation fuels organized crime, destabilizes regions, corrodes governance, and intersects with conflict and cybercrime. Human trafficking thrives in the same environments that global security professionals worry the most about: weak governance, corruption, conflict, displacement, and economic instability. Where people are unprotected, exploitation follows. And where exploitation flourishes, organized crime embeds itself deeply into the fabric of a society. Human trafficking and exploitation is a vast economic global enterprise. It is low risk, it is high reward, and it is deeply, deeply adaptable. Unlike other forms of illicit trade, the commodity is human beings, and it is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the entire world, the number one. As lawmakers and business leaders, you hold a very, very critical role in combating this evil. So oftentimes people with human trafficking like to actually focus on, rescue or recovery, but that is not enough. That is just playing whack-a-mole. Without changes to our laws and policies, many victims will never be identified or recovered, and actually the cycle will just continue. Human trafficking is defined, and this is like the legal definition, as the recruitment, transportation, or harboring of individuals through force, fraud, or coercion. And the ultimate goal is exploitation for profit. That's really what sets it apart from other forms of just exploitation or humanitarian issues. Exploitation, not to get into the technical definitions of it all, doesn't necessarily mean that someone profits from it. With human trafficking, someone is profiting. They are actually making money because it's a crime of financial gain. The crime knows no boundaries. As you'll see in a minute, we're going to talk about cybercrime. It is truly a borderless crime. It targets men, women, children, all ages, all races, all ethnicities. Traffickers employ various tactics. We'll get into a few of those, including, of course, violence. But they also employ fraudulent employment agencies, false promises, actually, of education. They all throughout, actually, the continent of Africa, they will target boys and girls from fairly stable families, like Ghana especially. We've helped a number of women there. They had gone to high school, they had graduated, they had loving, stable families, and they wanted to study abroad. And so they were lured, these women, thinking that they were going to go to Europe, and halfway through their journey, the person who held their passport said, "You can return home." Mind you, they had had to pay their own ticket, and they didn't have the money to return home now. And they said, "Or you can continue on your journey, but you're going to end up in Iraq." And so they ended up in Iraq, and they were forced into forced slavery as indentured servants. That's a whole separate issue, but that is how this happens. People think it's just a few select people. It is happening by the millions. And so it's the rare few who actually get out. Trafficking does not operate alone. There are exploitation networks that overlap with arms trafficking, money laundering, drug trafficking, cybercrime, and financial fraud. These are not separate problems. They are completely interconnected parts of the same criminal ecosystem. And this is especially evident in situations of conflict. So I do want to mention that in war-torn and destabilized regions, which is where a lot of people think of this, human trafficking becomes a tool of power. Armed terrorist groups, specifically, such as the Taliban and ISIS, they use it to generate revenue. They use it to control populations and to perpetuate fear. Children are subject to forced labor, and often women and girls are kidnapped and then sold as sex slaves or into forced marriages. And this is happening throughout Africa as well as the Middle East, of course. Human trafficking is big business. At the end of the day, it is big business. And unlike any other human rights abuse, it funds illicit networks and movements that threaten the security of our entire world. As one example from the Southern Hemisphere, from below the United States, MS-13, one of the most notorious gangs operating. They operate largely in Guatemala, here in Central America, Honduras, El Salvador. In 2015, the U.S. Treasury Department found, quote, and this is a quote from them, money generated by local MS-13 cliques engaged in sex trafficking, drug trafficking, murder for hire, extortion, and money laundering, and it was, quote, consolidated and funneled to the group's central leadership in Central America. All of these factors contribute to a heightened risk of human trafficking, especially for children in this region. So as you can see, this is truly a global issue. The profitability and repeatable nature of trafficking make it particularly attractive to organized crime. A single victim can be exploited multiple times. So unlike a gun, which you can sell once and it's done, you can sell a person over and over again. It generates far more revenue than a shipment of narcotics or illicit arms deal. Addressing trafficking is therefore not only a moral and humanitarian imperative, but it's actually a critical counterterrorism and anti-crime strategy. Human trafficking doesn't just result, as we know though, from conflict or from mass migration, which is often what people think. Those factors definitely are pull factors for increasing it, but that's not it. The profits from exploitation actually fund violence, prolong instability, and undermine overall peace-building efforts. And in this way, it becomes both a symptom and actually a driver of insecurity. Also, I want to now dive into the technology side. It has dramatically accelerated these risks. Today, human trafficking, recruitment, grooming, and exploitation and the payment increasingly occurs online. Digital platforms, in fact, right now in the Senate, there is an all-day hearing, which I highly encourage you to tune into, very bipartisan, in the Senate Judiciary Committee today. It's actually an all-day hearing specifically on one topic, and that is online child exploitation. It's huge. It is a huge, huge issue, and there are a plethora of bills. In fact, I was sitting there, 3 new bills were just introduced, a whole package on that topic alone, because it's such a huge intersection. Online sexual exploitation in particular has normalized extreme violence and generated massive illicit profits with limited accountability. Digital exploitation is not only a social harm, it also is a security challenge because it intersects, as our previous speakers mentioned, cybersecurity, financial crimes, and transnational criminal operation. The digital battlefield now includes human exploitation. And while traffickers and systems often take center stage, the long-term security impact is shaped by what happens to survivors. Human trafficking shatters individuals, just to give you a look behind the scenes. So we're dealing with not only the security angle, but what happens in a society when you have a massive amount of children who have actually been exploited online. What does that do to an entire society or community? So human trafficking shatters individuals and communities. Survivors frequently return, of course, with profound trauma, criminal records, economic exclusion, and little access to justice. Without restoration and support, many are vulnerable to re-exploitation and coercion into criminal activity. And that's why one of the most important bills actually that we have recently passed here in Congress happened just last week on Monday. It was the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act. And while people think that's great, what it does is it provides a pathway for criminal record relief for survivors of trafficking, most of whom have been involved in things like money laundering and bank fraud. So they were actually victims themselves of money laundering or bank fraud right here in the United States of America, and then they're charged with that crime, given a felony conviction, so that not only can they not just vote, they have difficulty getting a job. They have difficulty getting an apartment. I talked to one woman, she literally worked for the NSA and then lost her job when it came through, and she was the victim. And the judge stood there and said, you're clearly a victim of human trafficking, but this is what the law says. That should not be, and that's happening all across the world. And so the United States, just so you know, if you're from another country, we are truly leading on this. In fact, at the United Nations, this was mentioned just a few weeks ago, that we are leading in the United States with this criminal record relief. 48 out of the 50 states have passed some version of it, and we anticipate that this will pass into law as early as this month. It just needs to clear the Senate. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. That is something that a lot of people throughout the world experience, and we call it, if you Google it, it's called the principle of non-punishment. So it's a new type of legislation that you can look into. On a societal scale, this erodes resilience. It fractures families and communities. You cannot have stable nations while exploitation leaves generations upon generations marginalized and unprotected. Global estimates indicate that a staggering 50 million people are subject to exploitation through human trafficking, yet fewer than 0.5%, actually it's 0.4%, are ever identified. There are more slaves on the planet right now than at any other time in human history. And the suffering endured by these sustains an industry, and this is where the statistic comes in, of $236 billion annually. I've actually heard estimates higher that go above the $300 billion mark. So I know there was a slide that had been put up during the previous talk, and it listed all these different types of cyber crimes. This absolutely fits in there. So I just wanted to mention that. It makes it the second largest criminal enterprise in the entire world. It actually is only surpassed right now by drug trafficking specifically. So the moral cost of inaction is obviously immense, but so is the strategic cost. Dependence on exploitive supply chains is not just an ethical concern, and this is where I'm going to tie in the last little bit on China. It is a security vulnerability. In July of 2022, just after the start of the war with Ukraine, the FBI director, actually we were over there in Romania when they made this announcement. It was actually at one of these PISF forums, and it happened that very day. That FBI director and the MI5 director general delivered a joint statement noting that China, quote, poses the biggest long-term threat to Western security. It was a rare joint statement in person. And they said this because the whole world was so focused on Russia at the time, and they wanted to make it clear. So I just want you to know this is how it all ties in. But the supply chains that actually originate in China, and this is for all the business leaders in the room, come from forced labor camps of the Uyghur people. They further strengthen the economy of our largest threat and provide a global security concern that extends beyond human rights. So we could dive into so much more on that, but as I close, I want to wrap up with how you can learn more about this. It is a humanitarian disaster. It is a global security threat. It is one of the fastest growing criminal enterprises in the world, but history shows us that courageous lawmakers, informed by the experience of survivors, can drive systemic change. We see this all throughout history. William Wilberforce in the 1800s, who ushered in the beginning of the end of the transatlantic slave crisis, was a lawmaker. The tipping point is within reach, but only if legislators take the lead. And this is why the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking that I lead actually created this year. We call it the ATIP Policy Library, so it stands for Anti-Trafficking in Persons. It is a free digital online library of very key synthesized anti-trafficking legislation from around the world. So you can go on there right now. You just go to Task Force, TASKFORCE, on HT. HT stands for human trafficking. So just Task Force on HT and you can pull it up. You just click the link and scroll down to library, and you can see this is a synthesized list of what we consider to be very foundational legislation, but also reports on this to make it super simple for lawmakers all around the world to do this. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to Tanya Gould. She's going to continue talking about this topic. I have known her for years. She's the director of anti-human trafficking efforts for the state of Virginia, and she's actually a lived experience expert. So please welcome Tanya.
Thank you, Anne. Okay. Great. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Gould, and I am the Director of Anti-Human Trafficking for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So this conversation isn't just about trafficking. It's about the soul of nations, right? It's about whether our systems choose dignity or default to neglect. Today, we're going to talk about security through the lens, a new lens, and it's going to be about the way we treat our most vulnerable. This perspective may not mean as much to you, or let's say you may not even fully understand it when we're talking about human trafficking, but that's why we're here today. The three of us are helping you bridge this gap of disconnection. I am the survivor of domestic human trafficking, and I'm so thankful for life, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to assist you in fully engaging you on this issue. The strength of a nation. So let's tell the truth. The strength of a nation doesn't lie in its GDP or its firepower. It lies in how it treats people who have the least amount of leverage, the least visibility, and too often, the least amount of protection. Human trafficking is not a sideline issue. It's a national security indicator. When exploitation rises, the system is signaling a failure. You cannot secure a nation that allows its most vulnerable citizens to remain exposed. And you cannot fight human trafficking if you refuse to measure the conditions that it produces. I call this the Vulnerability Index, a security metric built on a simple truth that exploitation grows where dignity is starved. So why does human trafficking persist? Trafficking is not a fluke or a mystery, and I believe that is a huge myth. It is a predictable product of the environment. So when families lack stability, when communities lack trusted institutions, when systems lack accountability, when survivors lack economic pathways, the vacuum becomes a breeding ground for exploitation. This is the truth. Where dignity is weak, traffickers thrive. And every gap we ignore today becomes a cost for tomorrow's center. So I want to talk to you about something called the Dignity Mandate. God said, "Let us make man in our own image." Imago Dei. How many of us heard of that before? Yes. So let us make man in our own image, in our likeness, so that they may. And I love that piece right there, so that they may, right? And in Genesis 1:26 to 27, the Bible continues to talk about what we may do. And that's what we're doing today. We're may doing things. In Virginia, we looked at building a language and conversation, calling it the Dignity Mandate. And what we were trying to do is build a framework that defines dignity not as just a feeling, but as an operational standard. So when dignity becomes a part of your governance architecture, everything shifts. Like fewer vulnerabilities, fewer victims, fewer long-term costs, and a system that actually earns the public trust. So dignity is not soft. It's actually strategic. Why lived experience experts are non-negotiable? It's because you can't solve a problem you've only studied from the outside, right? You need people who have walked through the fire and survived it. You may have often heard me say or not, but I'm going to tell you today, I believe that legislation is our history written. We can always look back at legislation and tell where we've been. I believe that survivors can be a part of that written history. All over the world, I see governments designing anti-trafficking systems without survivor architects. And so, if you could imagine, that's like designing a bridge without engineers. You might get something pretty, but it's not going to be safe. And who's going to actually trust it? So we need lived experience at the table, not as an ornament, but as real strategy. So this is the next frontier. Survivor-centered governance. So that means survivors are not just testimonies. I'm not here just to talk about what happened to me. I'm actually here to be a part of the tapestry, right? To be a part of the solution. We are analysts. We are consultants. We are policy designers. We are the missing strategic intelligence. So listen, we can no longer afford systems built without people who knows the terrain. So what nations can measure? This is what I believe. I believe that you can measure a nation by the way it treats its vulnerable, period. By the way it responds to its vulnerable, period. By the way it pays attention to its vulnerable, period. So here's where we get practical. There are about 6 dignity-based indicators nations can measure to forecast exploitation. You can look at economic stability, housing security, access to trusted services, youth and family stability, labor oversight and worker pathways, and institutional accountability, which that should be number 1. These aren't just social metrics. These are early warning signals. Every spike in vulnerability is a flare in the night sky, telling us that exploitation is on the move. Human trafficking doesn't just emerge where people are desperate. It emerges where systems are distracted, like conflict zones, right? Migrant flows, digital marketplaces, political instability. These are all opportunities for structures, or opportunity structures for traffickers. So if you want to secure your nation, secure the places where dignity is most at risk. Here's where you shift from insight to mandate. We cannot afford to do this little by little, right? We need bold commitments. So adopt dignity as a national security metric. Imago Dei. Build survivor-centered governance models. Create multidisciplinary response systems that are built to last, not built just to look good on paper. Human trafficking is a stress test. And right now, many of our systems are not passing. When we safeguard the vulnerable, we strengthen the spine of every nation, period. When we honor lived experience, we sharpen our strategy. And when we choose dignity, We close the door on exploitation. That's what we do. So I know this because I survived what happens when systems fail. I'm just one of the many, and the truth is, there are many faces you will never see, many voices you will never hear, but we exist. And we exist within your nations, within your systems, within your structures. And I stand here because someone somewhere, a community, recognized my dignity before I ever could. And this is the work that doesn't just protect people, it transforms people. And if it transforms people, it transformed me, then this too can very well transform nations. I thank you for your leadership, your courage, your commitment to global security through dignity. And if you want to continue this conversation and collaborate or build survivor-informed systems in your country, here's my contact information. Thank you so much. And please welcome Mary.
I don't know if he has my slides or not, but good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to Congressman Pittenger over here for asking me to be here today. I've had the privilege of serving in the executive branch during the first Trump administration, leading counter-trafficking efforts at USAID, and also on the House side as the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee Staff Director, conducting oversight of about $10 billion a year in foreign assistance. And I've also worked at various civil society organizations, including living with human trafficking survivors for 10 years and working alongside them to provide support and assistance through healthcare, social services, and education. In my role at USAID, we funded a research project that found that democracy was intimately linked to prevalence of human trafficking. The stronger the democratic governance and rule of law, the less prevalence of it. Yet, we must confront this problem not only as a human rights issue, but as a strategic threat to economies, security, and social fabric of democracies around the world. I want to highlight 3 fronts where trafficking tied to China-related actors directly endanger democratic values and global stability. The first, scam centers. I'm sure many of you have heard it by now, what this is, and many of your nations have also been affected by it. Well, China remains listed among countries with a documented policy or pattern of state-sponsored trafficking involving forced labor, forced criminality, and exploitation of ethnic and religious minorities. This includes forced labor and forced criminality tied to online scams, fraudulent jobs, and web-based fraud schemes, often involving trafficking victims coerced into cybercriminal operations abroad. These scam center operations do more than exploit individuals that they're targeting, but they also turn trafficked human beings into tools of cross-border crimes, cyber fraud, money laundering, and financial destabilization. And, as you know, the profits are funneled through underground networks, often linked to state-affiliated criminal supply chains. When human trafficking fuels these cyber fraud and state-linked criminal economies, it becomes a direct threat to global financial and national security. So the UNODC recently estimated that hundreds of industrial-scale scam centers are generating just under $40 billion in annual profit. And recently, the U.S. Treasury Department also estimated that Americans lost at least $10 billion in 2024 alone from Southeast Asia-based scam centers using forced labor and trafficking. So this is a good case study when thinking of transnational organized crime. These scam centers are thriving in border areas, particularly in special economic zones where the laws are a little bit loose. Some of these places I have visited myself. These places include Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, as well as in Nigeria, Philippines, Brazil, and Peru. These areas have been reported through UNODC, as well as through even U.S. Congress, also been reported through the U.S. Institute of Peace. People are trafficked from China, Vietnam, Ethiopia, but also from North America, South America. And these scam centers, these Asia-led scam centers, have expanded geographically to almost every region in the world, while also the involvement of criminal groups have also expanded. So what does this mean to all of us? Well, as we know, we've all been affected by this in one way or another, and the governments need to be prepared to respond, because this affects both online markets, money laundering networks, stolen data products, malware, and artificial intelligence, which make it easier for this crime to continue to rise and also to easily adapt to crackdowns. So these Asian crime syndicates, as the places I mentioned, they do tend to thrive in places where law enforcement and banking are vulnerable. Methods include false romantic ploys, bogus investment pitches, and illegal gambling schemes. I can't tell you how many times just in casual interactions at events, and even just recently during this weekend, I run into people who know someone, often a family member, who has been scammed. While this matters, so why does this matter strategically for us? As I said, the government does need to be prepared to respond to this. The way the U.S. government has responded is through sanctions of specific individuals as well as entities. Another way that malign influence like China has supported destabilization of security, economies, and democracies is through the critical mineral and metal supply chain. The U.S. government has a good case study for how to respond to it. In the recent, as many of you probably are aware of, the Washington Accords for Peace and Prosperity between Rwanda as well as DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the United States. This is a good case study, as we have seen, as global demand for critical minerals has intensified over the years. We have seen that nations like China basically have a monopoly on it, particularly in places like DRC, where they have taken over the cobalt mining industry. And in doing so, we have seen where there has been child labor and forced labor, in addition to fueling of other corrupt officials, as well as regional instability. So this particular endeavor is really groundbreaking in the sense that, and it's historic, because it does provide the opportunity to provide a model for responsible sourcing, good governance, and human rights compliant supply chains. This is an opportunity to dismantle forced labor supply dependencies and prevent coercive exploitation linked to state-sponsored resource extraction. So it's also a very strategic way to ensure mutual national interests, including security and economic interests, as well as, of course, protecting of human rights. As global demand increases for these minerals and materials, as we know, this affects batteries, clean energy, high-tech manufacturing, so does the risk for forced labor remain apparent, as this is very deeply embedded in supply chain, meaning that some made-in-China goods may be tainted by human rights abuses, even if companies claim compliance. It is, as we all know, it's very complex and very difficult to try to enforce clean supply chains. But there are opportunities in front of us, and opportunities to work collaboratively on that effort as well. Because supply chains are international and often opaque, even countries with strong human rights standards can become easily complicit indirectly, unless they enforce strict due diligence and sourcing laws. Now that said, I'm going to jump into the final piece, which is forced organ harvesting. Because of the secretive nature of this industry, and because Chinese authorities deny or suppress transparent investigation, there is no reliable public estimate of total profits derived from it. But academics and human rights groups, as well as even U.S. Congress, have provided reports, and even international organizations have provided reports, whether it's testimony from individuals who have survived this, or whether it's from even doctors who have performed this. Reports over many years in this regard have documented that religious, ethnic minorities and dissenters in China have been subjected to arbitrary detention, forced labor, and medical harvesting of Uyghurs and Falun Gong. So we have seen Uyghurs and Falun Gong be particularly targeted in this regard, and continue to be targeted. And that's, as we know, Falun Gong, the average age is 28 years old, and oftentimes Falun Gong are targeted, not just because they're considered dissenters, but also because they are healthy because of their practice, but also for Uyghurs, there is a demand for organs that are, as people have called it, halal organs. So this is trafficking at its most extreme. We know human beings reduced to medical commodities. Such atrocities reflect not only criminal behavior, but a deliberate use of terror and exploitation by regime as a tool of power, and obviously violating all international norms, medical ethics, and human rights. And when this becomes institutionalized, it signals a regime's willingness to treat human life as inventory, and thus constitutes a direct challenge to the global rules-based order. So what do we do with this? Well, we are collaborating with other governments on legislation to monitor this in each country and offer penalties and fines and apply sanctions to entities involved or enabling this behavior. So across all three fronts, scam center trafficking, forced labor, and strategic supply chains, and state-linked forced organ harvesting, there is one fact that does stand out. Human trafficking is no longer just a criminal underworld problem. It is becoming now a tool of state-linked power and profit. And these abuses are not random. They are systemic and they are strategic. And they strike at the very foundation of free societies, international trade norms, and global human rights. So what can we do collectively? Okay, the slide's right. So what can we do collectively? There are various efforts that are happening all across the globe, which includes everything from setting up coalitions, mixed coalitions with private industry, faith-based entities, as well as collaborating on legislation, as well as working to collaborate on transparency and due diligence in global supply chains, as well as efforts to make sure that legislation and national action plans and strategies are in place in various nations as well. And this also includes making sure that legislation or that laws are in place to particularly so that you can have sanctions of individual entities that are responsible for this and that have assets within your own countries. That includes asset freezes and also visa bans. With that also, strengthening international cooperation becomes very critical through law enforcement, intelligence sharing, extradition, and as I said before, asset seizures as well. And this also goes along with global transparency and accountability to support open investigations, protecting whistleblowers, and promoting also opportunities for civil society documentation of abuses. As we all know, state-tolerated human trafficking are among the worst human rights abuses worldwide. But now, as we have seen with scam center networks, forced organ harvesting, and forced labor supply chains, it has become a strategic weapon, used to destabilize economies, deceive citizens, corrupt governance, and even fuel state profit through atrocity. So these problems are no longer other people's problems. When human trafficking is globalized like it is and state-linked, it affects all of us because it undoubtedly affects our economies, our security, and our values. I'm happy to connect with anyone later on if you're interested in any of the legislation or opportunities. As I said, there's a lot of efforts happening to work on these issues, particularly with the critical minerals and metals, through coalitions and through bilateral and multilateral engagements. As you saw in the itinerary, my name is listed. My email is very similar to it. It's just Mary dot and then my last name VIGIL @mail.house.gov. Thank you. And happy birthday to Tanya Gold.
I want to open it up now to, does anyone have any questions? Right there, first hand I saw.
Thank you very much. I'm a speaker from Malta and Fallujah, and definitely the Mediterranean is the area where we can talk a lot about human trafficking.
Yes.
In fact, before I came here, flying from Malta, at least 17 bodies of immigrants were floating in the islet of Crete, which is of course the area where a lot of trafficking, human trafficking, is organized from neighboring Libya and other neighboring Arab countries to Europe. But the problem is not a question of talking about the kind of human trafficking. And I think the main issue is how we as a global community can address properly the fight against human trafficking. And I'm talking about this because one of the things which is always difficult to deal with human trafficking is if we don't have robust legislations across. It's not a question of Malta legislating or United States having those lists of legislation. If they are not robust enough in totality. And the question is, when we come to human trafficking, you have to trace the money trail. And in order to trace the money trail, you need to have the cross financial intelligence between one country to the other. And I know that there's a difficulty between Europe and the United States, between the banks. There's no clear transfer of information from one to the other. And what happens is that because there's this problem, which is across, I mean, even in Europe, although we have the European Union, Malta is part of the European Union, we don't have a common policy together with regards to irregular immigration. And this is a very serious concern, because we are talking about billions of unaccounted money that goes to the benefit of the human traffickers, where they can then, in a complex financial network, they organize to buy arms, organizing terrorist group like Al-Shabaab, whatever, in the area. And who is suffering? The human beings, the innocent. I mean, we are talking about any kind of victims, which are the result of this disorganized but very well organized by the human traffickers. And it is the normal society that is still disorganized to fight the organization of human trafficking. And I think we have to think about this very strongly. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Mary or Tanya, did you want to respond to that?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and which is why, talking about dignity, when you refer to our global community, we haven't agreed as a global community, right, what it means to be human and the rights we have as human, and fighting just for that specifically, right? And if I would love to be a part of a global community that believes that. And, so even though we're talking about money and how it's being transferred and all of that, this will continue. It will just continue to happen if we all, as a global community, if we all do not agree how we should treat each other as human, right? To me, that's the bottom line factor. And when we're talking about how we want to advertise or do our outreach, or how we want to do policy and how we want to trade money, it should all be done out of that type of response, understanding our own dignity. So that's my point.
100% agree with what Tanya said, and I would add that it is about what the society prioritizes. Do they prioritize greed? Do they prioritize profit? Or do they prioritize human beings?
And I would add just synergistic laws. A number of countries are doing that, especially after the war with Ukraine. And there's been talk of what they call a transnational referral mechanism. So throughout Europe, it would start, but basically it's a system where each country is recommended, all right, we don't have this in the United States because of the way that we're set up with 50 states. We're basically a continent. But in Europe, many of the states, I don't know that it's most, have what they call a national referral mechanism. Some are okay, some are terrible. But the general concept is that if you have this, then actually countries can communicate with one another specifically regarding this. So anyway, I would see that as the next step, but it's been discussed. It's a great point. Someone over here. Yes, right there.
I think it's my turn.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever.
Yep. Hi. My name is Simon Pierre Savard-Travelin, member of the Canadian Federal Parliament. As you can hear, I'm from Quebec, so my English is far from being perfect. As long as you understand me, that's fine. So in October, I tabled a bill to stop the import of forced labor goods in Parliament, because so far the Canadian model has been a total failure, because the border control agent have the responsibility to choose whether the product can enter or not. As a matter of fact, almost nothing was ever seized in all history. On the contrary, the American model, which imposed the importer to demonstrate that no forced labor was used in making the product, when it comes from certain companies or from a certain region or certain countries, works very well. So my bill tries to imitate the American system in that matter. The name is C251, if you want to keep a memory of it. But unfortunately, because it's a private member's bill, as we call it over there, I don't know if we say the same here, but this is the way we call it over there. Unfortunately, the government, it will never be voted unless the government chooses to prioritize it. So I think one of the only way is if you know many American officials, if you can pass the message, and if American officials speak, put it into the discussion with Canadian officials and say in their official exchanges with Canadian officials that it would be a good idea to have a common system in all North America. So thank you in advance. So my question is, how can you help me?
I love it. So Arnold Bierson actually is on our task force, who I know is an MP there. So the bill, just so that everyone knows that he's referring to, is the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. That is the U.S. bill. It almost passed unanimously years ago, but it is incredibly effective because it has huge teeth. So it bans imports from a certain region in China where we believe most of the products are tainted. The EU has tried to do similar measures. It's taken years and years, but they lack the teeth. So I will say, just to the gentleman's point over here, that's it. I think that would be a great idea to have it all across North America, because right now we're screening it, but all the time our CBP, our Border Patrol, actually screens out products that they believe have been used. So it's actually been super, super effective. And not been a log jam on our supply chain either, which is what some people said would happen, and it didn't. So I just want to say that too for the record. So thank you so much for mentioning that. But yeah, we'll definitely flag that. Thank you.
Yes, my name is David McCarble. I'm from Houston, Texas. My daughter was taken into human trafficking 8 years ago. We got her back after 10 days. She had lost. She was down to 48 pounds. She was 14 years old. The damage they did to her was irreversible. What we have in this country, what we have with our cell phones, we take for granted. These cell phones are the key tool to these culprits getting to our children. We have the technology to restrict phone use for children so that predators couldn't reach them. If we had legislation for this, I think it would be a big step in the right direction. What do you think about that?
100% agree. I'm going to let Mary chime in here in a minute. We're actually working on a whole suite of bills for that. First of all, I just want to say I'm so sorry for what you have gone through. It really is, to everyone in this room, something that's impacting millions of people, and the most vulnerable and children. And so, right as I mentioned, right now, I would encourage you, I'll send you a link. There's some great lawmakers who are working on these issues specifically and on online exploitation to stop exactly that. But I thank you for sharing. Really, really appreciate you sharing. Mary, did you want to chime in?
I mean, that is a very critical piece, and something that we have in place now for funding too is for child trafficking prevention education, which would also address this issue of online trafficking and exploitation. But there are, as Anne had mentioned, there are a number of bills out there now that are trying to address that issue. The Kids Online Safety Act is one that's really popular right now. But we're with you on that. We know that that is an emerging and a growing issue, and we need to prioritize protecting our children. I'm really sorry to hear about your daughter. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. And we're out of time, but if you have any more questions, you can feel free to reach out to us afterward. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for those presentation, remarks, and discussion. It's an issue that's going to stay front and center for the Parliamentarian Forum for a long time. And sure, you mentioned Canada. We'll have another forum in Ottawa planned in May, and we'll certainly talk about human trafficking and how we can do more to consolidate efforts in North America and globally. So Diana, I see back there, Diana was on a three-person cybersecurity panel. You heard two-thirds of it earlier, and Diana got double booked. She's very popular. Diana Firthgott-Roth, I think some of you have heard her before. She was recently in El Salvador at our last forum, and going to be also speaking on cybersecurity. Diana is the director for the Center on Energy, Climate, and Environment, and the Herbert and Joyce Morgan Fellow in Energy and Environmental Policy at the Heritage Foundation. So, Diana, come on ahead. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much for rearranging the program. I really appreciate it. And it's really great to see all of you here. Well, we heard on the previous panels about the damages from cell phones and how we need to regulate those more for young people. But I want to ask you, how many of you have navigation systems on your cell phones? There you go. How many of you trade stocks? Any of you trade stocks? None of you trade stocks. Well, that's great. I'm an economist. I recommend mutual funds. But some people do trade stocks on their phones daily. Many people use these cell phones ubiquitously for good reasons, not for bad reasons, as we heard earlier. And the question is, what if these navigation systems go out? When I get into an Uber, I often ask the Uber driver, I say, what would you do if your navigation system went out? And then he usually says to me, well, it doesn't matter because I have it on my cell phone. Well, few people know that the navigation systems that we have are dependent on a system of 32 satellites up in the air. This is a national security conference, and we should be focused on the fact that these satellites can be taken down through Russian or Chinese interference, and they can also be disrupted by electromagnetic storms. And if that happens, then we don't get any positioning, navigation, or timing. Our cell phones don't work, the navigation systems on our cars don't work, and if we get any money out of an ATM, it does not have a time stamp. Well, this matters because these days, ever since the positioning, navigation, and timing systems got put in place, the economy depends on PNT, positioning, navigation, and timing. It depends on these satellites, and we need to figure out what a backup is. I don't know if any of you are in the farming area. Do any of you do agriculture or know anyone who is in agriculture? Yes. Well, tractors these days have GPS on them. They put the seed in a particular place, and they water and they fertilize the seed in that particular place. They don't just scatter seeds. Fertilizer and water are all over. If we look at pilots receive GPS signals. In fact, Ursula von der Leyen's plane got hacked as it was coming into Bulgaria. We have construction systems now that use digital blueprints. I don't know if any of you are in construction. Well, the construction area, instead of just having a blueprint and you hammer in a nail where it says on the digital blueprint, nowadays there's GPS where it tells you precisely where to put in that nail. That reduces the error rate of these construction projects. Well, recently, in case you think that I've been making this up, there are a lot of reports about how Russia and Ukraine are jamming their systems themselves in their own wars. There have been examples here with a driver going past Newark Airport that all of a sudden jammed the GPS because he wanted to go see his girlfriend during the lunch hour and he didn't want his wife to know. So at Liberty Airport, they found that around lunchtime, their GPS for their planes was going out, and it turns out that a jammer was going by precisely because on the same route every day he wanted to visit his girlfriend. In 2019, there was a British ship. I'm sure many of you remember the Sterna Imperial. It was hacked by Iran. The ship thought it was in international waters. In fact, it was in Iranian waters. The Iranians picked up the ship. Well, these days we have even more vulnerability to GPS. It used to be, many of you might remember, that taxi drivers knew the way to go without looking at navigation systems. In London, the taxi drivers would have to pass a test, so they would have to find their way anywhere in London. The same with truck drivers. These days, you could be an Uber driver. You could be an Uber driver. Anyone could be an Uber driver. All you need is the cell phone. But that means that we have a lot of capability that is not being backed up. We have a lot of people who are depending on the technology for their jobs, whether it's a truck driver, taxi driver, construction worker. And so to have the system go down is a lot more dangerous than it could have been 20 years ago. Well, when I worked as assistant secretary, deputy assistant secretary at the transportation department, I had a lot of things to do, but my most important job was backing up GPS, because the transportation department is the US government entity that is responsible for backing up the global positioning system for civilians. That's people like you. And then DoD is responsible for backing it up for the military. And there are a number of technologies that we tested. We tested about 20 different technologies. We published a big report in January 2021 that you can still find online. We identified technologies that could be used, but the federal government hasn't appropriated any funds for these, so the United States is still in a very vulnerable position. There have been more technologies found recently. There's one called Turn AI, which puts a navigation system basically in your car. It's a very sophisticated map of the Earth's surface, so that with the motion of the Earth's sensors can tell you where you are going. This is very inexpensive. It costs $50 to $100. Full disclosure, I'm on their advisory board. It's very popular because you would never get lost. And there are auto companies such as GM looking at it. There are fleets such as FedEx. FedEx does not want all its trucks to get lost on the road if the Chinese take out our satellites. So they are instituting it in their trucks. Amazon is interested because they want to reduce the error rate of their drivers. So that's one example of a very cost-effective technology. And then for timing, there's a great technology called Hoptron that uses atomic clocks. So instead of using the satellites for timing, it uses atomic clocks. Well, this needs coordination between different countries. You are parliamentarians. Many of you are parliamentarians. I can assure you that if you go home and you talk to people in your home countries, in your governments, and you ask them what would happen if the navigation system went out, they would say it cannot go out. It's just there, it's free. But these things can go out. They're dependent on systems of satellites that can be taken down, and it's up to people such as yourselves to be figuring out what to do to back it up. And in private companies such as FedEx, Amazon, GM, they can put it in their vehicles. But what about ambulances? What about fire trucks? What about police officers? If these systems go down, the government vehicles, the municipal vehicles need to know where to go. The days of reading maps and people who can read maps are over now. Nowadays, if the government provides a free technology like GPS, it needs to be backed up for common safety systems. So we need to make sure that, that this is done. With that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was curious about our GPS system. How vulnerable really is it for aircraft and the like?
Well, Well, that's a great question, and in fact came up about in December 2021 when the FAA decided that telecom towers were too close to airports because they had just moved into a different radio frequency band that they thought would be interfering with the global positioning system. The FAA said that certain flights could only operate visually and could not rely on GPS. And when that happened, these telecom companies scaled back the power in certain towers that were near airports. So GPS is subject to interference. The Federal Aviation Administration makes sure that it isn't and that our planes fly safely. But this takes a certain amount of surveillance. There was another company called Legato that was going to put itself right next to the GPS band, was also going to have the effect of interfering with GPS. And there was big discussions at the Federal Communications Commission whether this firm, Legato, should be allowed to operate in that particular space. And that went on for years and years and years. So in general, the FAA makes sure that all the planes fly safely. Sometimes the FAA has to tell planes not to fly using GPS at certain times, and then this sort of problem is worked out. Any more questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to do a little, thank you again, Diana, really appreciate it. I think you covered everything and only one question. We have Congressman Smith on the way. We always have to pivot on these things, and we'll accommodate him, but our next panel is on transnational organized crime. And we have two speakers, maybe not so much a panel, but two presentations. And David, where are you? I see Richard. David? Ah, okay. Great. So it may be that the congressman arrives in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour. We'll just interrupt for 10 minutes for remarks. And why don't, maybe we'll start with David. David Consol. You go by DJ? Okay, DJ is a former senior strategy advisor at the U.S. State Department and has other roles now, which you may want to talk about when you introduce yourself. But thanks for being here.
Congressman, thank you so much. And to everybody here, thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to come and talk about such an important subject as the ones we've been addressing today. Criminal networks are global, they're digital, they're sophisticated, and they're moving at an incredible speed. Our response has to match that velocity, technology, and ambition. I said my name is David Consoli. A lot of people know me as DJ. I've worked for the last 20 years overseas. I've had the privilege to work with the U.S. government, countering transnational organized crime and foreign terrorist groups in your countries with your operators hand in hand. The way it works is we go to a country, we live there for a few years, we set up elite task forces, and under your legislation and under your judicial system, we investigate and we go after the organized crime, and then they're prosecuted, sentenced, sometimes extradited to different countries. So in my talk today, I'm going to go through a few things, and then I'm going to give you a secret. So be ready for the secret. In the U.S., we have a saying that goes like this. It's all about the Benjamins, because a $100 bill has Benjamin Franklin on it. And when we're talking about organized crime, it's really about the money. It's about the money they get. What our colleagues who were talking about human trafficking, everything you've heard today through cryptocurrency, it's always about the money. And one of the issues with transnational organized crime and terrorist groups is corruption and the money that's involved in corruption. I'm going to tell you a quick story. One of the units that I was a member of had the privilege of doing a takedown on a president of a country in Central America. When we went to do the takedown, there was about 40 officers from that country along with some U.S. agents. And this guy had accumulated mass wealth, millions and millions of dollars. He had a beautiful yacht, a gorgeous home, and he was having this amazing wedding for his daughter. And that day was the day we decided to go in and do the takedown because his whole crony network was there at the table, and we were able to capture them and take them all in at the same time. And this is an individual who at no point in his life had any business, worked, or had any financial source, yet through asset forfeiture, $320 million were removed from him. So that just gives you an idea of how corruption and organized crime come together. So you have a corrupt president who's made $320 million while in that country criminal gangs and narco-terrorists moved about freely. One of the other important things to remember with organized crime is that criminals, we hear about, in the United States, we used to have the Bloods and the Crips for fighting. In Central America, you have MS-13 and 18th Street fighting all the time. Yet these guys, when it comes to making money, collaborate. There's prisons in Central America where you have on the street people who would be killing each other. In the prison, they're collaborating, they're talking because that's how business gets done. So while we're all here today, it's important to remember that collaboration is key. It's key to going after these networks. And I'll tell you a quick other story, and it has to do with human trafficking, as was brought up before. In Central America, the United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, UNODC, was able to bring together all the countries of Central America and the Caribbean to collaborate on transnational organized crime related to child exploitation. And because of the collaboration, we were able to move faster than the criminal organizations and do a massive takedown of human trafficking organizations, which oftentimes are also narco-trafficking organizations. So here's the secret that I was telling you about. Here we call it the secret sauce, or how you make the sausage. We need human intelligence, the work that your operators and our operators do in the field. We need regional information sharing, and this is where it's important when you're back in your countries, and we here in the United States, oftentimes when I was at an embassy overseas, it's coming together and collaborating, bringing your justice sector, your investigators, your prosecutors, your judges together, and creating that basis of legislation and policy so that we're able to collaborate. That's the secret sauce for countering and disrupting transnational criminal organizations. One of the other important areas to keep an eye out for is what we call mirror transactions. And so we oftentimes pick out transactions that look suspicious. But now criminal organizations have smartened up. Sure, they use cryptocurrency and stablecoin, but another way that they function is through these mirror transactions. So it's also important to create policy and legislation that allows investigators and operators to go deep inside of the private sector world to be able to distinguish when something is legitimate and when something's a mirror transaction, when something's happening which seems in a legitimate economy, but in reality is movement of illicit goods and money. So, to sum all this up, let's remember that it's important that we continuously empower, train, and give the tools to our operators. That's the human intelligence side. It's important to work with technology. And I'm going to mention a few emerging technologies that I've worked with over the years that have empowered our operators and our systems. Now we have easy biometric reading. So a company like Identi on your operator's cell phone can screen and figure out who is this person that I'm encountering. Do they belong to a criminal network? Have they committed a crime in another country? Who are they? And that's right on a cell phone, scanning a face, scanning a fingerprint. Another one is the tool created by Sapios, which now our operators can use AI, satellite imaging, drones to quickly know when they're going into an operation, what's on the other side. Another incredible technology is KaiMat, which creates a wall using 2 points, and we can look across multiple miles and see who's crossing a border, who's crossing into a compound, what do they have, what are they carrying. That same technology from KaiMat is used for when a SWAT team is going into a building. Now we can see through walls, through multiple walls, what's behind that building, what's inside. Are there people? Do they have guns? Are there attack dogs? What am I going to encounter? Condor Industries is bringing in from Ukraine the drone systems that they have created over this war, which was actually one of my last overseas posts was in Ukraine, so I saw this firsthand. They've developed amazing drone systems, and so they're bringing it here into the United States, hopefully then sharing it with our partners. And finally, we have what we call smart tech, which is the ability to scan trucks, cars, vehicles. So my point with that, and going back to the secret sauce, is that in your countries and in ours, it's important to prepare our operators, give them the tools and the technology they need, and allow for collaboration. Our great President Ronald Reagan said back in the day, tear down that wall. Well, let's tear down the wall of our countries where we hold off because we believe that our sovereignty is at stake. This isn't state secrets, this is criminal information. Take down the wall, share the information with your partner countries, build these fusion centers. That's the way to get them. Like I said before, organized crime, it's transactional, it's digital, and it's fast. Our answer has to be intelligence, technology, building elite operators and task forces, empowering them together to work as one global team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DJ. I think the congressman is still on the way, we're told, but we're going to move on to Richard Marianos, who I met a month and a half ago or so in Miami at a conference, and I thought he knocked my socks off anyway, secret sauce too. Great remarks, and I was like, can you come up to Washington and give this presentation to our group at the Parliamentarian Forum? And he said yes. Fortunately, he lives in Virginia, so not too far away. And but thanks for being here, and you got a great presentation. I'm looking forward to hearing again. He's the executive director of what's called the Tobacco Law Enforcement Network. But I think what you do is much broader than tobacco, and we'll hear about that now. And then I apologize in advance if Congressman shows that we may interrupt and then get back to you. So it'll be a two-part series. Thank you. And I think he's got a number of slides, so if you can't see him over there, feel free to move over on this side.
Thank you everyone so much for your time. and I'm honored to be here. My name is Rich Marianos, and what I'm going to talk to you today about is something that may not be on your radar screen, because I'm going to tell you what, it was never on mine. It's the new face of organized crime, and it's criminal tobacco trafficking, specifically regarding the manufacture of vapes from China, manufactured by Chinese organized crime, that are coming into the United States at the rate of 8 out of 10 of these vapes that are being produced worldwide are being manufactured by Chinese organized crime, and they're making over $300 billion a year on the backs of our children, on each of our nations, and on one another that is contributing to one of the biggest crime models, as I will go through my presentation to explain to you. Next slide, please. A little bit about myself. Like I said, my name is Rich Marianos. I worked as the assistant, I retired as the assistant director with ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Retired, like I said, as the assistant director after about 30 years on the job. That was enough for me. But traditionally, I was a gang crimes, gun, shooter guy. I wanted to go after the shooters in the community, the arms traffickers, the high-value targets. And never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that these individuals would be such high-value targets in the United States and in our role on terrorism, money laundering, and even in first-line law enforcement activity. What I'm most blessed with right now is my current role as a professor at Georgetown University, where I teach in a program called Understanding Intelligence Concepts, where I'm directly work with those in the intelligence field worldwide, where I work on different scenarios and different packages to give them real-life investigations or real-life details in which they can work these cases, whether they come back to your countries or they work domestically in the United States, if I may. Part of our network is designed to, again, focus on tobacco crimes. Years ago, prohibition was a big part of the United States framework in terms of enforcing the Volstead Act of 1934. Well, now it's much different. And I think we realize that prohibition in the United States does not work. And this is a problem we have now in terms of these Chinese vapes that are being manufactured overseas and brought into this country through illegal wholesalers and being sold at these vape shops throughout the country and preying on our kids in our communities. Part of our network that's important to understand is it's a select group of enforcement people, along with school counselors, along with school resource officers, designed to, what I say is the old, for those of you that are football fans, for all of those who understand the old Al Davis principle. I get the best players in the right positions to cover the right people. So the people that are part of our network are the best and the brightest that can deal with this problem and understand the capacity and what we're dealing with. As I said before, 8 out of 10 of these products that are criminally trafficked are coming from China, and they're being manufactured by Chinese organized crime, which is the Red Chinese Army. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to probably do better if I pull this up. Excuse me. What we consider very, very important in our war against these illegal Chinese organizations, because again, when we talk about a $300 billion organization worldwide, is the broken windows theory. Those of you that don't understand it is very plain and simple. These shops are infiltrating our communities worldwide, selling these illegal products and engaging in other criminal activity. Right now in the United States, brick and mortar shops are closing at a record rate. People are moving to the internet. Places are closing all over the place because of the economy. But these vape shops are coming around at unbelievable amounts. Everywhere you go, you cannot go but see some of these vape shops pop up. And they're not shops like mom and pop organizations. They're criminal organizations that are working in concert with the cartels, with other organized crime street gangs, with other organized crime worldwide to launder money, terrorist organizations. Just recently in Laredo, Texas, the police in the Texas Bureau of Public Safety hit one of these locations, these vape shops, in which they dug a tunnel, or they were attempting to dig a tunnel across the border to smuggle humans, as we've talked about earlier, weapons, vape products, and currency. So these shops are a direct result of making money off organized crime. But again, it starts with something you would think it's so benign of just tobacco, which we'd never seen before. But if you take a look at some of the slides that are up here, some of the things that we brought up, you know, multiple arrests in tri-state areas, arrests and searches all at different counties. It has to start at our lowest level to begin to disrupt and diffuse these locations. We are not, as any of our nations, going to tackle the Chinese organized crime group or the Red China Army or the Chinese government in the midfield. It's not going to happen. It's too difficult. When we were with ATF, we had a guy dead to rights, but we couldn't extradite him. He was trafficking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit product, but we just couldn't get him in United States soil or soil to do the extradition. But the only way that we're finding that we can beat these dragon back, as I may say, is to go after, and the demand right now is these products being shipped into our country. Some of these shops, like I said, are being trafficking guns. They're trafficking narcotics. They're trafficking synthetic narcotics like Kratom, Delta 8, Whippets, all of these things that have not been deemed illegal by the FDA, but are out there preying on our children. And we constantly say, as a government, that China is our #1 national security issue. But if they're our #1 national security issue, we have to put our money where our mouth is and go after some of these organizations in a bipartisan approach to protect our children and to go after organized crime. Ladies and gentlemen, jail works. And it has worked many, many, many times in other initiatives. But it needs to be taken on in this position where we go after these shops and we go after the money that is being funneled overseas to our greatest threat of national security. And when we're talking $300 billion a year they're making, this is not a mom and pop operation. This is a sophisticated organized crime group, like I said, that is responsible for 8 out of 10 of the products that are manufactured worldwide. Now, you'll hear rhetoric of the industry or the convenience stores or people all over the world that are involved in the vape business. The statistics show who is behind it when 8 out of 10 is Chinese organized crime. When vapes first came out, I'm not a smoker, I'm not an advocate, but look, it was designed for tobacco harm reduction, to get people away from smoking. But now it has turned into a tool for organized crime and organized criminals. And we need to pay attention to it, and we need to get in front of it. Here's some examples of how they're marketing to the community and the children. Some of these Hydra or some of these cartoon characters are directly being put together in order for the young adults to get addicted and hooked on these nicotine products without impunity. Some of these, look at Hydra, 5,000 puffs, or some of these cartoon figures. That's not designed for adult tobacco harm reduction. That's designed to addict our kids and funnel more money to organized crime. Next slide, please. If we look online at some of these sites that are, again, targeting these communities or coming into your country, we have places like Heaven's Gift, Straight Out of China, or MadeInChina.com. That it is so easy for people in our respective countries to order these things and be able to sell them on the street and continue to fuel this worldwide problem. And it's right under our noses, and it's something that we need to pay attention to. Next slide, please. These are some of their marketing techniques. We spoke earlier about the dangers of the cell phone and the dangers of social media. This is one of the ways that they're doing it in addition. It's not just human trafficking. It's not just the sale of narcotics. It's also designed to become predators to our children and our society, to ingratiate themselves in our way of life through our cell phones, to give people the opportunity to buy these products and allow those who are trafficking contraband, or to allow those that are money laundering, to allow those that are working in concert with the cartels. It is giving them more money. And throughout my career, you want to stop organized crime, you want to stop a war machine, go after the money, go after the communication. You're going to be able to do it. These are two ways right now that we need to grasp onto these things. Next slide, please. And they're found everywhere. If you look all over the United States, you can see these retail products being sold on the shelves. Now, recently, I have to say that the government has jumped in the United States, and thank you very much, the water's warm, I tell people, because now the FDA has taken a strong move in terms of prohibiting these products being sold on the shelves. Because for the longest time, these were 100% contraband. Just in the last several months, the administration, in a bipartisan effort, has gotten together in giving law enforcement over $200 million to fight these traffickers. But it cannot just be done alone. The money has to come out of this 202 area code, and it has to go down to the people on the streets that are fighting this effort. The slide I showed before is important because you could see different sheriff's departments, different police departments, different law enforcement entities that are actually going out to these locations and making the moves on these traffickers and putting them out of business. But what we need to understand is the money is great, but it is one step towards a greater initiative, and the greater initiative has to be to get it into the communities, the educators, and the people that are going to do something with it to put a stop to it. Next slide, please. And not only are they preying on our children and our young adults and our communities with these products, but the delivery systems. If you take a look at these delivery systems, I'm going to step off the stage, I'll talk loud. These are highlights. If you keep the school, you now have to go to the delivery. Because it's not just enough. It's not just enough. But it takes more money. Again, there's one man, the godfather of Chinese maize. He runs a company called Heaven's Gift. But again, as many of us cannot do, we cannot touch this individual. So we had to come up with the brightest strategies and the best ways to do so. And if it's disrupting the marketplace and putting people in jail, then that's what we need to do. Or going up to the wholesalers to cut the money off, that's what we need to do. But when we have these people identified and we're working with impunity across the internet and across the United States and across your countries, we need to figure out creative ways to put them out of business. And that's what we part of our network does, working with law enforcement, working with politicians, securing the $200 million and making sure it gets to the communities. Next slide, please. Again, the Daily Mail, it talks about President Trump and urging work against the Vape King. The Vape King is an individual out of Florida. He has relationships with Gaza. Oh, thank you. But again, these are the type of products that you can see. Lost Mary, individual that was out of Safra Goods out of New York, making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars every week by dumping these products out with direct ties to Gaza. Next slide, please. The National Youth Tobacco Survey, it shows that more and more kids are being addicted to these things, and more of these young adults are being driven by these, with 1.63 million kids using vapes. And that's one of the reasons our network has to have school counselors, school resource officers, because we just can't fight this with handcuffs. We can't fight this by locking people up. We need to educate, and we need to get the right people, the educated people, who are getting the information from these young adults and going after the targeted shops, the targeted wholesalers, and stopping that flow on our streets. The FDA commissioner, like I said, these slides are a little old, but they've come across with getting us monies, which is very important. I don't see a dime of it. Many of us don't see a dime. But if I can see one police department getting $10,000 towards an enforcement strategy, towards getting a group of people to get overtime to hit these locations, I'm a happy man, and you should be happy also, because we're doing something for the betterment of our communities. Here was just a recent article by RFK Jr., but what was nice about what he says is they put their money where their mouth is, and they just did an Operation Vapor in the United States in which they seized $260 million worth of illegal products directly coming from China to O'Hare Airport in Chicago. That made a dent. That created a problem for them. And we need to continue to figure out creative ways in our combined efforts to make it a problem for them and to stop the money supply. Next slide, please. What's important is three things mostly. Is we need to come up with authorization. And what I talk about as authorization is to define what is legal and what is illegal. And the funny part of this whole conversation is there is only 40 products of all these 900,000 in the world that are deemed legal by the United States, by the FDA. So you can actually go out there with one sheet of paper, write down the 40 products that are illegal and hit everything else. Enforcement, we talked about what's important in enforcement. We've got to lock people up. People need to go to jail. Jail works. And I'll give you an example working with a sheriff's department out west. We went and hit several locations. We as police, not I anymore. Those days have long gone. But they went to hit several locations, and by the time they hit the fifth and sixth location, they were communicating with one another via WhatsApp, talking to one another that the police are hitting the shops, and talking to one another overseas on how to stop these products being brought into San Francisco Airport, that law enforcement is wise to them. So it's several means of communication which allows this criminal amoeba to exist. And finally, transparency through intelligence to work with one another to identify what these problems are. On the lowest level, some of the intelligence we work on is if a young adult gets caught, we don't punish the child because that's not going to solve the problem, but figure out a way we can educate them and give us the information on what store they're getting from, but all the way to the highest level in which we can take the intelligence of these scores at O'Hare Airport, trace where it's being manufactured or what site it's coming from, and hit it with some litigation if we have to, or hit it with some enforcement with Customs and Border Protection, and take these guys out of the supply chain and stop those products from coming into each of our countries. We talked a little bit about the directory. We can move past that. What is happening just in the United States, is give you an example, is 3 states we just use up here, Alabama, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. They have a directory of what is illegal and what isn't, which allows local law enforcement or what allows legislators to go after some of these products. If I was king of the world, I would love to see a worldwide directory to put all these illegal Chinese products on a worldwide directory, where there would be worldwide criminal contraband. We talked a little bit about the law enforcement grant, how they were, you know, when the sheriffs went in and took this stuff, they were communicating on WhatsApp overseas within hours about shipments that were going to the San Francisco airport. And the bottom line goal here is product verification and compliance with safety standards. We want those directories. We want to reduce administrative burden on law enforcement by getting the money to them. Don't let it sit here, please. If there are any of you that are legislators and can give us a hand in ensuring that money gets out, I would be so grateful. Because, again, it needs to be to the people out there that are working and to protect our communities and our governments. Empower law enforcement with their tools. Can go back on that one more time. We talked about preventing and eliminating the product. We saw the slide. Look what they're marketing to. Look what they're doing with these things. They're marketing to kids. There's not one thing towards tobacco harm reduction when you have The Simpsons or a product with 5,000 puffs. They're marketing to a whole generation that they're taking advantage of. And we have the opportunity now to get in front of it with proactive, preventative intelligence. And that's what we want to do. Get in front of these things. Never take a step back like we did on the war on drugs, but get in front of these things. And then finally, create a level playing field for compliance retailers to follow the law. For those that are selling tobacco harm reduction products, great, that's what it was designed to do. That's what it was, that's where the regulations are. But for those that are committing criminal offenses, and I say this in many presentations, and I said it on television recently, crime hits everybody. We need to hit back, and this is a chance for us to do so. Next slide, please. These are our addresses. Please reach out, whether it's X, Facebook, Twitter. You're more than welcome at any time to sign up and get all the information you may need. If you're interested also, come see me. I'll give you a card, take down your information. I have a bunch of different pamphlets that we've put together for this. Right now we're creating, in the midst of a virtual vape shop, believe it or not, where for some of these people that don't understand the problem can walk right in, and it's worldwide, whether you're in Belgium or you're in Beaumont, Texas, where you can go in and you can click on the various things, and at which time it'll tell you what is in there, what does it mean, and how does it relate to criminal activity. Yes, sir. That's in Belgium? Denmark. Thank you. The man brought up a good point, and I'm just going to reiterate what you said for those of you who didn't say. But there are compliance moves that you can make that are very, very successful, where they're actually going in with the young adults in his community and identifying some of these stores that are selling these criminal products and then shutting them down. Hitting them with license violations, chaining the doors, putting them out of business, which are very, very successful in his country, which is a lot of money for some of these kiosks because they're $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 in American currency. But you have to be creative, and that's what I'm asking you all to think of. We don't need to put another dime in the hand of the Red Army and Chinese organized crime. They're killing us. They're killing our kids. This is an opportunity where we can identify that much money and do something about it with not a gigantic effort. We have to be creative. Any other questions? Anybody else want to add something? I've taken up a lot of your time, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Joe Camel that was created. It took 9 years in order for that to go away by RJR Nabisco. Well, either the news was better back then or it's less now, but why isn't there the public outcry today like there was yesterday in terms of killing our kids or using cartoon characters or anything else? It was a lot stronger back then.
In my most politically corrected voice, I cannot get people interested enough to understand this. And it's sad, you're absolutely right. Because we've talked to different news agencies, we've offered them the videos. We have one video specifically in which an individual from a terrorist organization is trading products for automatic weapons. We have the news, we have the ability, but this is what I'm told, it's not sexy enough. It doesn't point the finger at somebody enough. It's not as entertaining enough. It's not a I gotcha moment. So it's venues like this in which you have to get the message out. That's how I met Mr. Boggs. I went to a HIDA conference, and in a room like this, I went to all these law enforcement executives and people that have all these high-level contacts and did it. And that's what this organization tries to do, where we hit school conferences, PTAs, law enforcement conferences. We'll talk to the Martians if they want to listen. But I agree with you, it has to be a combined effort where we put pressure on what is important and what isn't important. Like last night I was watching the news and one of the stories was Martha Stewart decided where she wants to be buried. Are we kidding ourselves? That's news? This is news. $200 million towards enforcement. That is news. Chinese addicting our kids. People taking vape shops and digging tunnels to work with the cartel. That's news. And we have to start changing that dynamic too and putting pressure on turning it off. Because this is the way we're going to get it done. And I'm committed to this grassroots movement. Like I said, if you would have told me 20 years that I'd be talking about tobacco products, I'd laugh at you. I'm a gun guy, man. I'm chasing down people with 2 guns. Now, this is a much more sinister problem. Anything else? I've taken up a lot of your time. You probably think I'm a crazy man up here. I'll be around. Please let me know if I can help you in any way. I would be honored to give you any of the documents or to work with you. Like Mr. Boggs will tell you, there's no hidden agenda here. It's 100% transparency. And we're blessed right now to have some people that are helping us and supporting us and working with us. And all we're looking for is to get that message out. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And as John Strand pointed out, this is not just a U.S. problem, not just our communities in the U.S., but in Denmark and around the world. And it's targeted at our youth. You mentioned the cartoons, the flavors, bubble gum, cotton candy. That's not targeting me, it's the kids. So it's a problem. And thank you for being here and talking about it, and DJ as well. I think Congressman Smith is still on his way over here, but we're going to move to, I guess, open session until he arrives. Lucas tells me that the Honorable First Vice President of External Relations Committee of the National Assembly of DRC would like to say a few words. That's Christophe Babutu. I hope I said that right. Thank you. Thanks so much. Stay as long as you like.
Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné l'occasion pour vous parler des problèmes sécuritaires dans mon pays.
I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you about the situation in my country, DRC.
Merci. Comme vous le savez,
As you know,
dans mon pays,
in my country, the DRC,
il se passe vraiment des problèmes d'ordre de minerais critiques.
there is a lot of problem with the strategic minerals in my country.
Et c'est comme ça que je vais vous présenter ça.
That's why I'm going to speak out about it.
Excellences,
Excellencies,
honorables parlementaires,
honorable parliamentary and distinguished guests,
distingués invités,
yes.
c'est avec un profond sens du devoir que je prends la parole au nom de la Chambre basse du Parlement de la République démocratique du Congo, afin d'attirer votre attention sur la situation sécuritaire préoccupante à l'est de mon pays depuis 30 ans et les conséquences humanitaires qui en découlent.
It's with deep sense of duty that I take the floor on behalf of the lower house of the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo to draw your attention to a alarming security situation in the east part of the country, which has persisted for more than 10 years, and to the resulting humanitarian consequences. Report from United Nations Security Council and its group of experts consistent to recall the minerals wealth of Eastern DRC remain one of the main drivers of regional instability.
Chers parlementaires et distingués invités, le rapport du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies et de son groupe d'experts rappelle avec constance que les richesses minérales de l'Est de la République demeurent l'un des principaux moteurs de l'instabilité régionale.
As I just said, the mineral wealth of Eastern DRC remain one of the main drivers of the world and all the instability in the east part of the Congo.
Cette région indispensable à la transition énergétique mondiale grâce au coltan, au cobalt, lithium, à l'or et d'autres minéraux stratégiques demeure actuellement sous la pression du groupe armé Alliance Fleuve Congo et du mouvement M23. Selon les conclusions du groupe d'experts de l'ONU, ces acteurs violents prospèrent grâce à l'exploitation et au commerce illicite de minéraux critiques, alimentant ainsi une criminalité transnationale organisée entraînée notamment le viol des femmes, des enfants, le déplacement massif de la population et des crises sanitaires et alimentaires dans les zones à conflit qui fragilisent l'État, déchirent les tissus économiques et sociaux, met en péril la sécurité régionale.
This region is essential to the global energy transition due to its coltan, cobalt, and lithium, gold, and other strategic minerals. It's currently under the pressure of the armed group Alliance Fleuve Congo and the March 23 movement, which are rebellions. According to the finding of the UN group of experts, these violent actors thrive on the exploitation of illicit trades of critical minerals, thereby fueling transnational organized crime that result in, among other atrocities, the rape of women and children, the mass displacement of populations, and severe health and food crisis in conflict zones. These dynamics weaken the state, tears apart economic and social fabrics, and endanger regional security. As the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, point out, minerals originating from conflict zones feed illegal economic network and interinstitutional consolidation.
Face à ces défis, la République démocratique du Congo a engagé des réformes décisives. La loi portant code minier révisé en 2018 impose la transparence, renforcement des obligations fiscales et exige la
accessibilité. In response to these challenges, the GRC has undertaken decisive reform. The mining code, revised in 2018, enforced transparency, strengthened fiscal obligation, and required traceability. The mining regulation decreed set of certification procedure, bans to export and untrust minerals, and identify high-risk zones. Specialized brigades have been deployed to combat fraud and financing of armed groups.
Cependant, la conférence internationale sur la région des Grands Lacs, CERGEL ainsi, nous rappelle que ces efforts nationaux, aussi rigoureux soient-ils, ne suffisent pas en face des réseaux criminels organisés au-delà de nos frontières.
However, the International Conference on Great Lakes region reminds us that these national efforts, rigorous as they may be, are insufficient when faced with criminal networks operating beyond our borders.
Honorables parlementaires,
Honorable parliamentary,
distingués invités,
distinguished guests,
ce qui se joue à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo dépasse le cadre national. C'est un enjeu mondial. La sécurité des chaînes d'approvisionnement en minerais critiques, indispensables à l'énergie propre, au numérique et aux technologies stratégiques, dépend de cette stabilité régionale.
What is at stake in Eastern DRC goes beyond national borders. It's a global issue. The security of supply chain for critical minerals, essential to the clean energy, digital technologies, and strategy industry, depend on the stability of this region.
C'est pourquoi je fais l'appel solennel au renforcement de nos législations pour exclure les minerais issus des zones de conflit. 2. Au soutien de la mise en œuvre stricte des normes de OCDC. 3. À la coopération avec l'RDC et la région des Grands Lacs, dont les renseignements, la traçabilité et la lutte contre les réseaux criminels transnationaux. 4. À l'appui des initiatives de paix et de stabilité dans la région des Grands Lacs.
This is why I solemnly call for strengthened legislation to exclude minerals originating from the conflict zone, support for the strict implementation of the OECD standard, enhance cooperation with the DRC and the Willow Great Lake region in intelligence, traceability, and the fight against transnational criminal network, support for peace and stability initiative in the Great Lake region.
La signature à Washington, D.C., en date du 4 décembre 2025, de l'accord de paix entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Rwanda, sous la médiation américaine d'une part, et d'autre, l'accord commercial entre mon pays et les États-Unis rentre dans ces efforts de recherche de la paix, la stabilité et le développement régional.
The signing in Washington, D.C. on the 4th December of the peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda under the American mediation, as well as the commercial agreement between the DRC and the United States, are part of this ongoing effort to restore peace, stability, and development in the region.
Honorables parlementaires, distingués invités, la République démocratique du Congo aspire à contribuer à la transition énergétique mondiale dans la paix, la dignité et la justice, car notre population ne doit plus continuer à payer le prix des ressources qui profitent au monde. Je vous en remercie.
Honorable, the Democratic Republic of Congo aspire to contribute to the global energy transition in an environment of peace, dignity, and justice for our people, must no longer continue to pay the price for the resources that benefits to the world. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your comments, perspective. There are many challenges there in the DRC. I've been there myself, and respect what they had to say. Chairman Smith is en route here, I would say within 2 minutes. You can stand up if you like and stretch, but he literally is walking over here right now, so don't go far. You'll want to hear him. He'll be, you might say, the old adage is say the best till last. He was a remarkable individual, and I know you want to hear what he has to say. But if you have a question, J.C. Boggs will be glad to answer it. Now, I do want to remind you, tomorrow morning, we start with a prayer breakfast. It's very brief, and it is a prayer, no speeches. But Lucas, which you may have met, he's really an operatic singer. He'll sing 2 songs, and there'll be a prayer by the former Prime Minister of Slovakia. So that's the extent of it. But it's a very nice touch. I think you'll enjoy it. That's at 8:45. So come and have coffee and a Danish, and we'll meet, though, at Senate Dirksen 106 tomorrow, not here. Yep, because bring your next sheet and I'll read it. They want me to read it. Lucas has it on my desk, on his desk. We do have forums scheduled for next year, so keep this in mind. We will be in Kyrgyzstan the first week of April. In late May, we will be in Ottawa, and in September we will be in Warsaw. Others to be scheduled. This is a letter from the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland that he asked me to read. So if you'll bear with me, I'll read this. Dear Congressman Pittenger, it is with great pleasure to extend to you an official invitation to hold the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum in Warsaw, Poland. We would be honored to host this important initiative in our capital, as its organization in Warsaw holds particular significance for us and would be greatly valued. We would like to propose that the event take place the last week of August or the beginning of September. We remain fully committed to providing the necessary support to ensure its successful preparation and implementation. We would also be pleased to welcome you to Warsaw for an advanced reconnaissance visit at a mutually convenient time. This visit will allow you and your team to explore potential venues, meet with relevant counterparts, and discuss all organizational matters. To initiate the preparations and staff coordinating, the undertaker will be communicating with the Secretary. We look forward to welcoming you in Warsaw. So this is from the Deputy Prime Minister in Warsaw. We're very pleased. We will not go into any country apart from having the leadership of that country join us. The Most Honorable Chris Smith. Please come forward. Truly. Chairman Smith, you are never late. We are honored to have you. I first met this gentleman in 1980. 45 years ago, he came in with Ronald Reagan. He has carried the torch of Ronald Reagan since Ronald Reagan's passing. This man, if there ever was an individual who truly deserved the Nobel Peace Prize, it's Chris Smith. Truly. He has fought for 45 years in this Congress for human rights, civil liberties, religious liberties, the protection of life throughout the world. You know him. He's been all through Africa. He's been around every continent. I served with him on the China Executive Commission. He has held hundreds of meetings, conferences, hearings for the plight of those who live under the persecution of oppressive governments. Time and again, we've heard these accounts, but his leadership is what has kept the concerns forefront in the minds of so many of us in Congress. Chairman, I could not express to you my gratitude or respect for you anymore. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. What a tremendous man Robert Pittenger is. He's been an inspiration before he came to Congress. He radiates the love of Christ in all that he does, and it's so apparent. We miss him on Capitol Hill, that is for sure, but just a great man of God and a purpose. He has such a purpose. So I can't thank him enough for his leadership, because it has made a huge difference. You know, Robert mentioned a moment ago, 45 years. Well, 45 years ago, I did read, during my first term, a book called Tortured for Christ by Richard Wurmbrand, which many of you know about and I'm sure have read. It changed my life. It's a book that tells the story of Wurmbrand's and his wife's and the Christians in Romania, the plight that they suffered under Nicholas Ceausescu, who was the dictator at the time, and his dreaded Securitate, which is the equivalent of the, I guess, the KGB in the Soviet Union, ruthless beyond words, and yet he persevered for his faith. I was moved to tears when I read it. I read it many times since. You know, I start getting mad over some of the editorials I get and the bad press that I get, because I am very pro-life and I don't get good press at all. I just remember that, what he and his like-minded Christians went through in those prisons. It was just unbelievable. There was a time when he was so tired and so beaten down, because they used every trick in the book to break your spirit and your body. He tried to pray the Lord's Prayer, and he started, "Our Father," and then he goes, "I've forgotten the prayer, but surely you know it by heart." It was just an amazing man, and his wife, equally strong and devoted, and it has changed. I mean, our good friend, Robert, Frank Wolf, he too was greatly inspired by Pastor Wurmbrand. Frank was an amazing leader for religious freedom, the author of the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, which is the landmark law on religious freedom, made all the difference. And I have to tell you, it was not a slam dunk getting it passed. I chaired the hearings on it in my Human Rights Subcommittee, and John Shattuck, who was the Assistant Secretary for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, testified against it. It said it would do more harm than good. It would be counterproductive to the cause that he claimed, at least, that he was in favor of religious freedom. And nothing could be further from the truth. And Frank just persevered and got it passed and signed into law. One of the things that Wurmbrand had said, he called on us as Christians, as believers, not to enable evil by our naivete. Know what it is that we're up against and don't go along with it naively. He said, don't be indifferent. And he often talked in the book about how the hammer and sickle was right next to crossed flags with some Christian symbols. And he said, you know, what an outrage that was. And he also hit us for cowardly complicity. Religious persecution, as I think all of you know, is festering all over the world. What was unconscionable for decades has even become more unconscionable. It is bad, and it is getting worse. And among the greatest threats are communism and radical Islamists. There are other threats to Christianity, but those two are the lion's share of what is being done against believers. I would also say, you know, I'll never forget, my first trip to the Soviet Union was on behalf of Soviet Jews. I met with refuseniks while I was there, wonderful men and women, the leading teacher of Hebrew, Yuli Kasharovsky in Moscow. And in talking to them, and they had such a perspective that I just was, again, admired greatly. I remember one of them told me the story, it was a joke, I guess, but he says, you know, Khrushchev went to a factory and he asked the man, do you believe in God? And he said, at home, yes, but not here. And there are a lot of people, including in this institution, the House and Senate, who check their faith outside the door, and I don't know what they're operating under, but it's not their faith. So it was a telling thing to me. Open Doors has said that there are 380 million Christians suffering high levels of persecution and discrimination for their faith as we meet here right now in 2025. And more than ever before, vigorous U.S. leadership is needed to address these religious violations globally and to end the persecution. In December of 2020, President Trump designated Nigeria a country of particular concern, a CPC country. And with that comes about a dozen and a half prescribed sanctions that at the discretion of the president can be leveled against that country. And the simplest is a demarche, that's a nothing. But the others are very real in terms of economic and other sanctions. And it also includes the ability to go after individuals, not just the country, but individuals who are egregious violators. And to my shock, when President Biden came in, he reversed it. And Anthony Blinken went to Abuja, Nigeria, and just said it's no longer in effect. And the faith community went into overdrive in its criticism because they said, based on what? You know, this terrible, terrible killing of Christians is going on every single day by Boko Haram, by the Fulani, by ISIS West Africa, and others. And it's just horrific. And yet, I asked Blinken at 2 hearings, what was your criteria? He had no criteria. It's all on the record. One of the bishops said that the persecution is more intense than ever. Genocide Watch called Nigeria a killing field of defenseless Christians. On November 20th, I chaired my 12th hearing exclusively on Nigeria, and one of the witnesses, a bishop, said, an abbé, militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. They steal and vandalize, they kill and boast about it, they kidnap and rape, and they enjoy total impunity from elected officials. None of them have been arrested or brought to justice. Well, that's about to change. On October 31st, President Trump boldly designated Nigeria a country of particular concern, and right now is in the process that he's asking us, House and Senate members and others, to give him ideas of what it ought to look like in terms of implementation, and he means it. And of course, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is a true human rights defender, so that we can take action against this government. Parenthetically, I met with about 15 members of their highest echelon of leadership in a room over in Rayburn Building on the other side of the Capitol. Hour and 45 minutes. They were in total denial, culture of total denial, that this has anything to do with Christians. It's hooliganism. It's people who just want land. And I said, you know, as they're screaming radical Islamic statements as they're butchering people, and I did go to some of those churches 13 years ago in Jos, Nigeria, that had been firebombed and killed with AK-47s. Don't tell me that that's the case. But they wouldn't believe it. They were in total denial. They even said that the bishops are lying when it comes to, which is not just an insult, but it's an insult to the truth. Insult to them and to the truth. You know, I know that, Robert, I'm not sure how much time you want me to talk, but I would just conclude that I mentioned communism and radical Islamists as the two greatest threats to our faith, but in all faiths. You know, one of the things that reminds me of what Hamas does to the Palestinians. You can't be a moderate Palestinian or a non-radical and get through UNRWA and the indoctrination that starts when you're this big. 20 years ago, I offered legislation that passed the House to say no more U.S. funding for UNRWA, UN Relief Works Agency, which is a child soldier factory in Gaza and in the Middle East, and failed in the Senate. Never got a vote, which to my shock. But it didn't happen. So Trump has turned that money off as well for very, very good reasons. Finally, I just want to say with regards to China, again, that's the communist example. There are many others. If you look at Vietnam, North Korea, you know, where Christians are being singled out. And, you know, in Vietnam, it's forced conversions, which take place among the Hmong. I've had a bill 3 times pass the House called the Vietnam Human Rights and Democracy Act. Big, heavy emphasis on religious freedom. 3 times it came over here and got killed, and they just spiked it. So those kind of things trouble me in the extreme. You know, okay, tell me why. We never give a reason as to why. But under this Xi Jinping, he's doing things that Joseph Mengele would like back in the Nazi Germany era. One of them is they're killing men and women, average age 28, tens of thousands every year, mostly Uyghurs because they want Muslim body parts, or Falun Gong, or Christians, and the Tibetan Buddhists, about 50 to 70,000 a year to get their organs. Forced organ harvesting. And the reason why they're targeting the Uyghurs is that most of the Uyghurs are Muslim, and they have a huge market in the Middle East where they're selling body parts, and in the Middle East they want Muslim body parts. I mean, talk about perverse. You know, I'm all for voluntary donations. You know, you get killed in a car accident, not forced. So I've had 5 hearings on it, and one of them we had a doctor who actually did them. And he stood there and said, it dawned on him, there's a person here, I'm killing him to get their organs. He did it because he was under orders, but he did do it. I mean, these are crimes against humanity, and it's especially targeted at the Muslims in Xinjiang. And I have a bill that would completely criminalize that supply chain, passed 406 to 1 twice, last Congress and this Congress, and I can't get it out of the United States Senate. They won't even take it up. So it's things, you know, we have not been faithful to the victims the way we could be. You know, I was in the ICU a couple years ago, nothing bad, but I was there for a little while. And I remember I kept thinking of some poor 28-year-old, either male or female, who's now been put down on that bed to take their organs, and they can't get up, they can't leave, they're strapped to the bed. And that's going on right now, forced organ harvesting. And we would criminalize it up to 20 years in prison for anybody who knowingly procures such an organ. It would really be focused on the brokers of the organs, and of course the Chinese Communist Party apparatchiks who will be doing these kinds of things would be sanctioned with Magnitsky type sanctions unless they come here. Then we would arrest them. And again, 406 to 1. In this politicized atmosphere that we have, you don't get votes like that. Because I think my colleagues on the House side realize this is just outrageous that this is going on every day. So I just call on you to, you know, keep that in mind. And if you know any senators that could help get it passed, I've asked Senator Risch, who's the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, just mark it up. It'll pass. But it hasn't happened. So again, I want to encourage each and every one of you to keep working with this man over here. Because Robert Pittenger, when he was on the China Commission, he was outstanding, speaking out for human rights, which are trashed every single day by Xi Jinping. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here, and God bless you.
He is truly remarkable. Thank you so much, Chairman, for being with us today.
I'm going to ask one other person to come up and give a brief greeting. And that's hard for him to do because I know him pretty well, Pastor Abedini. You remember the 3 people who were held hostage in Iran back in 2016? He was one of them. He might tell the story, but I went over to meet him when he got released. Come up here real quick. You take 3 minutes to give a greeting, okay?
Thank you so much, Pastor and Congressman Robert Pittenger. And also, Congressman Smith was helping me. I remember I met him in his office 9 years ago. I appreciate all the fight that the Congress and Senate did for me, especially Congressman Smith. We met at your office. I appreciate all your fight you did for me as an American hostage back to Iran. Yeah, I lost hair, so probably you don't remember my face, but praise the Lord. I'm so thankful to live in a country that still stands for human rights and religion freedom. And we can see the freedom comes through Christ for every bounded people all around the world. We give the praise and glory to him. I was under death sentence when Congressman Robert Pittenger and the rest of the country stood for my freedom. I appreciate everything, and we show to the world that we still value the Christian beliefs and human rights, and I hope and I believe we can keep continuing this job. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. It's been a very full day, and of course we lose a lot of people with exterior meetings, and we understand that. But tomorrow morning, 8:45, but we'll see tonight, it's a reception at the residence of the Romanian ambassador. That will be a great time. Thank you so much.
So, what's the plan now for us to go back to the